What's up, Jimmy? How are you, man? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Hey, what's up? What's up, Butterbean? We were talking about you the other night. Not last night, but the night before. I told some people about your testimony. Just very small details. Just some that pretty much I told them that there were some cool things going on within your family, and I was bragging on you a little bit. Doing good, a great day to be alive. Yeah, great day to be alive. It is. Every time, it's like, what a great day. What a great day to be alive. It can always get worse. That's important to understand. Hey, I didn't think you were on this early. Yeah, tonight is a different night. I was able to get on a little bit earlier than what I normally do. Jimmy, I was 31 Bravo, but I never did that. Cool. Yeah. It was 31 Bravo, but I never did anything really MP related. I was always attached to CID for the most part. Roger, just wondering. Yeah. What about you? What are you? I'm assuming you're it. If you are using language like MOS, not a lot of people don't know that. Hi Amanda, what you reading? We're going to be going through Daniel 11 and 12. We're going to be finishing up the book of Daniel tonight, and it is going to be a tough one. And I apologize in advance. I was dreading going over the book of Daniel just because of chapter 11. 91 Bravo wheel mechanic. Okay. Wasn't getting back in soon. Oh, really? Got out getting back in. That's interesting. Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, Daniel is my second favorite book. Really psyched to get through Daniel. I mean, speaking of that, Jimmy, since you're here, have you read Daniel chapter 11 before? Because this is Daniel chapter 9 to me is easy to go through. But Daniel 11, this is the one I was dreading. Do you believe once you get saved, you are always saved? Yeah, Amanda, that's a good question. I believe in once saved, always saved, but I word it differently. I say, if saved, then you are always saved. I think it's important to understand that when you become, like, if it's a genuine situation between you and the Lord, and you ask him to save you, he will. And the Bible says that you become a new creation, right? And so then you are sons of God. And so if that's the case, then I don't really see that coming undone. I don't see you becoming unson, not a son. I don't see that kind of stuff happening in the Bible. I think, you once you're a child of God, you are there. I just read it again Monday night. Okay. Hi, why am I so scared all of a sudden? What's up? Hello, kitty. Why are you scared? Does that answer your question, though, Amanda? What's up, CJ? Good to see you. Yeah, the once saved, there's a big debate. There's obviously the two camps. There's people who think you can lose your salvation, but, I don't see it that way. Hello, Sandy. Hi. End times are coming true. Chosen 3377. What's up? Yeah, it seems like we're living in some interesting times. Hello, Katie. Don't play that. How are you? Yeah, it's a crazy time to be alive right now, and things are just popping off, and it's a tinderbox over there. Hello. Yeah, right, Becca. Come on. No. Don't start that. Good. Any more or study like I should? I missed what you said earlier, Amanda. What's next? Hi, Jules. How are you? Jules, how's your study going on with your people? I wonder who will be the Antichrist. I'm doing good, Katie. Yeah, that's an interesting question, Chosen. I believe that we will not know for sure, because I believe the church will be raptured before that comes. Hi, Lori from upstate New York. I started in Deuteronomy, which took me to Jude, which took me to Revelation, then back to Daniel. It's funny how that works, doesn't it? Hi, Amanda. Lexi, what's up? Good evening. Good evening. I was in the process of uploading Daniel 9 and 10 to YouTube, so that should be up. It had like 1% left, so hopefully I'm not lagging or glitching or anything like that. I don't know if that would impact the upload speeds. Hello, Kaylee from Wyoming. Kaylee the cleaning lady. Nice. Like cleaning lady meaning like you clean up like when they get, eliminated, or like cleaning houses. I'm just messing. I think I do more preaching than anything. Yeah, I feel that, Jules. I get that. So excited I caught this. I freaking enjoy these so much. Good, Amanda. Awesome. This will not be revealed until restrainers move. Right, Terry. That's, I believe, the same thing. What's up, Lone Wolf? How are you, man? Good to see you again. Hope you have your phone charger close by. It's already plugged in, guys. I got the whole situation. We are good to go. Oh, no. Cleaning homes for people and businesses. I know. I'm just messing with you. Why do all the Christian men look so G? It's just something about it. I don't know. Thank you for that. Please tell me you're normal. Nosy Nana. I am the most normal. I'm not going to be screaming at you or anything like that. Hopefully you can hang out and find out for yourself. But yeah, very normal. Just waiting a little bit longer for a couple more people, and then we'll start diving in. I normally wait about 25 minutes before we get started, but I'll do what I normally do and start from the chapter 1, and I'll do a pretty in-depth recap before we start chapter 11. And just so you guys are, like, I'm sure if you guys have been here through the entire thing, you know that this chapter right here I've been dreading going over this. So be gentle, because this is a tough chapter. It is a tough one. Scrolling through TikTok is scary. Yeah. Yep. When people come in here, I'm never going to do it. Daphne, it's in my TikTok profile, but I always ask people, I'm like, can I trick you? Because there's so many people out there. So, it should be on your mind, you should have your guard up all the time. So can I trick you? I'm never going to try to trick you. I'm going to give you everything that I believe personally, but it's always the question. You need to be cautious. All the time. What book? Revelation? Lexi, we did that already. That's where we just came from. We're going to wrap up Daniel 11 and 12 tonight, and then we'll figure out. What's up, Austin? Good to see you, man. Stopping in, going to sleep. Got to be up at 3:40. Sheesh. No, not the early morning. Oh, man. I'll be up still, so if you feel like stopping back in here, maybe I'll still be live. I don't know. Ethan, what do you think about the war or all that's going on in Israel and all that? I think when it first started popping off, I was actually on TikTok live, and everybody was coming in here telling me that it was going on, and I was just getting all the information firsthand, and I didn't really know how to look at it. But I told everybody just to give it a couple days before you dove into really jumping into prophecy and whatnot. But I've always told everybody to pay attention to Israel, and I still stand by that. Do I think that this is any of the wars in the Bible? Not necessarily. I know for sure it's not Ezekiel 38 and 39. However, I do think that we are seeing the stage being set for it, and it's crazy to see how it's just getting more and more tense as every single hour goes by. So, good night, Austin, man. I hope you get some sleep. Fireshine. It's just going to morph into some prophecy getting fulfilled at some time. Yeah, Fireshine. Hey, good to see you again. I saw you here last time. Didn't really catch in. What's up, Nick? What's up, dude? Good to see you. War is terrible. Yeah, I told myself that by the time I was done with this coffee, then we could dive on in. Miss you. Good. What's up? Good evening. Hi there. First time viewing. What's up, Lex? What book will be after Daniel? I don't know. Maybe we'll take a poll. Does I don't know. It will be interesting to see. How do you know it's not the Ezekiel 38 war? Mainly because have you read it? Have you read Ezekiel 38, 39, Appalachian, Misty? Oh, I used to live in the Appalachian Mountains. Kellogg, hello. The world needs more Jesus more than ever before. Yeah. The one thing that I keep mentioning is that I think it's really neat how to see, because there's people who are not even Christians who are now opening their eyes because they are seeing what's going on in the world, and they're like, hey, I thought I heard something about that, or hey, this guy mentioned it's in the Bible, and so now people are reading the Bible more than what they ever have been before. So that is very interesting to me. But at the same time, understand that Satan is working overtime, and he is manipulating as many things as he possibly can, just how he always has been. So that's why it's so important to stay as close to the Word as you possibly can, and to find good teachers out there that don't get lost in the woods on certain things. But yeah, I've been lukewarm before for too long. I'm on fire for the Lord now. Nice, Kaylee. That's awesome. That is awesome. That's what you need to be. I think a lot of people are in the same boat too. So it's definitely encouraging seeing people waking up. The Holy Spirit has all the Antichrist stuff beat, but the prep is to know God's voice. Kellogg. Russia needs to be involved in the Ezekiel, right? King of the North. Yeah, Terry, we're going to talk about some of that tonight, because there's a lot of, it's really, it's important to first off understand that it's prophetic. So never be super, super dogmatic about anything. Never burn any bridges with anybody else about this kind of stuff, because it's prophetic. It's just kind of like the book of Revelation. We can understand a lot, and we can have like a general picture, but as far as saying and like planting my flag down and saying this is what it's going to be like, it's important to leave some wiggle room in that kind of on those areas, because there's a lot that we don't know. There's things that we do know. We understand the idea, but we don't really understand the details. We don't know how the foundation is going to be laid, because like right now over in Israel with all the players on the board, it seems like it is the foundation is being poured for the Ezekiel 38-39 war, and it could very quickly, the wind could change and then everything changes. So I don't believe it's the 38-39 war, mainly because I do believe nuclear weapons will be used during those times for a lot of things that it's mentioned in Ezekiel 39. But there's also a verse I think it's in Ezekiel 39, where it says that the Lord will basically be intervening himself. So like he will send fire down from heaven. So some people interpret that as nuclear weapons, but like I think that's further along in the chapter. So if you take it literally and you imagine that God actually literally intervenes and like fire and brimstone type stuff comes down from heaven, then you can be like, well, if you see that right now, you're going to have faith that God is real. So that's why I think it's going to happen after the rapture. I think the Ezekiel 38-39 war will happen after the rapture. There are people who think it will happen before, but the majority of people think that it's going to happen after the rapture, just so you guys are aware on that kind of stuff. Russia and China are pushing for new world order. Yeah, Ethan. There is a lot about, Psalms, what is it, Psalm 83. Some people think that that's what's going on. There's so many, it's really hard to say. And it's one second, I go to Micah. I'm going to Micah, but one shall be confused when the Assyrian comes into our land. 5:5, I think it was 5:5. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Terry, there's a lot to be said about that too. Thanks, Christy. Thank you for that. It's hard to believe anything. Yeah, he's CGI. No kidding, Ginger. No kidding. I mean, I'm sure you guys saw that Biden clip that's been going viral on TikTok where it looks like he's got like two acorns popping out of his chin. It's like, who is that guy? We have no idea how much we truly have been deceived. And I think a lot of people are waking up to it. Like, nothing is as it seems from what we can tell. We got any black coffee drinkers in the house? Melissa, no man will know. Do you have a place for studying pre or post trib rapture? I find it fascinating. Yeah, Kaylee, I am very, very convinced. Oh wait, what did you say? Do you have a place for studying pre or post trib rapture? I find it fascinating. What do you mean by place? I am most definitely in the pre trib camp, and the reason why we're going to actually cover some of that tonight, going over the book of Daniel. Because there's a really good example, because it says that the Antichrist is going to overcome, he will prevail against the saints, but it's important to understand that there's different categories of the saints. And then when you read Revelation chapter 4 and chapter 5, you're introduced to these guys who are called the 24 elders. They identify themselves to be kings and priests. And so when you chase that thread down through the Bible and you study who are kings and priests, you find that there's only three people. One's Melchizedek, one is Jesus Christ, and the other is the church. And you can find that because that is mentioned in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, I think. But Peter calls us the royal priesthood. So it's just another way of saying kings and priests when you put those together. Please explain the Palestine people and their lands, or Israel's. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you're getting there. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I wanted to study the Bible to see pre-trib stuff. Thanks so much. Yeah, I'll talk about that here in a second too, because that's important. But it's interesting about the Palestinian people and like Israel, and it's funny because it's always Israel giving things back to the Palestinian world, it seems, and then they're just trying to have peace. That's all they want to have over there, which seems there to be their agenda. But I think it's important to understand that they don't care. It's always like there's such a mass hatred for Jews. Like it didn't matter where they would be. Now, obviously, it changes because they are actually in Israel, which is the land that was given to God. Alyssa, yeah, come on up. Hey, Alyssa, good to see you again.
Hi.
I was wondering where you were. Last time we talked, you told me that you were a little bit struggling between how you were feeling towards Islam and Christianity. How you doing?
Yes. Good.
Have you been looking into it anymore?
Yes. So I've been looking into like the New Testament, and like I might need to get a different version of it, I should say.
Hmm.
Well, I have the like King James, but I think I may need to it's kind of little, there's like a little bit more passages, like
Yeah,
you know behind of what like a couple of words are actually saying and everything like that. So I think I need to
yeah,
slowly go into it.
yeah. Um, Are you, well, I'm really pumped that you're still looking into it. I think it's important, no matter what religion you are, to not
Yeah.
just settle and think, but like test it. Like don't just accept what you were taught. Like dive in and unpack it for yourself. Um, and it's cool that because that seems to be what you're doing right now. So that's good for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Everything is kind of like, it doesn't really matter like what people are going through, anything like that. But I mean, I really don't care about what people are going through, but every single, people, what they actually call God about and everything like that
Yeah.
is, it's just all about being well.
What do you mean by being well?
Just being, you're like better self in a way, I should say.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the way I kind of look at the Bible is I look at it, the more I learn, like right when you start reading about the Bible, you find out that there was somebody who died for you, who took your place on the cross because, the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. So when you understand that there was somebody who died in your place, and then you start tracking him down and finding about who this person was and who is Jesus? Who is he, right? Like, if you just do a study on Jesus and dive into him, I think you're going to be really encouraged by it, and you're going to learn a lot because, the Quran says one thing, that he's just a prophet. But the Bible says something completely different. And so that is the difference. That is where, in your situation, you're being pulled from, you're being pulled over here into Islam, or you're wondering about Christianity. So you're in a tug of war match.
Yeah.
But the rope in general in this analogy is Jesus. So you need to decide for yourself who you believe Jesus to be. I believe that he is God's son, and I believe that he died on the cross for my sins and that he rose again on the third day. The Quran will say that he was just a prophet and that he never died on the cross, that somebody else took his place or something like that. And so it's interesting that the Quran kind of battles the one thing that is the whole cornerstone of us. On our whole faith is based around Jesus dying and rising again, and that seems to be what Islam kind of battles. So it's funny that that's the one thing that they want to fight against.
Yeah. Yeah. So, can I ask you one question?
Absolutely, you can ask me as many questions as you
Okay.
want.
So what made you go to, Christ?
So I was born in this. I'm a Baptist. I was born as a Baptist. My dad is a pastor. So I've been a pastor's kid my whole life, and so I've just been going through the motions for the majority of my life. Like I learned. I was always in church, but just within the past couple of years, I started really diving into it for myself and really in building a solid foundation. And I've just been building on that for years now. And now I'm just like, I'm blown away the more I learn about it, because when you look at the Bible, you have all of these different authors who many of them didn't know each other. And when you study and study and study and study from the book of Genesis all the way to the book of Revelation, you start to see that the only way this Bible could be so divinely intertwined is by somebody who is outside of time, because the author of it is outside of the time. And so he sees things from beginning to end because he's not affected by time. And so my perspective has changed. I've been diving more and more into it. Psalms 22 is an amazing passage. Isaiah 53, Isaiah 52, like when you like, he's all throughout the Old Testament, and like I'm learning those things for myself. So I'm building on those things for me, but they're there for you too. It's not just for me. I'm just finding them. Like, I'm just like, oh man, like what else can I find? And the more I go, the more I learn, the more I'm just like blown away by how amazingly accurate, like, because the Old Testament was primarily written in Hebrew, right? And then it was the New Testament was written in Greek for the most part, or Aramaic, Latin, but Greek. And when you start to we have an English Bible here because that's our language. But when you understand that the Bible was written, or the New Testament was written in Greek, you see that they chose Greek because Greek has layers and layers of behind their words. So every word of theirs has so much meaning. And when you see how each English word put up against a Greek word, you're just like blown away by what they're actually trying to relay to you on those words. So I don't know. I've been diving into the Greek a lot more and understanding what it's saying, more than just the English version. I'm getting into the Greek a lot more and trying to see what the idea is. And it's wonderful. I've just been strengthened by it as I've been going along, and I haven't seen anything to make me be like, you know what? God's not real, or Jesus never did that. Like, I've never had any question like that. I do challenge things all the time. I ask questions all the time, but I've always been able to find an answer, at least in my comings and goings.
Okay. Well, would it be okay if I actually join your like live like another 20 minutes from now? Because I need to charge. I need to charge my phone. Everything it's about to go dead right now. So
Yeah. No, yeah, we'll be here. Yeah. Well, come on back.
okay. All right. Well, Dave.
All right.
Thank
I'll
you.
see you.
Bye bye.
Bye. Guys, that was Alyssa. She's been in and out of here, so keep her in your prayers because she is believe I could be mistaken, but I believe she is Muslim, or at least leaning that way, but she's looking, and so it's really neat to see that she is trying to find and trying to dig and trying to find truth, because there's many people who don't do that. So it's really cool that she does that. So sorry I haven't been reading anything. Leah, thanks for those roses. Heather, hi. Jamie, hello. How are you doing tonight? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Pray a truthful prayer to find Creator God no matter what. Fire shine. There are 3 Greek words for love. Yeah, yes. English is so watered down. If I had $1 for every time I heard the word rapture is not in the Bible. Dennis, is there a mod? Yeah, there's Leah's in here and maybe somebody else. Offspring of Ham or the other Canaanites. There's a whole bunch of people talking about like going all the way back to Ham, Shem, and Japheth, like that, like they're coming from Ishmael, because when you go to Abraham, Abraham had Isaac. Isaac was his actual son, but he had another son from Hagar, I think her name was. I haven't really dove too much into it, but there's a complete division right from, Abraham, and Abraham is one of the patriarchs of the faith. Abraham, God told Abraham to go up and sacrifice his son. And so like the whole picture there is that Isaac carried the wood on his back, walking up the mountain for 3 days. They traveled 3 days. And so that's emblematic of Jesus being in the grave for 3 days. And then, you see this whole picture, the wood being on Isaac. So it's a type. It's all about the picture. It was a rehearsal. So Abraham was God the Father. Isaac was representing of God the Son. And you just see this amazing type. Also, what a lot of people don't understand is that the Abraham's main servant guy, his right hand dude, as far as as it goes, his name was Eliezer. And the meaning of Eliezer, the meaning of his name is comforter. And so Eliezer it's whenever you look at the Holy Spirit, he never speaks of himself. And that it talks about that in the book of John too. John as well, not John too, but John as well. The Holy Spirit will never talk about himself, but Eliezer in that story with Abraham and Isaac, you could look at him as the type of the Holy Spirit as well. So there's a model there. And when you see the Bible and you try to apply it like a personal application, something that sticks, just think of a picture. It's like, okay, I have a picture. Now I see the Bible. What's the picture? What am I trying to, like, what is it? Well, it's always a picture, like Adam and Eve. They were a picture. Adam became sin for Eve. Adam wasn't deceived. Adam was a type of Christ. That's mentioned in the book of Romans. Romans. But it's mentioned in the book of Romans that Adam was a type of Christ. Eve was his bride. You and I are the bride. Jesus, became sin for us, just like Adam became sin for his bride. Like if he didn't do that, then his bride would have died and would have been lost for all eternity. But Adam became sin, and then through that line became Jesus. And it's just this wonderful thing. But when you try to find the pictures, if you get what I mean by that. Good evening. Hi, Kat. Hello again. Katie, hi. What is the importance of Melchizedek? I kept hearing that name in my head and never read of it. Yeah, Ethan, Melchizedek is an amazing character that we really don't have much information on, but he's first mentioned in Genesis, I want to say 12 or 13. But what you learn about him is that he is a king and a priest. And so he's also mentioned in the book of Psalms, and he's also mentioned in the book of Hebrews. So he's mentioned a handful of times, but there's really not a lot of information that we have. But what we do know is that he's the king of Salem, back in Genesis, it talks about how he's the king of Salem. Salem back then is just an old school version of Jerusalem. Salem, Jerusalem. So it's the same area, same land. But Melchizedek was the king of Salem. And so you can look at Melchizedek as a type of Christ, because some people argue that he was Jesus Christ pre-incarnate, because there are different times where Jesus would show up to people pre-incarnate. There's the angels that walked as men. When you think about the Sodom and Gomorrah, like, they didn't know that they were angels because they looked just like everybody else, and then they blinded everybody. So Jesus did the same stuff as well. And so a lot of people think that King Melchizedek was actual Jesus Christ before he was born. And so, you can make a strong case for that. But anyways, the idea about Melchizedek is that he is mentioned as a king and priest. There are only three people. There are a whole bunch of kings. King David, right? Like, King David is a king, but he's not a priest. And then you have all these other priests over here, but they're not kings. And so you have three people who are kings and priests. And then when you understand that is so essential to understand the pre-tribulation rapture, because when you go through the book of Revelation, you'll find the 24 elders in Revelation 4 and 5. They identify themselves to be kings and priests. And then when you understand that Jesus was a king and priest, Melchizedek was a king and priest, and oh, hey, the church is also a king and priest. It just blows your mind. I mean, the whole Bible is just unbelievably connected. I love it. Isaac was free from God. The blessing, and Ishmael was from the flesh and didn't get the full blessing. Yeah, I could see that. Rapture is the same as first resurrection. Resurrection is in the Bible. There's two different resurrections. Blessed is he who takes part in the first resurrection. Comforter, like on a bed. No, Ian. Comforter, like he's comforting you. Are you still using the Blue Letter Bible app? Or are you using that for Revelation? I'm always using the Blue Letter Bible app, Leah. But I'm not using it right now because I'm using my phone to talk to you guys. So I can't use it I can't do anything on my phone except TikTok live. But, I missed some of Daniel's study. Is there somewhere to catch up? Yeah, Trisha. There's if you go in my TikTok profile, I upload these on YouTube. There's a link right under my profile picture. So Adam and Eve are in heaven. Yeah, Ethan, I would believe that to be true. I have found that reading this one book has taken me to several books to understand. Revelation 1:6 is the order of Melchizedek, kings and priests. Absolutely, Fireshine. Good. That's good. That's also what sets the stage for bringing them up as well. Ryan, did you hear about the leak 22andMe where the Jews' DNA results addresses were stolen? No, I didn't, but I've heard all about that kind of stuff before. Don't send your DNA in. Don't do it. Okay. All right, we can go ahead and get started here. And I'm going to do what I normally do. I guess you never got a tablet then, huh? I was just talking about that tonight, Leah. I do think I would like to do that. So we'll see. I think it would be very helpful. Good evening, Katie. Just heard a pastor thinks rapture is after October 24th. Justine, stay away from that guy. Nobody should be setting any kind of dates. There's a guy out here who says that the rapture can't occur for the next 3 years. I don't know. I forget his name. I think he's pretty popular because he's got like thousands of likes on all of like the little hearts on the videos. He's got like thousands of them. So I forget, but he's got like a tooth missing. I can't remember his name. Man, I saw like one or two of his videos. I don't know. I feel like if I saw his name, I would remember it. But anyways, not to throw any shade on that guy, but he just talks like he's yelling at me. I'm like, why are you yelling at me? Can't we just like love? Like, I mean, like it doesn't, I don't see the love there. I don't know. But I think I only saw like one or two of his videos, but one of the videos that I saw of his was he was like, the rapture's not going to happen for another 3 years at least or something like that. And I'm like, well, you're taking away from the doctrine of imminency, and that's a dangerous route to kind of go. Yeah, the rapture was supposed to at least happen twice a month. Yeah, no one knows the timing. The whole point in Revelation is the saints being murdered for Jesus' name. No. Excellent answer, Ryan. Thanks, Katie. The rapture is imminent. King Saul tried to be a king and priest, got into trouble. The spirit left him. Why do we not do DNA? If they just the DNA thing, the theory is, and you can look into it for yourself, and then we can start diving into this. But is that they are just trying to. If you look up a guy named Yuval Noah Harari, you will just, if you don't know who he is and you look him up, you'll fall into the deepest rabbit hole you've ever been in. But he talks about how you and I are now hackable, and he calls us animals. Like, we're not an animal. It's important to understand that. You know that one song, "You and Me, Baby, Ain't Nothing." No, that's incorrect. We are not animals. We are made in the image of God. And by calling you and I an animal is basically saying the same thing about God. So you're saying that that God is an animal. He is not. Jesus was a man, but the Yuval Noah Harari, I've lost track. He was talking about how you and I are now hackable. So all they have to do is just get our DNA. Yeah, not the blood. But we are now hackable animals. And so they want to get our DNA so that they can alter and splice and engineer your genes to do whatever, and kind of basically build something that affects you or anybody that's like you or anything like that. It's really, really crazy. WEF henchman, absolutely. Transhumanism is globalist. Yeah. Transhumanism is a big thing. Actually, if you go onto the World Economic Forum website, it's really mind blowing, because you'll find they have a blueprint of their plans, and this has been out there for over 2 years now. So I saw it like about 2 years ago, and I'm sure you can still find it, but picture a circle, and then in the middle of the circle was, C19, right? Like that's in the middle of the circle. But then picture like a bicycle spokes, like all going all over the place around that circle. And at the end of each spoke was a word. And so they had a word all the way around, and you could click on any word and then it would take you to a different layer. Then you click on that word and it would take you to a different layer with all their plans. And then you click on another word and it would take you here. And there were so many layers, and it was all centered around COVID-19. And so it was just really, really interesting that they had that blueprint out there, and it's for everybody to see. They're not hiding it. It's just because they know that, they feel like they're untouchable and whatnot. But they have their plans out there. And then when you keep digging through that blueprint, you will get to one of the words. When you finally get down to the bottom of them, the bottom of the blueprint, you'll find a word with a couple other words around it. But one of the words was transhumanism. And it sounds like it's not a real thing. Sounds conspiracy, right? Yeah. Well, it's on the World Economic website, World Economic Forum website. So you can go find that for yourself. Not conspiracy. I believe it's really close. Rivers dried up. Yeah, Pinky. That is one of the details that you can see for sure. You seen that? Yeah. They can't hide it based on the background. They have to tell us. It's interesting how there's a rule out there. Everybody, I don't understand the rule myself on like they have to tell you, but that's what people say. But symbolism will be their downfall. I sent my DNA to Ancestry by mail. I'm nervous now. Yeah. Well, that's why it's important to dive in and get close to God as you possibly can. And that's what you should have been doing to begin with. But now you know. Now, don't be afraid of it. It's all good. I wanted to dive old age with tubes in my face doing nothing. What? That's an interesting comment there, Fireshine. Um, all right. Yeah, the part of the deception school says we are mammals, just like a dog, cat, etc. And that's right. All right. Can you turn off the comments so we can learn and listen? Nanotech. Yeah, nanotech is a very real thing. All right. So I'm not surprised you are. I didn't say Southern Baptist. I'm independent Baptist is what I would say if you wanna label me with something. But okay, we can go ahead and dive into the book of Daniel. And if you guys are interested, my name is Ryan. If you guys are new here, thanks for being here. We have been going through the book of Revelation. We finished that book not too long ago, and now we are in the book of Daniel because they go very well hand in hand almost. Thanks, Charlene. I appreciate that. So now they're two very prophetic and apocalyptic books, and it's really, really neat when you start to dive in. And you really gain a different understanding and how to view the world. And that's all we're really trying to do. Nobody really knows the answers. Nobody has like, hey, what's going to happen next? But like, that seems to be the question. Everybody's looking for an answer. The only answer I have is that Jesus is the answer. And that might sound a little cliche for some people in here who might be trolling or whatever, but it's very, very true. And I believe it with all my heart. And the only way to heaven is by believing that Jesus died on the cross for your sins and that he rose again on the third day, understanding that he lived a sinless life, that he was God's son, and he's the only way to heaven. John 3:16, Ephesians 2:8 and 9. There's many, many verses like the Romans Road. I mean, if you guys don't know the Romans Road, you should just type it into your computer and just type in what is the Romans Road, and it will give you the verses to be able to show people in your world on how to guide them to Christ. They need to acknowledge that they're a sinner. They need to understand what sin is. They need to know that they're separated. They need to know that death or blood God needed a blood sacrifice. It takes you all the way back, but it gives a very clear picture. And it's really, really important to share that kind of information with other people. So I always tell people that you're not allowed to give me any kind of gifts unless you have told somebody about Jesus. So that is never that's a rule that's never been followed, but I'm going to keep saying it anyways. So we are going to do a recap of Daniel 1 through 10 because that's what we've covered already. And if you guys weren't here for any of those chapters, I'm going to do the best I can. And this is going to be our last night in the book of Daniel because we're going to go through Daniel 11 and 12 tonight. And just so you guys know, chapter 11 is the chapter that I have been dreading covering because it is just it melts my brain trying to. So hopefully you guys can just bear with me as I do my best, but I feel like I can articulate things well, but that chapter, it's going to really challenge me. So, just keep that in mind. But, so I think it's real important, to understand that Daniel and Revelation they are hand in hand as prophetic and apocalyptic visions. John in the Old Testament or in the New Testament, he was called beloved. In the Old Testament, Daniel, he's called beloved multiple times by Gabriel. And I think that is just so fascinating because you have an Old Testament guy, Daniel, and you have a New Testament guy, John. They're both beloved. If you read the Gospel of John, you'll see that John refers to himself in the third person, basically, and he says, the disciple whom Jesus loved. He didn't say John. He could have said, and then I went to with Jesus. He never said that. He said the disciple whom Jesus loved. And I think that's amazing because it shows a lot about where he was. He's like, for me, my take on it is that he wanted to lower himself, like less of me. So you don't even know who I am. I don't want you to look at me. I want you to see Jesus. And it was all about Jesus, all about Jesus. And so that's how John referred to himself in his own gospel. And I thought that was really neat. But those are the two people who are referred to as the disciple, beloved, Daniel and John. And they both have apocalyptic visions. And it's really, really neat. But when you start unpacking the book of Daniel, it kind of helps your brain wrap around grasping the concept. Welcome back, Alyssa. When you start unpacking it, and it helps your brain categorize some things, right? Like, okay, so the first 6 chapters of the book of Daniel, you can look at those 6 chapters as historical. The second 6 chapters you can look at prophetic in a visionary type of way, because that's where many of those visions are held. So that might help wrap your mind around what's going on. It's also important to understand that chapters 2 through 7 are written in Aramaic. And that is important to understand. Thanks, Charlene, because it's important to understand that the chapters 2 through 7 are written in Aramaic, because if you were going to write a letter to an American friend, you would write it in English. If you were going to write your letter to a friend in Mexico or something like that, you would write it in Spanish if you had that ability. So it's interesting to see that chapters 2 through 7 are written in Aramaic, and it's important to understand that Aramaic was the old Gentile language back in the day. So the chapters 2 through 7, you can see through a lens that it is geared towards the Gentiles, not the Jews. But then all the other chapters outside of chapters 2 through 7 were written in Hebrew. And that is important. Thanks, Bradley. So it's when you see that all the other chapters outside of chapter 2 through 7 were written in Hebrew, then you understand that the audience is for the Hebrew people, which is the Jews or Israel. So that's important. So that gives you perspective. But when you start getting into the book of Daniel, before you get to Daniel chapter 1, verse 1, it's important to understand what happened before to lead up to the book of Daniel. Because when you open up the book of Daniel and you get to the first verse, you're kind of just thrown in the middle of the story. That's not exactly how it happened. You need to understand what happened beforehand a little bit. I think that should help kind of set the stage for when you get to the first chapter in Daniel. So basically what happened, just to set the scene before you get into the book, the first chapter, is that there were 3 different sieges on Judea that was done by King Nebuchadnezzar. So here is Judea, and here is King Nebuchadnezzar. King Nebuchadnezzar went and he laid siege on the kings of Judah. I'm sorry. He laid siege on the kings of Judah, and the first king was a guy named Jehoiakim. And King Nebuchadnezzar beat Jehoiakim, and he didn't destroy the city, he didn't destroy the temple, but he beat him. He overtook him, and then on that first siege, he went into the temple which Solomon built. And he went into the temple and he took cups, he took some instruments and stuff like that, and he brought those back to his temple and put them in his temple in Babylon. And so that was the first siege. And so then anyways, you fast forward a little bit of time, and then another guy comes up and his name is Jeconiah. And so then King Nebuchadnezzar goes back and lays siege on Jeconiah, which is again Judah, which is God's people. And King Nebuchadnezzar for the second time defeats them again. And so then you fast forward a little bit of time, and then another guy comes up as king of Judah. His name is Zedekiah. And so he rebels against King Nebuchadnezzar. And for the third time, King Nebuchadnezzar comes and he lays the smackdown on God's people. And God allowed him to do it. But during the third siege, King Nebuchadnezzar absolutely destroyed the temple and the city of Jerusalem. So you need to understand that before you can continue in to the book of Daniel. You need to understand that Jerusalem is now gone, and the Solomon's temple, which was amazing, by the way, this temple was magnificent, and King Nebuchadnezzar absolutely rickrolled that temple, just beat it up, destroyed it. It's no longer there. So that is where we're at when we get into the first chapter of Daniel. So you need to understand first that there is no more temple and that there is no more Jerusalem. So that is where Daniel comes into play, because Daniel becomes a captive, because King Nebuchadnezzar took some of the he brought some of the people back as captives, and was gonna the whole point of bringing them back to Babylon was to basically indoctrinate them into the Babylonian way and raise them up how they wanted to raise them up. So that's important to understand. That is what was going on. Was at the time of Jeremiah. Yeah, Jeremiah and Ezekiel there, Terry. Yep. So then anyways, we keep going to Daniel chapter 1, and Daniel chapter 1 verse 2, it says, and the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand. And I need you to understand, just so you guys know, I'm going to do a deeper recap because this is the last time we're going through the book of Daniel. So I try to do a deep recap because if anybody just wants to get a good sense of the book of Daniel, they can just watch the last video and get a pretty good idea of what's going on without having to watch all the other ones if they don't want to. But Daniel chapter 1 verse 2, it says, and the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand. And that is so important to understand that, first off, Jehoiakim, king of Judah, like that is God's people. Those were God's people. And it says the Lord gave his people to King Nebuchadnezzar. He just gave them to him. King Nebuchadnezzar might have won the war, but it was only allowed by God. So God allowed that to happen to his people. Why did God allow that to happen to his own people? Well, if you rewind back in the books prior to Daniel, you will see that God gave his people strict commands to work the ground for 6 years, and then on the 7th year to let the ground rest. So they were just kind of like in our day-to-day, like we're supposed to do things for 6 days, and then on the 7th day, rest. That's what God did, right? So in the beginning, if you go all the way back to Genesis, you see the same thing. It's a picture. It's all about the picture. And so these people, God's people, didn't stick to the picture. And so they kept on working the ground. They worked the ground all the way through for 490 years. And then God shows up and he says, you worked the ground for 490 years. You owe me 70 years. So that is why God gave them into King Nebuchadnezzar's hand, or one of the reasons. And so they owed God 70 years of captivity. So that is why Daniel and his buddies, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and all the other captives brought from Judah that were brought to Babylon, they were given into the king's hand because they did not obey the Lord. So it's also very personal application for yourself is to think, do you think that when God says something that he means it? Do you think when he says thou shalt not steal or any other commandment, whatever, the little things that you and I try to marginalize it's astounding how our brains work and how much we've been deceived. I mean, we have become so desensitized to sin just because of what they just force in our face. And it's unbelievable. And so you really need to reprogram your mind. I've said this a million times, reprogram your mind to see things differently. Don't go with the flow. If you go with the flow, then you're doing the wrong thing. You need to swim upstream, which is the hard path. I mean, that's very evident in the Old Testament, like a very clear picture that the Bible gives us is it says that broad is the way that leads to destruction. So it's this huge path that leads to destruction. But then it says narrow is the gate that leads to life, and few there are that find it. And so it's important to understand that if you're going with the flow, if you are conforming with this world, then that's not okay. You need to be trying to do the things of God and the things that he tells us to do, but you can't know those things unless you dive in. Anyways, so Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and Daniel are brought to Babylon as captives, and they were given some of the king's delicacies, some of the food, and they said that they were not going to eat it. And that's very important to understand. So we're going to talk on this because I think it's important. But these kids were only 12 to 14 years old. When you think of Daniel or Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, you automatically kind of bring up a middle age to an older man in your mind. At least I did. And that's just not how it is. That's not accurate, because in chapter 1, they are 12 to 14 years old, roughly around that time. And so there these kids are standing, and they have these adults over them telling them what to do, and they stand strong and they say, we're not going to do that, but they go about it tactfully. And they had all kinds of wisdom and knowledge, and it's important to understand where that came from. Where did they get all of that wisdom and knowledge and how to know how to walk, talk, and act. Thanks, Charlene. They did that because if you go to Deuteronomy chapter 6, you will see that in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4 through 9, it talks about basically it's where you get a picture of homeschooling. So these kids were raised in a home that absolutely that their parents were pouring into them all the things that they knew. And so that's important for you and I. And again, it's another personal application because we send our kids to other people and we send our kids to daycare and we're like, hey, get out of our house. And then when they come back and they start acting out, we're like, what's going on with my kid? Oh, he's just like that. No. It all comes down on the parents. It's your responsibility. We don't want responsibility in our world, so we just try to dish it off, right? Like Adam, when like the Lord showed up, he's like, what have you done? He's like, this woman you gave me. And then the woman was like, this snake. It's like nobody wants to be like, you know what? That's my fault. Nobody wants to do that. It's always somebody else. But it's really neat to see that Daniel was able to stand strong in front of these adults after their whole city and temple just got destroyed, and they were able to stand strong and they went about it tactfully. Anyways, that the king's delicacies were offered up. It was food that was offered up to idols, and they knew that they should not eat that because it went against all of the Jewish customs. And so they had all of that knowledge because of how they were raised. That's my whole point. Anyways, they stand before the king. The king tests them. King Nebuchadnezzar absolutely loves them. He finds out that they are 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers and whatnot. And so in chapter 1, verse 17, this is a very important verse because we're going to come back to it a couple times, but it says in chapter 1, verse 17, it says, as for these young men, God gave them knowledge and skill in all literature and wisdom. And Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. So look at Daniel as like this superhero in a sense, just not like the Marvel one where they make him all super shiny and he's wearing tights. Anyways, then you get to chapter 2. And in chapter 2, King Nebuchadnezzar has a dream. And these are stories you guys have all probably heard before, but it's important to look at them in a different kind of way because these are very real people who went through real things and had real feelings and emotions and were scared and all this kind of stuff. Nice. Oh, cool. So King Nebuchadnezzar has this dream and he wants to test his guys that he put in power because there's these magicians, astrologers, soothsayers, all these guys who are top of the food chain. King Nebuchadnezzar is above them, obviously. But King Nebuchadnezzar has a dream and he tests them. He's like, you know what? I had a dream. You tell me what it was and I'll know that you're legit. And that's what he did. And so all of his advisors, basically, which you can view as an occultic kind of, that's basically, they were occultic advisors. They did not like that the king was testing them. And so they kind of pushed back and they're like, nobody can tell you what this is. Like nobody knows. No, this is nothing that a king has ever done. And so one thing about King Nebuchadnezzar that's important to understand is that he was very serious. It's like he either was going to give you all kinds of riches or you were going to be cut in pieces. There was no real middle ground with King Nebuchadnezzar, and everybody was terrified of him. There's stories about him in other books of the Bible. You can find that for yourself. But King Nebuchadnezzar was the real deal. So when he said something, it wasn't empty threats or anything like that. So Nebuchadnezzar says, you're going to tell me or else I'm going to kill you. And they said, we can't tell you. And so the decree went out and they started killing all of these wise men. So Daniel finds out about it and he has a prayer meeting with his friends, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and they go to the Lord in prayer and God reveals the dream and the interpretation to Daniel. And the first thing that you see Daniel do after this dream is given to him is that he blesses God. I find that fascinating and it's something that I need to start doing myself, like blessing God. Like, I think it's neat. Like you guys might do it. It's not something that I find myself. It's not like a knee-jerk reaction for me to bless God in my personal prayers. Like, cause I don't have like the strongest of prayer life. I'm working on it myself, but it's interesting that he blesses God and he's like, bless God. Like, it's like, do we need to bless God? Like, I mean, I'm looking at it like that's a weird thing because he's amazing already. Does it matter if I do it? I think he loves it. I think it's obviously it's very important to do. And I'm going to start working on that for myself. So that's just a little personal application for me. So anyways, in that prayer, you see there's very, very little things that are mentioned about Daniel in his own prayer, and it's all about God. And so that's really neat. So then you get to where Daniel starts giving the interpretation to King Nebuchadnezzar, and he tells them, or tells him the dream, and it's basically, he sees a statue, and he describes all, the gold, the bronze, the silver, the iron, and then the iron mixed with clay. But what he is describing is a flyby of history. So here's Babylon, and he gives a flyby of history all the way to the Roman Empire. So he's telling him what's going to happen in the future. Now, he doesn't give him dates or times or hours or anything like that, but he says, after you're the head of gold, you're Babylon. That's where we're at right now. After you, it's going to be the Medes and Persians. After you, it's going to be the Greek Empire, the Greece Empire. After them, they're going to be the Romans. And so that's what he is explaining to King Nebuchadnezzar. And so then what's really interesting in Daniel chapter 2, verse 46 and 47, it says, Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face prostrate before Daniel and commanded that they should present him with an offering and incense to him. The king answered Daniel and said, Truly your God is the God of gods, the Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets, since you could reveal this secret. And this is very interesting because you have the king of the world here, King Nebuchadnezzar. He is the superpower of the world, top dog, top G, if you will. And he is worshiping before Daniel in a sense, and he's acknowledging that Daniel's God is the God. Keep that in mind though, because as we move on, he forgets that very quickly. So anyways, that's what Daniel does. He reveals the secret, the dream, the interpretation. King Nebuchadnezzar acknowledges Daniel's God, and you start to see this very interesting relationship forming between King Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel. But then you get to chapter 3, and then you see that King Nebuchadnezzar very, very quickly forgot about that interpretation and what he said about Daniel's God. Because in chapter 3, King Nebuchadnezzar made an idol or an image of gold, all about gold of him. Like he puts this huge image up, and it was, everybody was instructed to start bowing down and worshiping before this image. And it was, it's interesting that he chose gold, because during the dream in chapter 2, the gold head was emblematic of the Babylonian Empire of King Nebuchadnezzar. And so he kind of takes that idea and runs with it, and then just builds a whole statue of gold. It's almost like he's like saying, you know what, I'm not going to fall. And it's very interesting to see. He's like, okay, on this hand, I had a gold, or a statue, gold head, bronze, silver, and iron mixed with clay. And then he's like, you know what? I'm going to make my own statue of all gold. He's like, I'm going to test that theory, and let's see how strong this is. Anyways, he tells the entire kingdom, all the peoples, to bow down when the music starts playing. And chapter 3 is very interesting, because in chapter 3, you see that there is a person that is absent from this chapter, and this is Daniel. You don't find Daniel in chapter 3 anywhere, which is very interesting. But as the story goes, I'm sure you're very aware that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego did not bow down. And so these guys throw Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego under the bus, and they are brought before the king. And the king's like, you will bow down. He's like, we're not going to bow down. He's like, let it be known that we do not worship your God, but we only serve our God. And that made King Nebuchadnezzar so mad. So he heats up the fiery furnace 7 times hotter than what it was before. And they bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And then King Nebuchadnezzar's mighty men try to throw him into the fiery furnace, bound, and the mighty men die because of how hot it was. So there they go in, bound. But then a couple verses later, King Nebuchadnezzar is looking in the fire, and he sees, I see them in the fire, but there's 4, and they are loose. And I love that imagery, because it shows that God had control over the fire. Now, it's such a simple thing to God. And, you know, it's so interesting that he had control. He's like, you know what? I'm going to release them in the fire. I don't know how it happened. Maybe the fire got to it. I don't know what happened, but they were bound when they went in, and then they were loose when they were walking around in there. And there was one like the Son of God, and that's Jesus showing up in the middle of the fire. It's also important to understand that God allowed them to go into the fire and to be tested, right? Like that's important. Now there's going to be somebody who's like, oh, that's mid-trib. That's not at all what I would say at all, because that's not the idea here. But I think it's important to understand that you could go through some stuff. You and I can go through some stuff. We can be tested, but will you falter, or will you fall down, or will you stand? You need to stand, and you need to know what you know, or else you might falter. And so it's important to know what you know and to know why you know it. Don't just know something, know why you know it. There's a very big difference there. But anyways, in Daniel chapter 3, verse 28, Nebuchadnezzar tells him to come out, and again he blesses the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So for the second time, King Nebuchadnezzar, the ruler of the world, is acknowledging Daniel and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's God to be the God. So he forgot the first time in chapter 2, and now he's going to forget it again. He says it the second time in chapter 3, but he's going to forget it. So he keeps forgetting because he's focusing on himself. He's like, I'm the king. He forgets his place. Kings, presidents, I don't care who you are just another sinner, just like me. And he was having a hard time learning that lesson. So it's very interesting that God chose Nebuchadnezzar, the king of the world in a sense, to be the guinea pig in this story, because that seems to be the theme for the first couple chapters in the book of Daniel. But again, remember that these chapters are written in Aramaic, and these are geared toward the Gentiles. You and I are Gentiles, and then the other chapters outside of chapters 2 through 7 are written in Hebrew. So anyways, then we get to chapter 4. And in chapter 4, King Nebuchadnezzar again has this crazy dream. And in this dream, he sees this massive tree. And this tree, he sees it, there's birds flying in it, it's feeding all of the earth. But he writes a decree, or he writes a letter to the entire empire. And this was a massive empire. So this chapter was written by King Nebuchadnezzar himself. I need you to understand how amazing and how important that is. This is not like a scribe writing it down. This is King Nebuchadnezzar himself writing it down. So you can look at this as a type of affidavit, like a sworn statement. Like this is, I swear to this is by my own hand. It says time and time again that in chapter 4, verse 4, it says, I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in my house. So we know this is King Nebuchadnezzar writing this down. And that is amazing, because this is the king of the world letting his entire empire in on his own personal life and his weaknesses and his pride. He was laying it all out there for everybody to see. And that is not normal. That is not something a normal person would do. It would almost be normal to not let anybody know that. And if anybody tried to get that kind of word out there, they're going to be like, fake news, you know? But that is not what happens here. King Nebuchadnezzar writes chapter 4, and he writes down his vision and this dream that he had. And he sees this giant tree, and everybody's getting fed from it. But then he sees that it gets cut down and it turns into a stump. And then so anyways, King Nebuchadnezzar ends up telling Daniel the dream, and he asks Daniel to interpret the dream for him. And so Daniel ends up telling him that the tree is another picture of King Nebuchadnezzar himself. And he's like, Daniel tells King Nebuchadnezzar that King Nebuchadnezzar will be like the beasts in the field, that he will eat like the oxen, that his nails will grow crazy long, and that his hair will go crazy long, and he will live like a beast for 7 years. And so that's a crazy interpretation, and you would think that you would be walking on eggshells after you get this interpretation. Like if I tell you, hey, this is going to happen to you, you would probably square your life around, right? That doesn't seem to be the case, because 12 months later, King Nebuchadnezzar, in chapter 4, verse 30, it says this: the king spoke, saying, is not this great Babylon that I have built for a royal dwelling by my mighty power and for the honor of my majesty. Wow. Can you not just see this amazing pride? Like it's like so arrogant and prideful. You just want to run away from those type of people. It's like, dude, you're only talking about yourself. Can you even see me down here? They got their nose up in the air. But it's interesting. So let's go to Proverbs chapter 6 real fast, because it's important to know who God is, understand the things that he loves, the things that he hates, because then you can start to model your world and try to avoid these certain potholes. So Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16 and 17, 18 and 19, it says this: "These 6 things the Lord hates. Yes, 7 are an abomination to him. A proud look." Boom, first one, pride. A proud look, a lying tongue. When was the last time, do you guys tell a lie today? Even if it was a little one? I'm sure some of you guys have. I don't know if I did. I don't know if I lied today. Maybe, probably did. Anyways, hands that shed innocent blood. A heart that devises wicked plans. Ooh, feet that are swift in running to evil. A false witness who speaks lies, and one who sows discord among the brethren. First off, yeah, ZJ, I'm sure I probably did too. I'll let you go ahead. I did do it. I'm not even gonna guess. I did. I can't remember it, but I'm sure I did. But the very last one is really interesting, just to talk on that one. It says, "And one who sows discord among the brethren." That is so apparent in our world today, at least on the TikToks, right? Because when you go through and you're just like scrolling, you're like, oh, what's going to go on? And you just start seeing all these people like debate me and like tell me I'm wrong or prove me wrong or all these things. And I'm just like, what are you doing? Like you guys don't understand how many times I have held back a comment. Like I'm just like, I'm gonna hit send, I'm gonna do it, and then I don't do it because I'm like, I'm not gonna change their mind, it's not gonna get seen, and I don't want to, it's just so interesting to see all of these people out there who are just creating divisions. And I'm just like, let's just focus on Jesus. Get lost in Jesus, guys. If you get lost in Jesus, you're gonna do well. Then you're not gonna want to debate, you're not gonna want to fight people, and if you do, you're gonna go at it tactfully with love, and you're gonna do those kinds of things with a loving kind of way. But if you take love out of it and you move it over here and now you go at them, you're going to they're going to be all kind of defensed up. They're not going to want to talk to you. It's going to be a straight up battle, and there's no edification there at all. But anyways, going back to Daniel chapter 4, King Nebuchadnezzar has this mass ego trip, and he just starts popping off at the mouth saying, look at how amazing I am. Thank you, wisdom. But he starts saying, look at how amazing I am. And while the words were still in his mouth, a voice came from heaven and said that Daniel's interpretation was going to come to be. And so within that hour, King Nebuchadnezzar is out of the palace, and he's like a beast of the earth. He was like a beast of the earth for 7 years. And so at the end of 7 years, let's go to Daniel chapter 4, verse 34. It says this: "And at the end of the time, Nebuchadnezzar," again, remember, king of the world, king of Babylon, like this is the guy. He's talking and he's writing this letter and he's sending it out willingly to his people, letting them see his weakness. Remember, that is not normal for human beings to do, but King Nebuchadnezzar was so aware of his shortcomings, and that's why I believe that we're probably going to see him up in heaven, and I'm going to be like, what's up, dude? That's what I'm going to... Anyways, Daniel chapter 4, verse 34. It says, "And at the end of the time, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted my eyes to heaven." Boom. Right when his mind came back to him, the first thing that he did was he lifted his eyes to heaven, and it says, my understanding returned to me, and I blessed the Most High. You're seeing Daniel bless God. You're seeing King Nebuchadnezzar bless God. Guys, I'm telling you, work that into your prayer life. Bless God. He loves his word. Give it back to him. Give that back to him. Just do that. Anyways, it says, "And I blessed the Most High and praised and honored him who lives forever." Now, here's a phrase that we're going to start reading that is all about that we're going to see multiple times. Thanks, Diana, guys. It says, for his dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom is from generation to generation. You're going to see that time and time again. Pay attention to it. When you guys start seeing the same thing time and time again, make note of it. Write something next to your page and say like, hey, this is over in this chapter too. And like, you're going to start seeing all kinds of things. It's really neat. But in verse 35, continuing, it says, all the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing. He does according to his will in the army of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth. No one can restrain his hand or say to him, what have you done? Anyways, in verse 37, it says, now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, all of whose works are truth and his ways justice. And those who walk in pride, he is able to cut down. Okay, so here's the picture that you get to see, because from the beginning in chapter 2, you see him on his high horse, right? And then Daniel humbles him, and King Nebuchadnezzar is like, you know what? Your God's pretty cool. I worship you for a certain amount of time. And then a couple years go on, and then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they don't bow down. King Nebuchadnezzar forgets who he is, throws them into the fiery furnace, and then he's humbled real fast again. They come out, and he falls down, and he blesses their God again. But then he forgets a third time, or a second time. And now here, and at the end of chapter 4, you see a completely different King Nebuchadnezzar. He is like, this is who I am. I'm amazing, because I was like, is this not my great Babylon, like that I have built with my power and my majesty? It's like all about me, me, me. But at the end of King Nebuchadnezzar, because at the end of chapter 4, we're done with Nebuchadnezzar. He dies after this chapter. And but what you see at the end of his days is a completely change of mindset. Like, it's a different tune that he's singing. And it's interesting because it again shows long suffering on God, because like you and I, and like I'm guilty of this too. Like, I'm like, man, I'm ready for the rapture. Like, I want to go home so bad. But aren't you glad that he waited for you, right? Like, aren't you glad that he waited for you? Because he waited for King Nebuchadnezzar, and like, this is all part of his plan that he flung into motion. And like, you know, I'm going to keep saying like, I'm like, please come on, rapture us, come on, you know, like I want to do that. But it's so interesting to see that he waited for Nebuchadnezzar. And if you were watching Nebuchadnezzar like as a fly on the wall, you would have been like, not worth it, pass, you know, like. But it's so important to remember what Paul in one of his verses, I always forget, but I love the phrase. It's not even the whole verse, it's just the phrase. He says, and such were some of you. And that is where you need to remember. You need to remember when you're looking at all these people, and like, that's one of the reasons why I like hold my tongue half the time. But like, I'm like, these guys are just doing what sinners do. Like, we're a hot mess. Like, they're lost. Like, they don't know Christ. And they're doing what people who don't know Christ do. They're just being not natural. We're born into this mud puddle down here, and we're a hot mess. And the more you understand the Bible, the more you're going to get patience and love and understanding and wisdom. And anyways, I think it's interesting. It's personal application. King Nebuchadnezzar, he finally, I feel like right here in chapter 4 is when he finally came to the Lord. I think that's where it was. I think that's where it happened. So I think that's really neat, because he waited for you and he waited for me. And if you're not a Christian, I hope you come to know him soon, because he is everything. But as I told you guys before, the book of Daniel kind of bounces all over the place. The book is not in chronological order. It actually goes chapters 1 through 4, and then it jumps to chapters 7 and 8, and then it comes back to chapter 5, and then back to chapter 9, and then back to 6, and then 10 through 12. But anyways, we're going on to chapter 5, and within chapter 5, you are introduced to a guy named Belshazzar. Now, first off, you guys need to understand that Belshazzar, this is the book of Daniel. I couldn't read your name there, sorry, but this is the book of Daniel. But in chapter 5, you're introduced to a guy named Belshazzar. He is the king of Babylon right now. This is the grandson of Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar has died, and now King Belshazzar is now in charge of Babylon. So it says the son, but what the word there, or the father, it says father Nebuchadnezzar, but the word actually means grandfather when you click on it and you dive into it. But anyways, Chapter 5 is about the fall of Babylon. So if you want to title it something, you can say this is the fall of Babylon. Now, you need to understand there's a difference between the fall of Babylon and the doom of Babylon. The doom of Babylon happens at the end, right? Like if you go to Revelation chapter 18, I think it is, but you see the doom of Babylon there, and everybody's like, oh, is America Babylon? And I'm like, there's all kinds of theories out there. I'm not going to be dogmatic about any of those kind of ideas because nobody knows. You can't make a definitive statement on those kind of things. But if you read chapter 18, I think it's 18, but if you read that chapter in Revelation, you will see that the people on the earth during the tribulation, you will see there's three types of people. They're the kings, they're the merchants, and they are the ship masters. So actually, let's go there. But just because I think it's important, just so if you guys haven't been here for it is chapter 18. Okay, so Revelation chapter 18. Go to Revelation chapter 18, verse 9. In Revelation 18, verse 9, it says, the kings of the earth. So there's the first grouping, the kings. And then in verse 11, it says, and the merchants. And then go down to verse 17, Revelation 18, verse 17. It says, for in 1 hour, such great riches came to nothing. Every shipmaster. So you have kings, merchants, and shipmasters. And what they all say, if you read this chapter, is it says that they standing at a far distance for fear of her torment, say, alas, alas, that great city, Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour your judgment has come. So there are people who say, oh, the Babylon is America. Well, I mean, you can make that argument. I mean, you can make any argument you want, but the people, if you take the book of Revelation literally, which I do, if you take that book literally, you will see that there are the three people, kings, merchants, and shipmasters. They are standing afar off, and they're looking at the city. So it implies that they can tell that the entire city is on fire. Now, if I stood on a mountain, I wouldn't be able to see that all of America was on fire. But it seems, it kind of seems to imply that these kings, merchants, and shipmasters seem to be able to see an entire city. And so, it could be an actual city. It could be over in Iraq, which is where Babylon used to be. But anyways, chapter 5, you are introduced to a guy named King Belshazzar. There are two names that are very similar in the book of Daniel. There is Belteshazzar, and then there is Belshazzar. So they're two different people. Belteshazzar is Daniel. That's the Babylonian name that they gave him when they brought him into captivity, because they were trying to bring him over to the dark side. But Belshazzar was King Nebuchadnezzar's grandchild who took the throne after him. So Belshazzar is having a grand old party, and he tells his servants to bring in the bowls, the cups, all of the things that King Nebuchadnezzar took from the temple of the Lord. Remember, before we started the recap, King Nebuchadnezzar, when he was alive, he laid siege on Judah, went into the house of the Lord, the temple, and took cups and bowls and things, and he took some of those things and he brought them back and put them in his temple. So now in chapter 5, King Belshazzar is having a grand old time, and he tells his servants to go across the road and to bring all of those cups and bowls that were used in the house of the Lord, bring them to him so that they could drink out of them. And so that is what ends up happening. And that was like the biggest slap in the face to God. Just so you know, it's going to come into play. These were just like little instruments like that were used within the house of the Lord. And so you can make a parallel, if you want, with Antiochus Epiphanes, because he erected the statue of Zeus in the Holy of Holies. So you see what happened when that occurred. This is a little taste of what is going to happen. So you see destruction is going to happen because he does not like the day of vengeance is in his heart. Like there's coming a time for all these people. Anyways, so when the king got these cups brought to him that were used to be in the temple of the Lord, they start drinking out of them. And right when they were doing this, this was a huge slap in the face to God. All of a sudden, a hand appears and starts writing on the wall. And so King Belshazzar literally craps his pants in verse 6. Like, I'm not joking. In verse 6, he craps his pants. It says this in chapter 5, verse 6. It says, "Then the king's countenance changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his hips were loosened and his knees knocked against each other." Wow. He literally crapped his pants. And this is insane because that's a fulfillment of prophecy. Because, well, we'll go there. We'll cover that tonight. Because if you weren't here for it, we'll actually explain that to you. But we need to finish this chapter before we can explain it to you. But anyways, he craps his pants. The king, remember, King Belshazzar is holding that title of king of the world as the superpower. And so everybody's in shock, and he brings all his magicians and his soothsayers and astrologers and wise men, and he brings them in. He's like, "Tell me what the writing on the wall is. Anybody who can do it, I will give you, I'll make you third in the kingdom." And so that's what he was going to give. Nobody could do it. But then the queen shows up and he's like, "Hey, there's a guy, Daniel, who can do this for you." The queen, she knew Daniel. She knew everything that he has done. And she was so confident that Daniel could show up and explain the writing on the wall. And so that's what he does. He comes in, he says, "I don't want any of your riches or anything like that." But basically what the writing on the wall is, it says, "Many, many tekel upharsin." And basically what that says is you're numbered, you're weighed and found wanting, is basically what he said. And he tells him in chapter 5, verse 28, it says, Peres, it says, "Your kingdom has been divided and given to the Medes and Persians." And so what I need you guys to understand is that if you don't understand Daniel chapter 2, remember the idol that there was an idol with the head of gold, you had the silver, you had the bronze, and then you had the iron, and iron mixed with clay. If you don't understand that, then you don't understand why it says your kingdom has been given to the Medes and Persians. Because what happens here is that the gold head of that statue was Babylon. The next in line was the Medes and Persians. And so right here, Daniel is telling the king that your kingdom, King Belshazzar, has been given to the Medes and Persians. Thanks, Ramsey. And so King Belshazzar is like, "Okay, cool. Let's get back to partying." Anyways, it says that in verse 30, it says, "That very night, Belshazzar, king of the Chaldeans, was slain." And so the way that the Medes and Persians, during this party, while they were all getting weird and stuff like that, Belshazzar, or during that party where they were all getting wild, what they didn't know is that the Medes and the Persians were making their way to Babylon, and they were conquering everything on their way there. And so they lived in there was actually two great walls that have never been defeated before. So behind their walls, they felt safe. They don't need to worry about anybody else because they had a name, right? Kind of reminds me of Sardis in the book of Revelation, where they had a name and they thought they couldn't be conquered, but then they kept getting conquered as a thief in the night. It's this the whole thing there. But Babylon actually fell without a battle, because what the Medes and the Persians did is that there was water that flew into Babylon, and so what they did is they built up a dam to shut the water off, and then they just marched on in, and they didn't even know that they were taken over for like 3 days. Because they took Babylon over without a battle. But anyways, it's important to understand, because the king crapping his pants, we're going to get to that. But so anyways, the next empire that is now showing up on the scene is the Medes and the Persians. And so the reason why it's called the Medes and the Persians is because there are two kings that we're going to be introduced to in the Medes and the Persians. One is Cyrus and one is Darius. Cyrus and Darius. So Cyrus was the top dog in the Medes and the Persian Empire. The reason why it's Medes and Persians is because his mom was a Mede, his dad was a Persian. So that's why it's the Medes and the Persians. Some people refer to it as the Persian Empire because it was primarily Persian at the end of it. So you can say it's the Persian Empire, but technically it's the Medes and the Persians. Anyways, it makes a lot more sense when you read Daniel chapter 8, because there's a ram and the ram has two horns, like Medes, Persians, but it's important to understand that Cyrus ends up conquering Babylon without a battle. So King Cyrus is now the guy. And as he comes into Babylon, Daniel is there and he walks up to him and he hands him a scroll. And this is really neat. So go to Isaiah 45. Go to Isaiah 45 because this is mind blowing. So Cyrus and Daniel have never met. They don't know each other. And so Daniel goes up to Cyrus and he hands him a scroll. And this is what it says in Isaiah. Actually, go to Isaiah 44, verse 28. We're going to read the last chapter, the last verse of chapter 44. Isaiah 44, verse 28. Oh, Thanksgiving grace. Isaiah 44, verse 28 says this: Who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and he shall perform all my pleasure, saying to Jerusalem, you shall be built, and to the temple, your foundation should be laid. Now, I need you to remember that during this time, Jerusalem is still destroyed. During this time, the temple is still destroyed. It's not there. There is none of it. But 150 years roughly before Cyrus was even born, this was written down. And so finally Cyrus shows up and Daniel goes up, gives him this. Cyrus opens it up and this is what he reads. Chapter 45 verse 1, it says, Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus. Can you imagine just like being like, oh, I just conquered this city. Like, oh yeah. Like, well, then he's handed this letter, and it's a letter, an ancient scroll, and it has his name on it, and it says everything that I've done, and it calls him out by name. So it says in verse 1, it says, Thus says the Lord, this is a message from the Lord to Cyrus that he's reading. He's like, oh my goodness, this is from God. It says, Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held. If that doesn't tell you that, like, you're a child, like, hey, hold my hand while we cross the street, right? Like, that's pretty neat. Cyrus, you are a child, even though you were King of Kings here. You are not the King of Kings, but he was a king over all the other kings. Thank you, Julie. But so the Cyrus shows up and he reads this letter and he's like, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held to subdue nations before him and loose the armor of kings. Okay, that right there is what it's referring to. Because remember, Belshazzar, he sees the writing on the wall. He literally poops himself, and you know that story had to have gone around and people had to have heard about it, because by the time Cyrus shows up, like, that's the kind of stuff that would be news. And so right here it would remind Cyrus of this kind of thing happening, where it says, and to loose the armor of kings, and to open before him the double doors, so that the gates will not be shut. I will go before you and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of bronze and cut the bars of iron. I will give you the treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places, that you may know that I, the Lord, who call you by your name, am the God of Israel. For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel my elect, I have even called you by your name. I have named you, though you have not known me. I find that absolutely fascinating. Here is this king who is on top of the world, just conquered this city that's never been conquered before, and he's all probably on his high horse, and then he gets a letter from God who calls him out, and that is absolutely amazing. So that's what ends up happening there. And so when you chase, like it says that Cyrus will be basically give the command to rebuild the city, rebuild the temple, like that, all that stuff happened. If you read Nehemiah and in Ezra, you can find those kind of things. That's in all the other things that we covered already. But also in 2 Chronicles 36, chapter 36, verse 22, and then in Ezra chapter 1, the first couple of verses there, you can find that as well. Like, that's all documented. So Cyrus basically was like, hey, I got a letter from the Lord. I got to do this. Well, he ended up giving the green light for all that stuff to happen. But anyways, then we get to chapter 6. And in chapter 6, here is the story of Daniel in the lion's den. But what's really interesting about this chapter is to understand that there were over 120 guys who hated Daniel, and they wanted to find something wrong with him so that they could kill him. They hated him so much because of how awesome he was. Like, he never did anything right. And they hated him because you never, like, there's, for the same reason why people out there don't want to see you succeed, right? Like, if you're doing well in life, There's people who hate you, and it's the same. It's easy to understand. But anyways, it's important to understand that there were over 120 of these guys who were working together, conspiring against one person. So they were stalking him, surveilling him, trying to trap him in some kind of way, but they couldn't do it. So the only way that they could do it is by going to King Darius and saying, "Hey, King, let's make this decree," and then that way they could entrap Daniel. And so the king ends up signing it, having no idea what their reasoning was behind. And so, anyways, in Daniel chapter 6, verse 10, it says, "Now when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went home, and in his upper room with his windows open towards Jerusalem, he knelt down on his knees 3 times that day and prayed and gave thanks before his God, as was his custom since early days." I mean, it's just unbelievable because Daniel has had such an adventure up to this point. Like, there's the fiery furnace. He's seen the visions. He's been there and done that. And so this isn't about to phase him. His faith is almost already sight. Like, there's guys who've already seen things. And like, if you were one of these special people back in the Old Testament, like, your faith was unlike everybody else's because you saw things, right? So Daniel's already way past. He's like, you know what? This isn't going to scare me. Although I'm sure it probably unnerved him a little bit. He's like, I don't want to die. That's just like natural human reaction. But anyways, he goes home, and it's interesting that it says, "Now when Daniel knew that the writing was signed," like, this was not like he went home and did this full knowledge, knowing what could possibly happen to him, knowing what was going to happen to him. And he's like, bring it. So he prays. They point at him. Thanks, Fago. They point at him. They bring him before the king. And it's really interesting because during King Nebuchadnezzar, Daniel was the right-hand man under the King Nebuchadnezzar. Well, then Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar fell, and now Cyrus and Darius are now in charge, and Medes and Persian Empire. But then again, Daniel is right there, top of the pyramid in a sense. And so Darius, knowing what was going on now, how he got tricked, had to throw Daniel into the lion's den. And he didn't even get any sleep that night. Darius was a hot mess because he was friends with Daniel. And I find that very interesting. You have the top dog in Babylon, the city here, and he is a nervous wreck because he couldn't overturn his decree. And it's important to understand because when you go back into the Babylon Empire, King Nebuchadnezzar could do whatever he wants. He's like, I make a rule that this. Well, the next day he could overturn it without any reason. He could just do whatever he wanted. He's like, your wish is my command. That was not the case for the Medes and the Persians. The Medes and the Persians operated differently. If there was a decree, the king himself couldn't overrule it. So he was stuck in his decree. And so they had to throw him into the lion's den. And so they ended up doing that. King Darius didn't get any sleep. He was he was a hot mess. And then in the morning, he goes out there and he cries out and he says, it says in verse 20, Daniel chapter 6, verse 20, it says, "And when he came to the den, he cried out with a lamenting voice to Daniel. The king spoke, saying to Daniel, thanks, Brandy, Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God whom you serve continually been able to deliver you from the lions?" It's interesting. He says all of those things. If it was just me, I would have been like, hey, buddy, you okay? You alive? I wouldn't have said all of those things, but he cried all those things out almost in a prayer type fashion. You can hear like it was a lamenting voice, like, please say something back. And so he did. Daniel's like, oh, king, live forever. And then in verse 22, it says, my God sent his angel and shut the lion's mouth. So while Daniel is down in this like little lion's den, like this angel shows up and he's like, oh yeah, oh, my king, yeah, my God sent an angel, shut the lions' mouths, we're hanging out, we're playing poker, no, sheesh. But it's really interesting and that this is one of the times where he has an encounter with an angel. And that is neat. Anyways, Daniel comes out of the lion's den, and then the king throws all 120 of those guys who entrapped Daniel and all of their wives and all of their children into the lion's den. And that had to, can you just imagine, first off, can you imagine the screams? Because let's talk about this. Thanks, Vega. Let's talk, like, this is real stuff. There were people who had blood on them after battle. It was up close and personal. It was in your face. They heard these things. It was a whole thing. You like screams, crying, pleading, all of the emotions. It was a different time. And that's what's going on here. And, it's mind blowing to really, really get in there and use your imagination and fill in some of those blanks. Like, don't just read over something and just be like, oh, okay. And then don't do that. Like, get in there. Like, how would that affect you if you are this person, if you are Daniel, if you are David, if you are John, if you are Saul, if you are whatever, get in there, use your imagination, make it more real. Don't just glaze over this kind of stuff. This stuff is really, really incredible because, like, imagine, I don't know if you guys have ever been in a car accident before, but let's use a car accident as an example. Let's say you get into a car accident, you try explaining to somebody else and you're like, oh man, I think I got hit and I bounced and bounced and bounced and then I rolled over and I was like just sitting, all these things you would describe it so vividly and everybody watching it would be like, oh wow, tell me more, please tell me more about it. Like, I can't, like, they're not, like, it's not really real to them because they weren't there, but to you it was everything. You're like, I thought I was gonna die. You can only explain it so much, but make that kind of stuff, just try to make this personal application. Anyways, you get to Daniel chapter 7, and in Daniel chapter 7, this chapter is absolutely mind bending because this is a parallel that goes so big with the book of Revelation. I mean, if you can understand Daniel chapter 7, you're doing really well. Daniel chapter 7, Daniel has this vision and he sees 4 beasts. He sees one, the first one is a lion, second one is a bear, the third one is a leopard, but the fourth beast is something he didn't describe as an animal. He didn't know how to describe it. In verse 7, it says this. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 7, it says this. After this, I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, exceedingly strong. It had huge iron teeth. It was devouring, breaking in pieces, and trampling the residue with its feet. It was different from all the other beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. There were people out there, now just so you guys know, there are people out there who think that the 10 horns are the BRICS nations, and they're like, I gotta make a TikTok video because there's the word 10, and there's 10 over here, and so it's gotta be the same. Like, no. Like, just be very careful on what you guys watch out there and what you see. It's not the BRICS nations, just so you guys know. And if you read Revelation chapter 17, these 10 you'll see that they don't have power yet. But anyways, he doesn't know how to describe this beast, so he describes it as being dreadful and terrible. Thanks, Gina. He describes it as being dreadful and terrible. So this dreadful and terrible beast had 10 horns. So what's going on with the 10 horns? Well, if you go real fast over to Daniel 7 verse 24, it says the 10 horns are 10 kings. Okay, so now you know that the 10 horns are representing 10 kings. Whenever you see a horn in the Old Testament or whatever, understand that the horn is emblematic of power and strength. That's what's going on. These horns are representing power and authority, okay? So understand that. So these horns are on this beast that he doesn't know how to describe. And so let's continue on in verse 8. It says, I was considering the horns. So you could read that as saying, I was considering the kings. And there was another king, a little king, coming up among them, before whom 3 of the kings were plucked out. Take those 3 and throw them away. Were plucked out, and there in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man and a mouth speaking pompous words. This is a representation of the Antichrist. This little horn in Daniel chapter 7 is representing the Antichrist. And so basically there's going to be 10 kings that pop up somewhere. He's going to destroy 3 of them. So now you're down to 7, but then a little one's going to pop up. Little guy, a little one right there. And if you read Revelation 17, you will stumble upon a verse that will just not make any sense to you. But if you go to Revelation 17 and you understand what I just told you right here, you will be able to see who the one that was, that one that is not, and will be is of the 8th, but is of the 7th. Like this whole weird verbiage that nobody ever says. and you don't know how to read it, and so you just keep on going. But that's what this is talking about right here. So you need to understand Daniel 7 in order to understand Revelation 17. So anyways, going on in Revelation, or in Daniel 7 verse 9, Daniel now has this insane vision. And I think it's really neat to see what he says in verse 9. It says, I watched till thrones were put in place, and the Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. His throne was a fiery flame, its wheels a burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 thousands ministered to him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The court was seated and the books were opened. So now we go down to verse 13, Daniel 7 verse 13, and it says this, I was watching in the night vision, and behold, one like the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. He came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. Then to him was given dominion and glory and a kingdom. And remember that. That's all been said in the other chapters before. Dominion and glory, all of those things. But all right, let's stop there. Go back to Daniel 7 verse 9. It says, now this is Daniel. Daniel, remember, he's in the Old Testament. He had no idea. He was not alive when Jesus was alive. He wasn't here for any of the things that happened after Jesus. So Daniel, in his world, didn't know how to describe things that he was seeing. He was like, what am I looking at right now? So Daniel is there, and it says, I watched till thrones were put in place. The thrones there are paralleling the thrones that are mentioned in Revelation chapter 4. There are 24 elders. There are 24 elders that are mentioned in Revelation chapter 4, and they cast their crowns before the Lord. And then when you go to Revelation chapter 5, you see that these 24 elders, they sing a song in Revelation chapter 5, and they identify themselves. They're like, hey, you have redeemed us with your blood, and you, Jesus, have made us kings and priests. This is why it's so important to understand who the kings and priests are, because if you do, you can see why me personally believe, other people have different reasons, but my biggest reason on why I believe in the pre-tribulation rapture is because who the 24 elders are. They are kings and priests, the only three kings and priests mentioned in the Bible. Melchizedek, we were talking about him earlier. He is mentioned in Genesis, he's mentioned in Psalms, he's mentioned in Hebrews, and he is a king and he is a priest. There are kings out there and there are priests out there, but Melchizedek is a king and a priest. So he's the first one. The second one is Jesus Christ. He is a king and a priest as well. The third one you can find in 1 Peter chapter 2, 9, I think. But Peter's talking about the church, and he says a royal priesthood. So when you understand that the church is emblematic, it's representing a royal priesthood, you can say royalty is a king or a queen, right? Like it's a king, priesthood, royal priesthood, king and priest. You're like, wait a second, those 24 elders are the church. And so when you come here to Daniel chapter 7, verse 9, Daniel, remember, Daniel's a Jew. He's never heard of a church before. He's never seen Jesus before. He hasn't had these experiences like all the other people in the New Testament, right? So here in Daniel 7 verse 9, he says, this is Daniel talking. He says, I watched till thrones were put in place. Now he's talking, he's seeing, he's describing things, and he doesn't know what he's seeing. And then he goes on and he says, and the Ancient of Days, if you go to Revelation chapter 5, what you see, the imagery there is that there is God the Father sitting on the throne with a scroll, and nobody is worthy to come and take that scroll. But then one of the elders comes up to John and he's like, don't worry about it. Don't cry. There is one who is worthy. And he's like, it's the Lion of Judah, the root of David. Like, wow. So Jesus shows up and he goes up to God the Father in Revelation. Oh, mind you, this is all happening in Revelation. Jesus goes up and he takes the scroll from God the Father. It's a picture. It's a beautiful picture. But in Daniel, now again, this is 300 years before Jesus is even born. Daniel is having this vision and he sees thrones. Now, this is emblematic of the church here. You can find that in Ephesians 3, 3, 5, and 9. But if it says he sees the thrones, and then he describes God the Father as the Ancient of Days. And then when you go to verse 13, Daniel 7, verse 13, it says, and behold, one like the Son of Man. If you know anything about Jesus, you know that was one of his titles that he referred to himself as. So he's saying one like the Son of Man that's Jesus. He's showing up and he's going to the Ancient of Days. And then when you go to Revelation chapter 5, you see Jesus, there stood one that was like a lamb that had been slain, going up to the Father and taking that scroll. Anyways, the main reason why I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture is because when you study the book of Revelation, you see that the 24 elders are in heaven before the seals are broken, because they are singing their song to Jesus while Jesus is still holding the scroll. The seals aren't open until chapter 6. The elders are in heaven singing to Jesus in chapter 5. The church isn't even mentioned after chapter 3. I mean, it is like there's so many things, you can just keep going. But I'm going to give you another one on why I believe in the pre-tribulation rapture if you're interested. Go to Daniel 7, verse 20. Actually, we'll go to Daniel 7, verse 19. It says this, then I wish to know the truth about the fourth beast. So Daniel is having this incredible vision here, and he's like wondering what this means. And like, I want to give Daniel a high five for asking this question, because that's exactly what I would have done. I would have been like, tell me about that one. I don't care about the bear. I know what a bear is. I've seen one. They're scary. But Daniel goes up and there's somebody standing by the way. He goes up to somebody who's standing by. That's how he describes him. He goes up to somebody standing by. I am assuming that is an elder. That could have been you. That could have been me. Unbelievable. But in verse 19, he says, then I wish to know the truth about the fourth beast, which was different from all the others, exceedingly dreadful, with its teeth of iron and its nails of bronze, which devoured broken pieces and trampled the residue with its feet. Verse 20, and the 10 horns that were on its head and the other horn. Now, mind you, there's 10 and then the other. So 10 plus 1. So actually 11. He plucks 3 out. Anyways, and the 10 horns that were on its head and the other horn which came up, before which 3 fell, namely that horn which had eyes and a mouth which spoke pompous words. Again, this guy is super prideful. It's arrogant. This is a picture of the Antichrist. Thanks, Vago. It says, whose appearance was greater than his fellows. Verse 21, this is the one I want to focus on. I was watching, and the same horn, the little horn, the Antichrist was making war against the saints and prevailing against them. So this is what I want to talk about. So in verse 21, you see the Antichrist making war against the saints and prevailing against them. He's killing these saints. So you need to understand that there are different categories. I want you to picture 4 buckets here. So in this bucket, I'm putting all of the Old Testament saints, and then I'm taking that bucket and I'm putting them to the side. They're already in heaven. Okay. Now in this bucket, this is where the church is. This is where the bride, this is you and I, if you're a Christian, you and I are here. This is where we're at. So this is a completely different bucket. So we are, things apply to you and I that didn't apply to the Old Testament, and things apply to you and I that are not going to apply to the people during the tribulation time. So anyways, here's this bucket. So the thing that's going to happen is, So go to Matthew 16, verse 18, because I want to show you this, talking about the prevailing, because this is important to know, and you guys can use this for all your other people that you talk to. But Matthew 16, verse 18. In Matthew 16, verse 18, this is Jesus talking, okay? So keep that in mind. It's important. It's always important to know what's going on. But Matthew 16, 18, it says, and I also say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. So he's talking about the church. And it says this about the church, and the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it. So, okay, well, hold on a second, because in Daniel chapter 7, verse 21, it says that the Antichrist was prevailing against the saints. Okay, so who are the saints? Because Jesus said that the gates of Hades would not prevail against the church. Okay, well, now you're getting an idea that the church and the saints must be in different buckets. And that is exactly what's going on. So you have the Old Testament guys, they're already gone. They're with the Lord. Now you have you and I in the world that we're living in. We're living in a parenthesis, if you will. We're living in like a little bit of a limbo kind of area because we're after Christ, but we're before the rapture. So that's that area that I'm describing right now. So everybody who was part of the early church, who was a Christian, and everybody today that is a Christian, we're all lumped in the same bucket, and we are here for such a time as this. So the way it's going to go is that the next thing on the prophetic timeline, to the way I see it, is that the rapture is going to occur. Boom, we're gone. Now we're living in a world where there are no Christians on the earth, and that is insane to think about. So now you're seeing people. Okay, like imagine you're still here on the world after the rapture. You're going to be like, wait a second, my mom told me about the rapture. My mom or my dad, or I read this thing, or somebody told me about this. And now all of these people are going to go to the Bible, and a lot of people are going to put their faith in Christ, but they're not going to get raptured up. They are going to have to go through the tribulation. So in Daniel chapter 7, verse 21, where it says the Antichrist is going to prevail against the saints, that is talking about tribulation saints. It's the tribulation saints. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about the church, as Matthew 16:18 already was talking about. There's two different things that are talking about there. So that's what's really going on. But anyways, there's the tribulation saints, the ones who die, and then there's tribulation saints, the ones that make it all the way through the tribulation, and they go into the millennial kingdom, and they actually populate the millennial kingdom after the Battle of Armageddon. But we already covered that in the book of Revelation. You can go watch that if you're interested. But anyways, then we go to Daniel 7, verse 23 to 25. And that is where you are introduced to where you can see the idea of a global government being formed. And you can see, you can dive into that. We don't need to unpack that, but we talked about that before. Anyways, that's Daniel chapter 7. Spent a lot of time there. That's because I think it's really neat. So moving on, Daniel chapter 8, and it says in Daniel chapter 8, this is talking about you're introduced to two animals. You're introduced to one in chapter 8, verse 3. You're introduced to a ram. And then you're introduced in Daniel 8, verse 5. You're introduced to a goat. The ram is emblematic of the Medes and the Persians because it has two horns, and Medes, Persians. So you got this thing going on. And then the ram is much more powerful than a goat, but the goat was emblematic of Alexander the Great. And so you have, again, go back to Daniel chapter 2, you have the statue. King Nebuchadnezzar was the head. Then you have the Medes and the Persians next. Then you have the Greeks, the Greek Empire coming up afterwards. So now you're seeing the two empires about to clash, and you're about to see one being overthrown. So you saw King Nebuchadnezzar, or Belshazzar, get overthrown by the Medes and Persians. Medes and Persians come up and they smack them. Now Medes and Persians are up top. Well, now the Greek Empire is coming up and about to dethrone them, and Alexander the Great, his empire, will be now ruling for the most part. So the ram represents the Medes and the Persians, and the goat represents Alexander the Great. And so anyways, Alexander the Great ends up dying, but before he dies, there's accounts out there where he says his generals came up to him when he was dying and said, "Who shall your empire go to?" And he said, "Give it to the strong." And so he had 4 generals. And so this is going to be really important to understand for what we're going to cover tonight in chapter 11. And it's important to understand that there were 4 generals. You have Lysimachus, you have Cassander. Those two are like the little guys. So you have 4 generals. The 2 weaker ones were Lysimachus and a guy named Cassander. They were the weaker of the 4. But then you have the other 2, Ptolemy and Seleucus. So those are the guys that are going to be mainly on the scene during Daniel chapter 11. So it's important to understand that this is where it kind of all comes to. This is the scene for it. But anyways, there's a guy who is introduced in Daniel chapter 8. He comes out of the Seleucid Empire, and he is a guy named Antiochus Epiphanes IV. And Antiochus Epiphanes IV is a bad news bear type of guy. I mean, this guy was a type of Antichrist. He was basically he was a model of what the Antichrist is going to actually be like. So if you go to Matthew 24, you'll see the Olivet Discourse. But Jesus talks about when he says something along the lines of, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet. So Jesus himself tells you and I to go back and read Daniel and see what he's talking about, because what is the abomination of desolation? What is that? Well, the abomination of the desolation is in Daniel chapter 8. You just need to know how to need to know your history, and it's described here in Daniel chapter 8, verse 9 through 11, essentially. But this guy, what he ends up doing is he goes into the temple, and he hates the Jews. He makes all kinds of laws against the Jews. He says, you can't read the Torah. If you do, I'm going to kill you. You can't circumcise your children. If you do, I'm going to kill you. You can't do all of these things. If you do, I will kill you. And that is what he said to the Jews. And so he is over the Jewish people, and he is just beating them down. It's always against the Jews, right? Like, same thing that we're seeing today. Why is it? It's not about the land. They just hate the Jews. Like, you need to understand that Satan hates the Jews. Like, he hates you and I, but he hates the Jewish people, because that's where Jesus came. Jesus was a Jew. He hates all of them. The 144,000 are going to be part of the Jewish people that come up. Whole thing. He's trying to destroy them, because if he can, then he makes God blink, and he makes God a liar if he can destroy them. So he is going after the Jewish people. You need to understand that. That's why everything is culminating in Israel. Like, it's all a wonderful thing to see, and terrifying and scary and awesome all at the same time. I'm like, I don't know if I need to laugh or cry at this point, but this is amazing. Anyways, going back to what Daniel saw, he saw in this vision here, he saw a guy named Antiochus Epiphanes go into the temple, and he erected a statue of Zeus in the Holy of Holies. And that was what was the tipping point for the Jews. So this guy is oppressing the Jewish people, but when the Jewish people see this bad guy do that, they start fighting back, and they revolt, and it becomes you can read all about this in the first, second book of the Maccabees, but that's all documented. But that's what's going on there. But so the abomination of desolation is where they erected a false god in the Holy of Holies. That is the abomination of desolation. So that's what's going on. Anyways, all of that is made very, very clear, because Gabriel ends up showing up to Daniel, and he gives him the exact definition at the end of chapter 8. If you say, how do you know that that's what it's representing? Well, Gabriel shows up and actually tells it to him, so it's not that difficult. But that's the picture there. There's actually really neat things in Daniel 8, verse 24, talking about the Antichrist again. It says, his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. So this guy who's going to rise up is going to be, he's going to rise up. Thank you, Faithful. He's going to rise up, and he's not going to rise up by his own power. It says in verse 24, his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. So if you go to Revelation 13, you will see that there's two beasts. It's not just one. A lot of people mistake that. They say, who do you think? Like, there's two. So there's going to be the Antichrist. That's the that's the word that we dubbed the one guy to be Antichrist. And the other one that we dub is the false prophet. But they are a duet. There's not one, there's two. So you can look at them as the unholy trinity. You can say you have the Holy Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. But then on the other side, you have the dragon, you have the beast, and you have the false prophet. He is the unholy trinity. He's never had an original thought. He counterfeits everything that Jesus has ever done. So that's what's going on there. But it says that the dragon gives the beast his authority. And so that is backed up in Daniel. And so the two, you need to understand Daniel in order to understand the book of Revelation. So anyways, but in Daniel 8, verse 25, it says this, through his cunning, he shall cause deceit to prosper under his rule, and he shall exalt himself in his heart. So again, this is going to be a very prideful person. But continuing on, it says, he shall destroy many in their prosperity. That's what mine says in the New King James. But in the King James, it says, he shall destroy many by peace. And that is interesting. You know, this Antichrist is going to be a peacemaker. And, So that's important to understand. But anyways, then you get to Daniel chapter 9, and Daniel chapter 9 is like the top of the mountain when it comes to prophecies because of how amazing this chapter really is. It is mind blowing when you see Daniel chapter 9, specifically Daniel 9 verse 24 through 27, because these four verses 24 through 27 it is unbelievable how exact God gave it to you. Like he gave us everything except like seconds or nanoseconds or anything like that. He broke it down as simple as he possibly could, as descriptive as he could, down to the T. Anyways, Daniel 9:24, you're given the scope, right? And so the scope is you have 490 years. Okay, so I want you to picture a circle. You have 490 years. That is the whole scope. Daniel 9:25 is 69 years. So not 70, or not the 70 weeks of years, which is 490, but Daniel 9:25 is 69 out of the 70. And so now you're like, okay, well, I have 483 years here, but we have 490, so we're missing 7 years. So you have a total of 490 that needs accounted for. In verse 25, we're going to focus on 483 out of 490. And so we're missing 7 years. So where's that 7 years? Well, the 7 years come back into play in verse 27. And in verse 27 is what applies to you and I. But in Daniel 9, verse 25, it talks about within 483 years, the clock starts when the command is given to rebuild the city of Jerusalem. And you can go to the book of Nehemiah chapter 2 and see where that command is given. That was actually given on March 14th, 445 BC. You can see all that kind of stuff happen. It's all documented outside sources as well. But you can see that stuff. The clock starts on that day. And then what happens 483 years in the future when the clock stops? Well, that is when Jesus rides into town on a donkey, and it's unbelievable. So you need to understand what's really cool about that is that there were times where people tried to make Jesus king. They wanted to take him away and make him king by force. Can you like trying to you always imagine people being arrested and you're like, no, don't, like you're taking them away by force and taking them up to jail. Can you imagine somebody trying to forcefully make you king because of how cool you are? Like that doesn't happen. Like you're going to be king and you're going to like it. No, so Jesus was like, no. Well, the reason why he said no was because it wasn't his time. He was not ready to be acknowledged as king. So he needed to wait until 483 years exactly. And so he waited till that day. And not only did he wait, he arranged it. He sent his guys into the town to go get a donkey and bring it to him so that he can sit on it and then go into the city of Jerusalem. And it was amazing. He did it all exactly on the day. It's so neat to see that kind of stuff. Anyways, he goes into Jerusalem and he weeps over it because they did not recognize, they missed the time of their visitation. And so Jesus prophesies over Jerusalem and he says, because you missed the time of your visitation, you're going to fall. Your city is going to get destroyed. Your temple is going to get destroyed. Sure enough, it did in 70 AD. King Nebuchadnezzar destroyed King Solomon's temple. Boom, gone. Then they rebuilt it. Jesus taught in front of the temple. He taught in front of the temple that Zerubbabel built. King Herod made it more grand, but Jesus taught in front of that temple. And while he was boots on the ground on the earth, he prophesied over it. He's like, this is going to fall again. Sure enough, in 70 AD, the Romans came and flattened it. And so now we're all paying attention to this third temple that's coming on the scene. And right now, Israel has all of the materials, everything they need right now, everything. They have everything right now to rebuild this temple. And it is unbelievable to pay attention to all the things. They have the garb for the high priest, the Sanhedrin. They're training up their guys in the art of sacrificing animals. Anyways, going to Daniel 9:27, it says this is what applies to you and I today. Not you and I, but this is what's on the future. Daniel 9:25 and 26, that already happened. We're focusing on Daniel 9:27 now. And in Daniel 9:27, it says this, then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. Okay, so there's that 1 week that we were missing. Remember, we had 490 years. This is what we had this was the whole scope. We just covered 483 years over here. So now we have 483 years complete out of 490 years. But we're missing 7 years. Well, and that's what we're covering right here in Daniel 9:27. Daniel 9:27 is what many people refer to as the time of Jacob's trouble or Daniel's 70th week. Either way, they're interchangeable, they're synonymous. You can say it however you want to. But it says in 9:27, it says, then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. The he, that's the antecedent because it's talking about the he that was mentioned in the verse prior, which was the prince who is to come. The prince who is to come is one of the titles of the Antichrist. We as America just settle on the Antichrist for some reason. You can say the man of sin, the lawless one, son of perdition, whatever. That's all talking about the same guy. He has like 50 titles. But in Daniel 9:27, it says, then he shall confirm a covenant with many, talking about Israel, for 1 week. That week is a week of years. That's 7 years. So this is an idea of where we get another picture of the tribulation. And then in Matthew 24, it's mentioned the great tribulation and all that. You can dive into that on your own. But it goes on in Daniel 9:27, it says this, he, the Antichrist, shall bring an end to sacrifice and offering. And I find that very interesting because when you see that it says he shall bring an end to sacrifice and offering, that implies that there is sacrificing and offering currently going on. Like you can't bring an end to it unless it's actually going on. And so that is why it's so neat because right now they can do all that. They can build this stuff right now. If they wanted to, it would only take them a month or two to build it all up. They already have everything. It would just be like building a puzzle because they already have all the puzzle pieces. And so that is really interesting. So anyways, this guy, this Antichrist, is going to go in. He's going to bring an end to sacrifice and offering. And then it continues and it says, and on the wing of abominations shall be one who makes desolate. Now remember, we talked about this before. It's like, we just heard some words in there that said abominations, desolate, the abomination of desolation. Like that is, it's a connective. It's connecting the dots there. It's talking about that. What is it talking about? Well, what happened in the past? Well, Antiochus Epiphanes went in, built that statue of Zeus, and that is what that's talking about. So anyways, we are living in that time. You can go to Jeremiah 30 verse 7 and it talks about the time of Jacob's trouble. Jacob, his name was Jacob, but he was also called Israel. So you can say the time of Israel's trouble. So it's also important to understand that chapters 2 through 7 were written in Aramaic. Well, now we're outside of that little scope. We are now outside of those chapters. Now we're back into the Hebrew language. Chapter 9 was written in Hebrew. Hebrew, it was intended for Hebrews or Jewish people. It's intended for the Israel. It's fascinating. Anyways, then you get to Daniel chapter 10. And then Daniel chapter 10, you are introduced to this unbelievable, you get the craziest visual in Daniel chapter 10. So basically what happens in Daniel chapter 10 is Daniel is praying and fasting for 21 days. And then this angel shows up and he's like, hey, angel, or he says, hey, Daniel, what's up, man? I've been trying to get to you for the past 20 days. But I couldn't because the prince of Persia withstood me. So I want you, thank you, Plain White. I want you to understand there's an angel from the time Daniel started praying, an angel tried to get to him to deliver a message, but he was withstood by a demonic angel. Is that not just mind-blowing? This angel is trying to get to Daniel to deliver a message, and he's battling him for 21 days, and he's like, I couldn't get to you until Michael showed up. Can you just imagine seeing this demonic angel just being like, oh no, here comes Michael? Because every time you see Michael, he's battling Satan, or Lucifer, because I mean, and just so you guys know, like Michael's the one who throws Lucifer out of heaven. Like God is just hanging back, like relaxing. He's not stressed about anything. But Michael shows up and starts battling this prince of Persia, which is a demonic force. And then the angel is finally able to show up to Daniel. And I find it very interesting. Daniel 10 verse 12. It says this, then he said to me, do not fear, Daniel, for from the first day that you set your heart to understand and to humble yourself before your God, your words were heard, and I have come because of your words. That is crazy to me. Do you guys, this angel showed up because of what Daniel was doing. This gives you such insight on the power of prayer. This angel showed up because of what Daniel was doing, which implies that if Daniel did not do this, the angel wouldn't have showed up. So it just like, it gives you that insight, and we unpacked all of like the different dynamics between angels. Like angels are created beings. Yeah. They have bodies. You see them showing up. They blind people in Sodom and Gomorrah. Like after Jesus ascends into heaven, there's two men standing there. There's always two of them, right? Like it seems like there's two. There's like, we entertain angels as we go about our day, which is really interesting. I mean, that I wonder if I have. That would be crazy. But it's also interesting because in Matthew 18:10, you see that children have guardian angels, and that's really interesting. Ours are probably working overtime right now because of how much crap we are getting ourselves into. But it's also interesting when you flip the script and you look at the demonic force, because, they explain why I've not seen that one. Thank you so much. But the demonic side is really interesting when you study that, because it seems that they are always seeking embodiment, which means they don't have bodies. They are looking for one to enter. I mean, we'll look at Jesus. When Jesus showed up and he was in the tomb, the guy who came out of the tombs and he cast the demon out of him, the demons said to Jesus, he's like, don't basically cast us into the lake of fire before our time. That is interesting because that sheds a lot of insight. Those demons recognize that they have a time. They know that they read the Bible. They understand this. They know it better than you and I probably because they've been around forever. The same demons that were in that guy are still here today. And that's crazy when you start thinking about that kind of stuff. But these guys seem to always be looking for something to go into. Whereas, compare and contrast there, angels seem to be able to manifest in a body. Like they don't have that problem that demons have. So there's a difference there. It's hard to really wrap your mind around. Anyways, you can go to Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 if you want to really get into a little bit more of a study on Lucifer, because you see the same kind of concept going on. Because there's a guy that you're introduced to in Ezekiel, and his name is the King of Tyre. And it's not an actual dude, because once you start hearing what is said to the King of Tyre, it says, you were in Eden. You were the most beautiful. Like, he's not talking to a man. He's talking to the guy behind the man, which is Lucifer. And so that's what's important to understand. But anyways, in Daniel chapter 10, verse 20, it says this. The angel, then he said, do you know why I've come to you? And now I must return to fight with the prince of Persia. So this angel shows up to Daniel. He delivers a message. And he's like, okay, I gotta go open up a can, right? Like this angel had to go back to fight. I think the word spiritual warfare is kind of too common. I don't know if it really makes it make sense in your mind, but there are guys, I want you to picture like dudes around you, like with knives just going at it, just like trying to fight. Like it's a straight out brawl, like dudes in the street just like knocking each other. Like it's a all out knockdown, drag out fight. Like these guys are throwing each other against the fence, like giving each other elbows. Like it is massive. So this angel says, do you not know why I've come to you? And now I must return to fight with the prince of Persia. The fight wasn't done. It was still continuing. Michael was fighting the prince of Persia. Bam, 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 bam. All while the other angel is down here delivering a message. And then he goes back to fight. Like it's a continual fight. Like they're just not getting tired. They're fighting. Prayer is important. Prayer is important. It is so important. And this angel shows up because of the words that Daniel said. And I find that so interesting. Anyways, going back to Daniel 10, verse 20, it says, now I must return to fight with the prince of Persia. And then after that, it says, and when I have gone forth, indeed, the prince of Greece will come. Oh, man. So after he's done fighting the prince of Persia, who's coming after the Persians? So you have Babylon. They fall. Boom. Who shows up after Babylon? The Medes and the Persians. Well, who shows up after the Medes and the Persians? After they fall, the Greek Empire. So he already knows, this angel knows that after I'm done fighting this prince of Persia, I gotta fight the prince of Greece. And I don't know if it's the same demonic prince here. It could be, and maybe he's just writing it down in a way that Daniel could understand. But it makes you wonder who the prince of the United States is, because that is clearly happening, and you can't tell me any differently. But that is an insanely long recap of Daniel chapters 1 through 10. And now I'll hang out with you guys for a minute, and then we'll dive into Daniel chapter 11, this chapter that I have been dreading to getting into, because this is the hardest chapter. Oh, man. But thanks for being here, guys. Thanks, Becca. If you guys are new, thanks for being here. We're just going through the book of Daniel. We finished the book of Revelation not too long ago, and that book is amazing. We're seeing a lot of crazy things happening in our world right now. But I want you to know, more importantly, like we can disagree on some of this stuff, like, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with me. I don't have to agree with you on everything. That's okay. But what I want you to know, on a hill I will die on, is I need you to understand how you can know for sure you can get to heaven. There's one way. It's by Christ and Christ alone. You need to understand and believe that Jesus is God's son, that he was born, led a sinless life, died on the cross for you, rose again on the third day, and that is how you get to heaven, by believing. For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him. It doesn't say for whosoever believes and gets baptized and goes to church and does this and whatever. Whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. It's absolutely amazing, guys. It's a free gift. You cannot earn it. If you could earn it, then why would Jesus need to die? You guys need to understand that. And I want you to know that more than anything else. Like, if you disagree with everything I said, that's fine. Understand Jesus, follow him, dive into who he is, and chase after that. It's unbelievable. Your mind's going to get blown. If Alyssa's here, I hope you are, but it's everything. And we're seeing a lot of stuff happening, culminating over in Israel, and there's a lot of question marks in the world, and nobody has the answers. But what I can tell you is that it doesn't change why you are here. If you are a Christian, it doesn't matter. Thanks, Amber. Your mission, because you're like, look at yourself as a soldier, right? That's what you are. Your mission hasn't changed. Your mission is to tell others about Jesus. That's it. Yeah, Tara, that's coming up all over the place. I know people are trying to, it could be, who knows, but, your mission hasn't changed. Even if the lights go out tomorrow, your mission hasn't changed. Even if your world flips upside down, your mission hasn't changed. Even if we start getting attacked on all sides, your mission hasn't changed. You are here for one reason. A lot of people are thinking, what about me? What about me? What about my family? Like, I get that. I really do. And I really do. But I just understand that you need to zoom out, like come back here and look at it from an aerial point of view and be like, you know what? I understand that this isn't all there is. Like, remember that story of Elisha, like his servant, he was terrified because they were surrounded. And Elisha's just hanging out. He's like, God, please open his eyes. And he opened his eyes, and the servant looked around, and they were surrounded by chariots of fire. We are living, thanks, Rock. We are living in a spiritual warfare. That prince of Persia, Michael the archangel, that angel who was trying to get to Daniel, all of those things, those angels are still at work. Like, just because we're not getting new chapters in the Bible doesn't mean that the story ended. Like, this stuff is still continuing, and it's boiling up. One of these days that pressure is going to get too hot, and it's just going to go pop, and that's we're getting down to it. So I always tell people that I believe the rapture could occur in my lifetime. I'm not going to die on that hill. I mean, one of God's characteristic, one of his traits is he is long suffering, and he could be a lot more long suffering than what you and I think. But I do believe that the rapture could occur in my lifetime just because of what I'm seeing on a global level. Everything seems to be converging, for lack of a better word. But so, explain the rapture. The rapture. The rapture is the removal of the church. Yeah, hey, come on up, Fago. Bring it on up for a couple minutes. Thanks, Linda. I appreciate that. Hello, Fago.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man? How are you?
So, I'm doing really good. Um, I didn't mean to cut you off on what you were talking about. I just wanted to learn more. And I wanted to ask a few questions, you know.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, no. I'm right now, I'm going through a fast. I'm on my third night right now. I was trying to aim for 40 days, 40 nights, just like Jesus, but the Lord told me I'm okay to do 3 days, 3 nights. And it's just getting hard, you know. And I was just wondering, like, it's just how can I feel His presence, and how can I just gain more strength? You know what I mean? It's hard. So
Yeah. So you're saying, how can you feel his presence? Is that what you said?
yeah,
Um,
I didn't know what to ask. I didn't expect you to answer.
no, no, I'd like to say something on that real quick, and then I can let you go. But I think we need to reprogram our minds. One of the big deceptions that is out there, at least in my opinion, you can disagree if you want, but that's fine. But the way I see it is that the American version of Christianity is more about a feeling or an experience. And that's not it. And so if you're chasing a feeling, then you're missing the point. It's not about a feeling. You're chasing Jesus, and that is the feeling. Like, people can fall down on the ground, convulse, and they're like, I'm speaking, you know, that is very dangerous kind of stuff, and those people are chasing an experience. So I think it's more about, like, if you start, that's why I tell people to study Jesus, because when you study Jesus, you see a man, and that's what you should strive to be. What do you know about Jesus? How do you think he walked? Did he walk up to people? Was he condescending, or did he want everybody to look at him? Or did he walk in there and do all of these speaking in different languages or whatever? Did he do those things? No, he came lowly. Showed up on a donkey. He didn't even show up on a horse. He showed up and he humbled himself. It's literally less of me. That's what you should strive to be. That's what Jesus was. He made himself of no reputation, taking upon himself the form of a bondservant. It's just, that is what you should be. That is the Jesus that I know. That is not the Jesus that the American culture really pushes, though. And so be careful on what you're looking for. And so, like, when you say Jesus, or when other people say Jesus, be very careful, because there are people out there who are worshiping a different Jesus. And because there's like, if I say, hey, do you know Jesus? You'd be like, yeah. And I'd be like, oh, okay, well, he's over at my house right now. You want to come hang out with him? You'd be like, oh, I thought you were talking about Jesus of the Bible. And it's important to understand that there are other people out there who worship a different Jesus. So be careful. So, but we're about to dive in here, man. But feel free to shoot me a message if you want to. Yeah, and that goes for everybody in here. Feel free to shoot me a message if you guys have any questions at any time. I'd love to talk to you. You don't have to follow me. My messages are open for anybody and everybody. But thanks, Kenny. So I'm gonna let you go, though, so we can.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, man. I'll talk to you later, hopefully.
See.
See ya. So yeah. I don't know if I answered his question right there, but it's difficult to really know where people are at, who they are. It's tough, and you know, takes some interesting. Okay, so I believe you did. Thanks. I do kind of chase that feeling. Yeah. Thanks, Kenya. Too kind. I always tell people, if you're new in here, like, you can only give me a gift if you have told somebody about Jesus, because I'm not here for those gifts, although I do appreciate it. Thank you guys. Okay, I'll bring you up here, Des, and you can come up for just a couple minutes, and then we're going to unpack Daniel 11. Thanks, Christy. Thanks, guys.
I
Dang.
think someone else mentioned it in the comments. We just wanted to say well done on the fasting and trying to go closer to Christ, and that he's a gentleman he's drawing closer to you at that time. And the best way to feel his presence is a conversation. And that you mentioned earlier how much he likes to be praised. I think you did.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I want. Just, it's all about the conversation. You know, especially when you're fasting, that you are entering his throne and you are entering his gates, and that he's really listening there. And if you have the conversation and you listen, you'll hear God talking to you. It's not difficult. He sometimes, he will scream how wonderful he is in all the roses and all the valleys. And if you just look out for him, and I just want to say that I was praying for him, that he will see God's presence and feel him. That's all. Thank you. And I appreciate you. I'm really enjoying everything you're saying. You're amazing. You're amazing.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'll let you go.
Thanks. See. Okay. Spice. All right. Last one. Spice Thomas, you can come on up, and then we'll get into Daniel 11. Just a couple minutes, though. Okay, man? Or just a couple minutes. Yeah, Fago, absolutely, man.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah. Thank you for, I just spoke to a friend yesterday, and she says, do you know that I am a Jew? And I said, no, I did not. And so I'm going to just I've been a Christian since I was 12. That's here or there. When she says, I'm a good person, okay, here's what I would like for you to say to me. How would you handle that, with discretion and knowledge, and help her to understand? It's not me to make her understand, but what would be the words that you would want her to hear?
Ephesians 2:8 and 9. Ephesians 2:8 and 9 would be perfect for that. And if you just type in your Google, just the Romans road, it'll bring up like a handful of verses that will walk that person kind of through. Thanks, Kenya. And it basically walks them into understanding that we all have sinned, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Then it goes to, for the wages of sin is death. So you bring them to understand that all have sinned, and that's point A. Then point B is, for the wages of sin is death. You're like, okay, well, now that you admit you're a sinner, now you understand that the wages of those sin is death, right? So since you've sinned, you deserve death. That's what you get them to understand. Then you bring them to the next step. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And so you're like, well, what's the gift of God? And then you take them to that. You just keep on walking them there. But if they think that they can get to heaven by being a good person,
Right.
Ephesians 2:8-9 is good, because it says, for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works.
Right.
Lest any man should boast. There's also another one, Paul. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but basically Paul was talking about, I think, Colossians or Galatians. I can't remember, but it talks about how if you could get to heaven by being a good person, it's basically saying that Christ died in vain. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would never want to. We just said neither one of us. We don't want to argue about religion. We do not want to argue about politics. That's just something. But at the same token, I want her to know that my love for her is that she be in heaven. I don't want her to be left behind. We all have had false teaching, and that's where I'm appreciating your discernment of the Bible. I came across you a while ago, and I though, okay, so I actually shared it on my Facebook wall. Where can I find you on Facebook or Instagram as well? Is it in your bio?
I don't have, this is the only,
This is it?
I post, well, I post these up on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
It's
Okay.
literally like,
I'm a YouTuber.
okay, there's a link. It's nothing. It's literally these lives. I don't do anything fancy with them. I literally just
Sure.
copy and paste them and put them up on YouTube. So if anybody's interested in going back, they can.
Okay.
This one will be up there within a couple days, I'm sure. But all the revelation that we went through, it's up there. All the Daniel chapters that we covered are up there. But yeah, that's all I got.
I want to say one thing. My son, he hates social media, and I think he especially hates TikTok. And I said, you do not understand. There are many, 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 many good things that come across TikTok. You are one of them. So I thank you.
Thank you so much. Just out here, I don't know everything, and I'll be the first one to say it, but the things I do know, I like talking
Well, you know
about.
who John Hagee is, right?
It sounds familiar.
San Antonio.
No, go ahead, tell me.
Anyway, he's one that he's written many, many books, but he was the book that he's written that is exactly what you're speaking of. I can't think of it on the top of my head, but what you say and what I was listening to just the other day, it all coincides totally.
Cool. It's
So there you go.
it's really neat when you start seeing it, and you're
Right.
just like, oh, I've never seen it like that before. And you're like, hey, somebody, I forget who was
All right.
somebody
You
in somebody in the comments just helped me out. So you can give this to him too. And I'm sorry, I didn't see your name, but I saw the verse that you said. It's Galatians 2, verse 21. Because it says this in Galatians 2:21. It says, I do not set aside the grace of God, for if righteousness comes through the law, then Christ died in vain. That's the exact one I
Right.
was, Big Sash. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. It helps me out. But write that one down, because that's basically saying in layman's terms, if you could earn it or be good enough, then Christ
Yeah, I
died
was
in vain.
trying to. I was bringing on my Bible app at the same time, and I was going through what you were saying, and I was reading the NIV, and so you kept me pretty busy trying to keep up with you. And of course, I don't have a piece of paper because I'm lying in bed with my cat laying over me.
Oh, a cat. Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Thank
yeah.
you for
Y-
letting me speak.
Yeah, and if you have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message. I'd love to help you out.
I sure will.
I think it's also a challenge for everybody to just be like, hey, can you show somebody Jesus in the Old Testament? There's a challenge for you.
And
Uh,
by the way, I will repost it. When I run across someone that I really appreciate popping up, I repost theirs. So I did yours.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. Well,
Thank you
yep,
so much.
yep. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Very cool. It's cool that she came up here with those kinds of questions, because she's working on somebody, and I love that. That's the one thing that I always like. If you go to church, and you have a little small group or something like that, the way, at least for myself, if I show up and I don't have a question, then that means there's a problem there. We should show up and be like, I have a question about this. I was reading here, and I was like, yeah, what is this? Ask those questions. If you show up to church on Sunday, you're just like, what are you doing? You gotta dive in. How do I find you on YouTube? There is if you click on my TikTok profile, there is right under my profile picture, there's a little link there. My church has 30, 40 members total. Amazing group. Yeah, that's very relatable. CJ Saved by Grace. Yeah, same. Not in a car today. What's up, Natty D? No, not in a car. I'm switching it up, and I know it looks weird. Everybody says I look different. So apparently I look worse than what I did before. But that's why I have this little guy. He's still hanging out. He made his debut. That is my my child's. That's not mine. But yeah, Sheen. When do you sleep? Oh, what is sleep? Shelba is still in the house. She's like, let's get to chapter 11 already. The squirrel idol, yes. If you guys were here 2 days ago, I used this as the idol because it was right next to me. It was not planned, and I'm not proud about it. But now that it's here, it is what it is. Okay. Daniel 11 is so wild. Yeah, Shelba, my cousin says later for sleep. Yeah, pretty much. Sleep, Jesus. Yeah, no, I sleep sometimes. Chapter 11. Yeah. So if you guys are going to leave, now would be a good time so you don't have to watch me try to make my way through. All right. I mean, Daniel, okay, I need you guys to understand. If you guys were here all the way through chapter 1 through 10, you guys have quite an understanding, and hopefully you guys are seeing things in a way that you never saw them before, because that's the whole point of this. But it's really, really interesting to see everything. And so what we're about to get into Daniel, that's hilarious. Oh man, see, you can't do that. You can't. Don't do that. Thanks, Jenny. I can't see now. I don't need. Okay. You can't, like a llama just popped up. How do you not get distracted? Okay. So, all right. So Daniel 11 is this is what we're going to get into, at least for the first like 30 or so verses, is we're going to be seeing, it's a history lesson essentially. So what we're going to be getting into in Daniel 11 is a history type of lesson, and I am not a historian. So I'm going to give you a version of it, and don't hold me to this kind of stuff, because this stuff is very deep. It's hard to wrap your mind around if you were not there, if you haven't been to a land that you don't know how the culture is, if you don't know who the rulers were, what the vibe was, the tension in the air. You don't understand everything fully, so you can't really grasp it. So in Daniel 11, that's what we're going to be going towards. This whole chapter, well, the majority of this chapter is about these empires battling against one another. Okay, so just as a way of review, in a sense, if you remember Daniel chapter 8, let's go there for a second, just so we can remember. Daniel chapter 8, verse 8. All right, in Daniel chapter 8, verse 8, it says this: therefore the male goat grew very great. But when he became strong, the large horn was broken, and in its place of it 4 notable ones came up towards the 4 winds of the heaven. Okay, so what that is talking about, again, just recap, you had the ram, which represented the Medes and the Persians, and then you had the goat with the notable horn, so like a goat, like a unicorn type thing, but it's a goat. So that goat was representing Alexander the Great. This guy was unlike anybody else. So the Babylonian Empire was about this big, right? Big empire on the map. But then the Medes and the Persian Empire was like this big. But then the Greece Empire was so much bigger. And so that is where we are going to go into Daniel chapter 11. But in order to understand it, just to set the scene, in Daniel 8, verse 8, you see that there are 4 notable horns that pop up. Who are these 4 notable horns? Well, we talked about it. If you were here during the review, you kind of already have a handle on it. They were a guy named Cassander, Lysimachus. You have those 2 guys, and then you have 2 other generals. There's 4 generals. There's 2 weak ones. Cassander and Lysimachus, those guys are the weak ones, but then the strong ones are Ptolemy and Seleucus. So those two guys, Ptolemy and Seleucus, are the guys that we're going to focus on here for Daniel chapter 11 for the most part, for at least like the first 30 or so verses. So that is kind of setting the scene, and that is important to kind of like, those are the players on the board. In Daniel chapter 11, the players that we're talking about primarily are going to be from the Ptolemy Empire and the Seleucid Empire, okay? And so if you're looking at them on a map, this is also important to understand, is that the Ptolemaic Empire was more geared towards, more geared towards Egypt area, kind of wandering down. So picture this is the southern empire, and then the northern empire was more of Syria. Okay, so you have the Ptolemy and you have the Seleucid Empire here. Okay, so these are the two generals that are still alive during this time, and they are battling. Okay, but understand that these are the two empires. You have Ptolemy and you have the Seleucid Empire, and right here where they touch together, that linchpin right here, right where the angle is, that is Israel. So they were walking to and from Israel, going to and from, like, that Israel territory was the centerpiece of this whole like debacle between these guys. Okay, so that's kind of setting the scene. And you have these two generals that just kept on going to war with each other, and they were just going on with just beating each other up for hundreds, about 150 years. So keep that in mind. So Daniel chapter 11, verse 1 through 2 is going to be talking about the Persian Empire. Now, remember that Persian Empire that is in the past. And then Daniel 11, verse 3 through 4 is going to be talking about the Greek Empire. And that is basically that's the scene that we are going into. So keep all of that in mind. Try to remember that. It's also really neat. I can't point these out to you, but if you dive into it and you want to try to unpack this kind of stuff and back it up by history, you can. But historians, scholars, and all of the alike have found about 135 prophecies that came true in just this one chapter. And that is astounding to me. There's 135. So anyways, in Daniel chapter 11, verse 1, we'll start reading. But before we do, we need to understand what just happened. We just finished chapter 10 last time we went live. But the end of chapter 10 was where this angel, remember, there was an angel who shows up to Daniel and is talking to Daniel. So let's read in Daniel chapter 10, verse 20, and then we're going to continue on into chapter 11. So Daniel 10, verse 20. The angel is speaking here. Keep that in mind. It says this: Then he said, do you know why I have come to you? And now I must return to fight with the prince of Persia. And when I have gone forth, indeed, the prince of Greece will come. But I will tell you what is noted in the scripture of truth. No one upholds me against these except Michael, your prince. And now we're continuing on in chapter 11. That angel is still speaking. It says, also in the first year of Darius the Mede, even I, stood up to confirm and strengthen him. So this angel, right off the bat, you are getting this angel coming into play. And he's like, hey, I was even helping Darius out, this guy named King Darius. So it says this angel, the angel is still speaking, says, also in the first year of Darius the Mede, even I, stood up to confirm and strengthen him. Who is him? He's talking about Darius. He's strengthening, he's helping out King Darius. Well, King Darius was of the Medes and the Persian Empire. So this angel that is standing before Daniel has been there in the background the entire time. And he was helping King Darius. And if you remember, Darius was saddened when he had to send Daniel, because that was the king who sent Daniel into the lion's den, and he didn't want to do it. Thanks, Tiffany. I appreciate that. But then we get to verse 2, and it says, and now I will tell you the truth. Behold, 3 more kings will arise in Persia, and the 4th shall be far richer than them all. By his strength, through his riches, he shall stir up all against the realm of Greece. Okay, so this 4th, where it says First off, where it says, and now I will tell you the truth, behold, 3 more kings will arise. Again, remember, this hasn't happened yet. This is going to happen. So there are going to be 3 more kings. Remember, the 3 kings, this is the talking about those horns that we talked about earlier. But it says 3 more kings will arise in Persia, and the 4th shall be far more richer than them all. By his strength, through his riches, he shall stir up all against the realm of Greece. Remember, going back to that statue in Daniel chapter 2, you have Babylon, you had the Medes and Persians, now you have the Greece Empire. Then we get to verse 3, and it says, then a mighty king shall arise who shall rule with great dominion and do according to his will. This is referring to Alexander the Great. But then in verse 4, it says, and when he has arisen, his kingdom shall be broken up and divided toward the 4 winds of heaven, but not among his posterity, nor according to his dominion with which he ruled. For his kingdom shall be uprooted, even for others beside these. Okay, so if we talked about this before, but again, I'll say, so you have Alexander the Great. Remember, you have the ram, and then you had the goat with a notable horn. Well, that horn died. That horn represented Alexander the Great, but when he died, 4 other ones popped up. Those 4 horns popped up, and those were the 4 generals. So those 4 generals were the ones that I mentioned before. You had Cassander, you had Lysimachus, you had Seleucid, and you had Ptolemy. So those were the 4. So in verse 4, where it says that there were 4 winds of the heaven, that's what it's referring to. Now, it's important to understand that Alexander the Great, typically when a king died, he would leave his empire to his children. So there's some different variations of Alexander the Great. Like, he had a brother, it could have gone to him, but I think like he wasn't right in the head. And so why didn't it do this? But so anyways, he ended up giving his empire, this mass empire, to 4 generals, and they split it up because they were the strong. So that is what is going on here. Typically, this should have gone to his family, but he didn't have anybody that could take his empire. But we're going to move towards verse 5, and it says, and the king of the south shall become strong, as well as one of his princes, and he shall gain power over him and have dominion. His dominion shall be a great dominion. Now this, just so you guys can kind of categorize a little bit, you're going to see the king of the south, the king of the north. The king of the south is, like I said before, this is talking about which countries are the 4 of them. They cover a whole bunch of different land. If you look it up on a map, it would help you out better, because I can't really paint you a picture. I would just look it up on a map and you'll be able to see it. It covers the entire. It covers like a mass area over. I mean, it goes from Syria all the way down to Egypt, all the way over. It covers areas of Turkey, and so it spreads all over the place. So I can't really break it down to you visually. It would be better for you to just look it up on a map and then see it for yourself. That will help you much better than what I can describe it for you. But if you look up the map and you look up those 4 generals and what they were in charge of, it will assist you in visualizing this type of thing. But whenever you hear the king of the south in verse 5, just think of Egypt, because that's basically what it was in charge of. Like, that was the area, like it flowed down. So like, you guys probably seen maps now in our world today, because everybody's looking up Israel, like, what's going on? Where are these? Like, Egypt is below Israel, but then it flowed down there, and that was where Ptolemy, that was where his empire was. But then you had the king of the south, or of the north, and that represents like Syria. So king of the south, you can think, just for your imagination's sake, think Egypt for king of the south. For king of the north, think Syria. That might help you out. But in between those guys is Israel. So anyways, this is basically setting the scene for the entire the remainder of the Greece Empire. So even though Alexander the Great dies, it doesn't mean that it's the end of his empire. So again, look at this through a history lens. If you just think, okay, we're reading the Bible, but let's think history. Remember, you have that statue. You have Babylon, you have the Medes and the Persians, you have the Greece Empire, and then you have the Roman Empire. Okay, so those are the empires that need to happen in that order. So Babylon already fell. The Medes and the Persians rose. The Medes and the Persians fell, and now the Greece Empire rose. But Alexander the Great died. He was that horn. That horn dies, and then 4 horns pop up. That is what the idea here is. I hope you guys can see that, because that's what we're seeing. History. This is all about history. So this has already happened. So the Ptolemy and Seleucid Empire, they battled for over 150 years. And then remember, if you remember the order, Babylon, Medes and Persians, Greece, after Greece, Rome. So in verse 5 and 6, because of something that all these scholars and historians can connect to things and battles that happened in the past, Rome enters the picture here in chapter 5 and in verse 5 and verse 6. I can't really break it down to you much, but in verse 6 it says, "And at the end of some years they shall join forces, for the daughter of the king of the south shall go to the king of the north to make an agreement, but shall not retain the power of her authority. And neither he nor his authority shall stand, but she shall be given up with those who brought her, and with him who begot her, and with him who strengthened her in those times. But from a branch of her roots one shall arise in his place, who shall come with an army, enter in fortress of the king of the north, and deal with them and prevail." Okay, so there were, now remember, I want you to picture the whole gap here that we're dealing with is about 150 years. Okay, so what we're reading covers a lot of time. There were kings that rose, fell, kings that rose, fell, king that rose, fell, king that rose, fell. So from the Ptolemy Empire, there were like Ptolemy 1 through Ptolemy 6. There were 6 kings during this chapter. They were in charge, and then they fell. They were in charge, and then they fell. They kept popping up, and then they kept dying. Same was true on the other side. There were the Seleucid 1, Seleucid 2, Seleucid 3, then there were Antiochus 1, Antiochus 2, Antiochus 3, Antiochus 4. But the whole picture here is that they're battling each other. They're just beating each other up. And that is what this is, that's what this is describing. But in verse 8, it says, "And he shall also carry their gods captive to Egypt, with their princes and their precious articles of silver and gold. And he shall continue more years than the king of the north." And remember, there's different Ptolemies, there are different Seleucid. They just kept on popping up, they'd die, another one would pop up. That's what this is saying. In verse 9, "Also the king of the north shall come to the kingdom of the king of the south, but shall return to his own land. However, his son shall stir up strife and assemble a multitude of great forces. And one shall certainly come and overwhelm and pass through. Then he shall return to his fortress and stir up strife." This is talking about when Seleucid marched south and got absolutely wrecked by one of the Ptolemies. I can't tell you which one it was, Ptolemy 1 or Ptolemy 2, but this was talking about one of those battles. And there's a ton of history on this kind of stuff. I just don't have all that information, so I can't really elaborate much more. I'm just trying to paint you a generalized point of a picture here. But in verse 11, it says, "And the king of the south shall be moved with rage and go out and fight with him. And the king of the with the king of the north, who shall muster a great multitude. But the multitude shall be given into the hand of his enemy. When he has taken away the multitude, his heart will be lifted up, and he will cast down tens of thousands, but he will not prevail. For the king of the north will return and muster a multitude greater than the former, and shall certainly come at the end of some years with a great army and much equipment." Now in those times, many shall rise up against the king of the south. Also violent men of your people shall exalt themselves in fulfillment of the vision, but they shall fall. So the kings of the north shall come and build a siege mound and take a fortified city, and the forces of the south shall not withstand him. Even his choice troops shall have no strength to resist. But he who comes against him shall do according to his own will, and no one shall stand against him. He shall stand in the glorious land with destruction in his power. The glorious land there, where it talks about in verse 16, that's representing the Israel. So Rome makes their appearance. But then in verse 17, it says, he shall also set his face to enter with the strength of his whole kingdom and upright ones with him. Thus shall he do, and he shall give him the daughter of women to destroy it. But she shall not stand with him or before him. Okay, in verse 17, what this is, the woman there, the daughter of woman, this daughter is a daughter that was named Cleopatra. It's not the one that you recognize, like the famous Cleopatra that's out there. This one was a different name, or a different woman called Cleopatra as well. But basically what happened here in verse 17 is that the Seleucid Empire gave, the king of the Seleucid Empire gave his daughter to the Ptolemy Empire, and as trying to get her as a spy of sorts to enter that empire so that they could overthrow it from within. But what ended up happening here with Cleopatra is that she was a loyal bride to her husband. And when she actually married, so she comes from the Seleucid Empire, goes to the Ptolemy Empire. When she goes to the Ptolemy Empire as a spy, she ends up changing teams and stays with the Ptolemy Empire. So it backfired on the Seleucid kingdom. And so that's basically what's going on in verse 17. So they're trying to get each other. Rome is entering the picture. The two empires are coming at each other still. That's the whole vibe that's going on here. But then you get to verse 18, and it says, after this he shall turn his face to the coastlands and shall take many. But a ruler shall bring the reproach against them to an end. And with the reproach removed, he shall turn back on him. All of this, just so you guys know, just for around the same time, like the time frame that this is occurring is about 190-ish, 196 BC. Just so you can understand, this is all happening still before Jesus, because the Roman Empire, remember when Jesus was boots on the ground, that was the Roman Empire was the prominent empire that was on the scene. So the Roman Empire hasn't fully entered yet, although what we're reading, they have started entering the scene a little by little. But in verse 19 it says this, then he shall turn his face toward the fortress of his own land, but he shall stumble and fall and not be found. Verse 20, there shall arise in his place one who imposes taxes on the glorious kingdom. But within a few days he shall be destroyed, but not in anger or in battle. Okay, so this is very interesting. So this is one of those prophecies that, I told you there's like 135 prophecies that came to be in this chapter. And verse 20, this is talking about the treasurer. So there was this treasurer who shows up and ends up killing the king of the Seleucid kingdom. So this treasurer kills the king and tries to replace the king with himself, but he is unable to because a more popular person rises up, and that guy is the one that we want to talk about. So in verse 21, it says, and in his place shall arise a vile person. So now this vile person is the guy that we mentioned before in Daniel chapter 8. This guy is Antiochus Epiphanes IV. Whenever you hear the name Antiochus Epiphanes IV, I want you to think a type of Antichrist, because this guy was a model of the coming Antichrist. So in verse 21, it says, so with that in mind, in verse 21, it says this, and in his place shall arise a vile person to whom they will not give the honor of royalty, but he, Antiochus Epiphanes, shall come in peaceably and seize the kingdom by intrigue. This is very interesting. So you can see how this is paralleling on what we already know about the Antichrist who is to come, the son of perdition. Like, what's he going to do? He's going to come in, he's going to destroy with peace, right? Like, that's what we read in Daniel, was that 7? Maybe 8, at the end of Daniel 8. But in verse 22, it says, with the force of the flood, they shall be swept away from before him, and be broken, and also the prince of the covenant. And after the league is made, with him he shall act deceitfully, for he shall come up and become strong with a small number of people. Now it's interesting because it says he shall become strong with a small number of people. And just like thinking about different times where many large events happen because of a small grouping of people. Like let's look at Jesus. When Jesus was crucified, if you look at the underlining story from that, what you see is that there was only a handful of people who basically manipulated the crowd in order to rile them up against Jesus. So it wasn't everybody hated Jesus. No, the majority of people loved Jesus. But what you see is that these religious people started getting in the ears of everybody and saying, we got to go after that guy. And they riled them up. So it wasn't everybody. They were just all tricked and deceived, and they went with the religious rulers at the time. So there was probably only 10 to 15 people who were involved in that type of stuff. Anyways, moving on in verse 24, it says, he shall enter peaceably. Again, you're seeing the word peaceably. That's the second time you're seeing it. He shall enter peaceably, even into the richest places of the province. And he shall do what his fathers have not done, nor his forefathers. He shall disperse among them the plunder, spoil, and riches, and he shall devise his plans against the strongholds, but only for a time. It's interesting because the word devise there, where it says he shall devise his plans, the word devise there gives the idea of calculate. So this person is going to be very, very calculated in his, he's playing 5D chess, if you get what I mean. So he's going to be very, very wise, and he's going to be able to see things differently. But in verse 25, it says, he shall stir up his power and his courage against the king of the south with a great army. And the king of the south shall be stirred up to battle with a very great and mighty army. But he shall not stand, for they shall calculate or devise plans against him. Yes, those who eat of the portion of his delicacies shall destroy him. His army shall be swept away, and many shall fall down slain. Both these kings' hearts shall be bent on evil, and they shall speak lies at the same table, but it shall not prosper. For the end will still be at the appointed time. While returning to his land with great riches, his heart shall be moved against the holy covenant, so he shall do damage and return to his own land. At the appointed time he shall return and go toward the south, but it shall not be like the former or the latter. For ships from Cyprus shall come against him. Therefore he shall be grieved and return in rage against the holy covenant and do damage. So he shall return and show regard for those who forsake the holy covenant. There's different speculation on the holy covenant. Some people say it's just basically the law of Moses. What's it really referring to? A lot of this stuff is left open for its history. It's kind of a muddy kind of water trying to wrap your mind around it, at least for me. But in verse 31 it says, and forces shall be mustered by him, and they shall defile the sanctuary of forces, and they shall take away the daily sacrifices and place there the abomination of desolation. Okay, so you see the abomination of desolation enter the scene again. And if you guys were here for Daniel chapter 8, you will see that was where Antiochus Epiphanes was mentioned before, and that is what Matthew 24 was talking about. This guy enters. The reason why it's called the abomination of desolation, if you weren't here for it before, is because it was all about the statue of Zeus being erected in the Holy of Holies. It wasn't where it was Jerusalem, but where it was in the temple, but where it was in the Holy of Holies. It could have been in Israel and it might have been okay. It could have been in Jerusalem and it might have been okay. It could have been near the temple and it might have been okay, but no, they did this in the most holy place in the entire world, which is in Jerusalem. That is God's holy, that is his land, that is his people, and they did this. And they built it inside the Holy of Holies. The only person who was allowed to go into the Holy of Holies was the high priest. He was only allowed to do that one time, once a year, and only under strict strict ceremonial preparation. So it's important to understand the picture. This is the biggest desecration ever. And so this is emblematic of the Antichrist that is going to come. He is going to do this. He's going to go into the temple and go in there and say, I am God. And that will be the abomination of desolation. So when you go to Matthew chapter 24 and you see Jesus, just go to Matthew 24 real fast. We'll just look at it for ourselves for a second. Matthew 24. But in Matthew 24, verse 15, it says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand. Whenever you see, now we've talked about this. If you were here for the book of Revelation, you've heard me say this before, but Jesus is talking. Now understand, Jesus is talking to his people, his disciples, Peter, James, and John, and Andrew. He is talking to Peter, James, and John, and Andrew right here in Matthew 24, verse 15. He's talking to Peter, James, and John, and Andrew. And he's telling those four, he says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place. Now get this. So first off, Jesus is saying, hey, remember what happened 300 years ago? He's using what happened already in the past, and he's saying when you see it in the future, he's like, when you see it in the future, then in verse 16, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. And it's interesting because Jesus is telling his Jewish disciples, when you see, so Jesus is talking to the Jews, and he's telling his Jewish disciples, when you see the abomination of desolation, first off, the abomination of desolation is going to be in the Holy of Holies. The only person allowed there was the high priest. Normal Jewish people did not go there. So it doesn't make any sense for Jesus to say this to his Jewish disciples. So it's like, why is he saying it? It says, therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. So what's he talking about here? How could these people who are never going to go into the Holy of Holies, how are they going to see this abomination of desolation? Well, it's going to be all over CNN and Fox News. This is futuristic. Jesus is referring to the past and he's applying it to the future. So he's talking about the Antichrist to come. And when we're in the book of Daniel, we're talking about this guy named Antiochus Epiphanes because he was the first abomination of desolation when he did what he did. But it is interesting that it says, let him, in verse 16, let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. It doesn't say let those who are in Syria. It doesn't say any of that kind of stuff. But what's really interesting, well, we'll get to that. Let's get back to Daniel 11 because I'll talk about that here in a second. But that's what that is referring to in Daniel 11 verse 31. But Daniel 11 verse 32, it says, those who do wickedly against the covenant, he shall corrupt with flattery. But the people who know their God shall be strong and carry out great exploits. And those of the people who understand shall instruct many, yet for many days they shall fall by sword and flame, by captivity and plundering. Now when they fall, they shall be aided with a little help, but many shall join with them by intrigue. And some of those understanding shall fall to refine them, purify them, and make them white until the time of the end, because it is still for the appointed time. All right, so what we just covered, verse 1 through 35, there is at least 135 prophecies that were fulfilled. And you can go and try to unpack that if you want to. There are books out there and there's studies out there that unpack and explain how it was a prophecy that was fulfilled because of history, and they do the compare and they put it up. They say this verse applies here because of what happened back in the time. They have all that kind of stuff, and you can do a really deep dive on this if you want to. I did not get that deep on this kind of subject because it is way too much for my brain to really it's really neat stuff, but it's interesting. But we're going to move on here in verse 36, and the vibe is going to completely change here forward. So from 36 onward, we're introduced to a different player, or a different title at least. And in verse 36, we're introduced to somebody called the Willful King. The Willful King. And this is another title of the Antichrist. So you'll see it. You'll see it as we continue. But in verse 36, it says this: "Then the king shall do accordingly to his own will." So there is the willful king. And it goes on to say, "He shall exalt and magnify himself." So you're seeing how this is very prophetic of the Antichrist. "Magnify himself above every god, shall speak blasphemies against the God of gods, and shall prosper till the wrath has been accomplished. For what has been determined shall be done." Now it's interesting when it says, "shall speak blasphemies against the God of gods." So I want you to understand something. This is Satan blaspheming the God of gods. So think about that for a second. You have the Antichrist here blaspheming the God of gods, but by doing so, he's basically acknowledging that Jesus is king. Like, I mean, if you like Satan is out to get God. He thinks he can do it. He thinks in his mind, he's so prideful and arrogant that he can do it, but he cannot. But by him blaspheming the God of gods in that kind of context, you can see how him doing that, it's him acknowledging that he is the God of gods. Because if he thought he was the God of gods, if Lucifer thought he was the God of gods, he wouldn't waste his time on that. But you see how it's like that. He's admitting, he's saying the quiet parts out loud, but he's saying it in a roundabout way if you know how to look at it. So, but as we continue on here from verse 36 through the rest of the chapter, this is basically going to encapsulate a painting or a picture of how history will climax, or the culmination, if you will. But we're going to get to this interesting verse, which I'm sure you guys have heard before, in verse 37. And remember, this is talking about the Antichrist. In verse 37, it says this: "He shall regard neither the God of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any God, for he shall exalt himself above them all." So this is where a lot of people theorize that it could be somebody that prefers the same sex. If you understand what I'm saying here, got to be careful. But this is where they get that from. And so this is why a lot of people think that it could be Macron, the president of France, because he goes that way. And it is interesting to think about it, but there's a lot of things that need to line up in order for a certain person to fit that, all of the characteristics that we know about it, right? Yeah. A lot of people saying Obama, it's very interesting. However, I want to give you guys a different way to look at this, because I find this very interesting. Now, in order to read this, you need to remember, bring yourself back and remember this is writing, like what language was chapter 11 written in? Was it in Aramaic or was it in Hebrew? This is written in Hebrew. So this is written, it's geared for the ears of Jewish people. Okay, so keep that in mind. So with that in mind, if you are thinking Jewish, if you are thinking in a Jew kind of way, now let's go at the verse again. Think Jew. It says, "He shall regard neither the God of his fathers nor the desire of women." So let's focus on the desire of women, because when you think Jew and you're putting yourself in the shoes of a Jew, what was the desire of women back in the Old Testament? The desire of women back in the Old Testament was to be the mother of the Messiah. So that is a different way to look at it. I'm not being any dogmatic about anything here, but I want to give you guys a different look on it, because this verse where it says, nor the desire of women, everybody just reads that and just thinks, oh, okay, he prefers the same sex. Like, I can see what they're getting there. But what was the desire of the Hebrew woman? What was it? It was to be the mother of the Messiah. And so when you look at Mary and you see all the things that were said when Gabriel showed up to her, you see that she was chosen. Like, she was the one that was chosen. So she was what the desire of women was. Like, the women desired to be the mother of the Messiah. And so it's interesting, I'm not, dying on any hills here. I'm just giving you a different way to look at it, because that is a way to look at it. Most people read it who don't really dive into it, and they just go straight into same sex. But this is just another way. So take that how you will. But where it says, unpacking this verse a little bit more, verse 37, where it says, he shall regard neither the God of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any God, for he shall exalt himself above them all. So if you go into 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, you'll see a similar vibe within what the verses here, they coincide rather well. But he's exalting, this Antichrist is going to exalt himself above. It doesn't matter who you worship to, or who you believe. It doesn't matter, like, whether it's your Allah, Buddha, like Jesus. It does not matter. He's going to exalt himself above them all. And so it's going to be a one world type of religion atmosphere, because this guy is going to rise up and he is going to put himself on the top of the pyramid, and he's going to say, I am God. So you can start to see how this is all going to transpire. Now, remember, this is a flyby. Like, this is you're flying over history at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and you're taking glimpses of what is going to transpire in time. This has not happened yet. This is going to happen. This is prophetic. This is written in the Hebrew language, geared for the Jewish people. But in verse 38, moving onward, it says, but in their place he shall honor a God of fortresses, and a God which his fathers did not know, he shall honor with gold and silver, with precious stones and pleasant things. Okay, so this is an interesting verse, because where it says precious stones and precious things, when you start throwing some characteristics on this Antichrist, you can start seeing a little bit more about him. What do we know about the Antichrist? We know he is going to be a genius. Let's go to Daniel. Go to Daniel 7, verse 20. If you want to see how he's going to be a genius, it says this. In Daniel 7, verse 20, it says, and the 10 horns that were on its head, and the other horn, we're talking about the other horn, which is the Antichrist, which came up, before which 3 fell, namely that horn which had eyes and a mouth, which spoke pompous words. Again, this is all talking about the Antichrist, whose appearance was greater than his fellows. So you have 10 kings, because remember, these horns represent kings. You have 10 kings, and this horn is going to show up after 3 of the kings fall down, and this horn is going to be greater than them all. So he's represented as a genius. He's also represented as a financial genius. So if you go to Revelation chapter 13, you will see this. We covered this before, but as far as a financial genius, think about this for a second. This guy in Revelation chapter 13, verse 17, it says that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark. And you know the rest of the verse. Can you imagine setting up some kind of system like that? This guy is going to be a genius on all kinds of levels, but he's also going to be a shrewd politician. And we see that in the chapter that we're in right now, chapter 11, verse 21. In chapter 11, verse 21, it says, "And in his place shall arise a vile person to whom they will not give the honor of royalty, but he shall come in peaceably and seize the kingdom by intrigue." So you're seeing that he is a very, very cunning, a shrewd politician. So you see this, he's a genius, he's a shrewd politician, he's a financial genius because of Revelation 13. He gets everybody you cannot buy or sell. Like, can you imagine setting that kind of system up? That's what he does. But he's also a forceful military leader in Daniel 8:24. And in Daniel 8:24, it says this: "His power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. He shall destroy fearfully, and shall prosper and thrive, and he shall destroy the mighty and also the holy people." So you see what kind of guy we're dealing with here. It's crazy. He's also a powerful organizer, as Revelation 13, verse 1. Which we were just there. Because remember, in Revelation 13, there were two beasts. This first beast that comes out is representing the Antichrist, but in Revelation 13, verse 1, it says, "Then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads a blasphemous name." You're seeing all throughout a powerful organizer. He's all of these things. He's juggling everything all at once. It's almost as if he has some kind of supernatural power, and that he does because, if you remember, the dragon gave him his authority. The dragon is identified in Revelation chapter 12, and he is identified to be Satan, that serpent of old, Satan or the devil. So Satan gives this beast his power and authority. So you're seeing who this Antichrist is going to be, and it's unlike anything the world has ever seen. And they will be, if you continue on, if you remember in the study of Revelation, the world marvels after the beast. He receives a mortal wound, but they're Satan worshipers. They literally will worship him knowingly. It's crazy. But anyways, going back to Daniel 11, verse 39 now, it says this, "Thus he shall act against the strongest fortresses with a foreign god, which he shall acknowledge, and advance its glory, and he shall cause them to rule over many, and divide the land for gain." So, it's really interesting because it says at the very end of verse 39, it says, "And divide the land for gain." So this guy is going to want to divide the land of Israel. And so it's really interesting when you do a study of who's tried to divide the land before. Like, dividing the land is a big no-no. Go to Joel chapter, oh man, where are we at? Joel chapter 2. Flipping all over the place here. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Joel 3:1-2. Go to Joel chapter 3. In Joel chapter 3, if I can turn the page. Here we go. In Joel chapter 3, verse 1 and 2, it says this: "For behold, in those days and at that time, when I bring back the captives of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will enter into judgment with them there on account of my people, my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. They have also divided up my land. So in Joel, in those verses that we just read, it says he's going to enter into judgment, and he calls them out and says, those who have divided up my land. So dividing up his land is never good. And it's interesting because when you look at the world today over in Israel, like they've divided up the land. Like you have Israel, and when you look at the land of Canaan, because if you go back in the Old Testament, the promised land is what they called the land of Canaan. And when you see the land of Canaan that it covered, it's much bigger than the little piece of Israel that we know as today. So they've divided, and now you're looking at Israel today and they want to make it a two-state, Palestinian. They're making all these agreements. They're giving land away. It's never good. You can also look up Leviticus 20. Let's go to Leviticus 25:23. Leviticus 25:23. So dividing up the land is never good. Whenever you see them start to do that kind of stuff, you know something's coming. But in Leviticus 25:23, it says this: the land shall not be sold permanently, for the land is mine. For you are strangers and sojourners with me. So the land, right off the bat, like we've always known that the land is God's land. But there he says it. This is a very serious thing that he's talking about. The land of Israel is it's we think it's like the Jewish, like it's their land, but ultimately it's God's land. And so dividing up the land here in Daniel, going back to Daniel Daniel 11 verse 39, at the end of verse 39, it says, and divide the land for gain. That is a big no. But now we're getting into verse 40, and this is thanks, Audrey. In verse 40, we're going to start seeing a type of Armageddon-ish scenario. You can view it through that kind of lens. So keep that in mind as we continue reading. But in verse 40, it says, at the time of the end, the king of the south shall attack him, and the king of the north shall come against him like a whirlwind, with chariots, horsemen, and with many ships. And he shall enter the countries, overwhelm them, and pass through. So it's very interesting. So obviously, it's theorized that the land, the north, like people say, the north is Syria. There's people who say it's Syria, but if you go further north, it's a picture of Russia. So, if you go to Gog and Magog, you understand that Gog is the ruler. It's not a land. Magog is the land or the people. So Gog is the ruler. Magog is the people or the land of the area. But Gog and Magog is the ruler of Russia is what people tend to look at. But here in Daniel 11, verse 40, it's interesting that it mentions chariots, because when you think of chariots, like obviously this is all their version, their top weaponry back during when Daniel was writing this. Chariots, horsemen, like this was the top technology back in the time. But it's funny that it mentions chariots because the Israeli tanks, I forget, I want to say it's like they're called like Hetzma or something like that. I could be butchering that completely, but they're what they named their tanks is in the English version is chariots. So I find that interesting. But we're going to move on to verse 41. And this is really interesting to me. In verse 41, it says, he shall also enter the glorious land being Israel. He shall also enter the glorious land, and many countries shall be overthrown. Okay. But these shall escape from his hand. So there's going to be a select few of people, of nations that escape out of this craziness that's about to pop off. And the ones that are going to escape are Edom, Moab, and the prominent people of Ammon. So that is what is documented in verse 41. So you have Edom, Moab, and the prominent people of Ammon. That encapsulate the area of Jordan, like the area of Jordan. So here's Israel, and just to the east of Israel is Jordan. And it's very interesting because right now in our world, there is a peace treaty that is between Israel and Jordan. And so it's funny because in Matthew 24, when Jesus is talking to the Peter, James, John, and Andrew, Jesus says to them, when you who are in Judea see the abomination of desolation, he says, flee. Like he says, flee to the mountains. I think it says flee to the mountains. But it's interesting because the mountains, if you look at Israel and Jordan on a map, the only way that they can flee is to the east. And what is to the east is mountains. There's a mountain range there. And so that is, it's funny how you see it here. And then you look at a map, which they didn't have an aerial view, like our maps, our tech. It's very different than what they had back then. But he was telling them to flee. And so what you're seeing here in verse 41 is that these people are going to run out of, or the Antichrist is going to go after all these nations. And the ones that are going to be saved are Edom, Moab, and Ammon, but that's all encapsulated in our world as Jordan. And so it's interesting that Israel and Jordan right now have a peace treaty. It was signed, I want to say it was Bill Clinton, so long time ago, and it's still holding strong. That peace treaty is holding strong today. I think it happened back in like 1996. But it's still standing today. So I find that very interesting. So Jordan is going to be, seems to be a place of refuge during this time. So I find that very fascinating. But we'll continue on in verse 42. And it says, he shall stretch out his hand against the countries, and the land of Egypt shall not escape. It's funny how Egypt, all of these things that we're reading about right now are on display in the world. It's crazy. But in verse 42, it says, he shall stretch out his hand against the countries, and the land of Egypt shall not escape. Egypt's going to get wrecked. So you heard it here first. I'm just kidding. It's been here for a long time. But in verse 43, it says, he shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver, and over the precious things of Egypt. Also, the Libyans and Ethiopians shall follow at his heels. Again, you're seeing gold and silver. Like he is in control of all of these things. He's calling the shots. He's doing whatever he wants to. But in verse 44, it says, but news from the east and the north shall trouble him. Therefore he shall go out with great fury to destroy and annihilate many. And he shall plant the tents of his palace between the seas and the glorious holy mountain. Yet he shall come to his end, and no one will help him. So what this is, like you can reference, like you can literally take these couple verses that we're reading right here and go to Revelation 19, because in Revelation 19, it's literally in Revelation 19 is the unveiling of Jesus Christ. That is when Jesus comes back. And that you can copy and paste Revelation 19 and put it up against this, and you see almost the exact same thing. It's like the pictures are there, but you're seeing it in a different, described differently, because these are two different people. Remember, this is Daniel about 300 years before Jesus was even born. And then you have John describing it over here after Jesus ascended up into heaven, but they're both describing the exact same thing. So it's interesting when you compare Daniel 11, these last couple of verses, compared to Revelation 19 when Jesus comes back. So that is very interesting. But that is Daniel chapter 11. And so what you can see in Daniel 11, verse 36 through Daniel 12, verse 3, what is shown in different ways, if you look at it through certain kind of angles, you can see a world ruler, you can see a world religion, you see a world war, and a time of tribulation for Israel, and then there is deliverance at the end. And then you also see resurrection and judgment, and then there's a reward for the righteous. And that is all kind of encapsulated within Daniel 11:36 through Daniel 12:1 through 3. But we're just going to keep on powering through in Daniel chapter 12. We're finishing this thing because there's only 13 verses in Daniel chapter 12. But this chapter right here is really, really interesting. But in Daniel 12, verse 1, it says, at that time, Michael shall stand up. Now, again, every time you see Michael, it just seems like every time he's around, he's battling. So just a way of recap, like when you see Gabriel, Gabriel is the messenger angel. Every time he shows up, it always seems to have messianic implications. Like he's always bringing news of something like that. But when you see Michael, it just means it's go time. And so it's really neat to think about Michael. It's also really interesting to think that you and I are over the angels. And I find that you and I will judge angels, and that's fascinating. But Daniel 12 verse 1, it says, at that time, Michael shall stand up. This is talking about the tribulation, great tribulation. The great prince who stands watch over the sons of your people. Now remember, this is the angel talking to Daniel. He's saying that great prince who stands watch over the sons of your people. Who is he talking to? He's talking to Daniel. Michael is the archangel for Israel specifically. Like he is assigned to watch over Israel. That is mind-blowing, because remember in Leviticus 25:23, God says Israel is mine. Like he doesn't say that about anywhere else. He says it about Israel, and that's interesting. So he assigns Michael the responsibility to watch over his land and his people, and that's cool. So the Jewish people have a great prince, Michael. And one day he's gonna. I love that visual. And it says, "At that time, Michael shall stand up." Oh, I just like getting goose. I mean, it's just such a neat detail. It's like, okay, he was sitting before, and I'm like, I'm getting excited. He's standing up. Oh, what's he gonna do next? Like, that's really, really neat. At that time, Michael shall stand up. The great prince who stands watch over the sons of your people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that time. Again, if you go to Jeremiah 30, verse 7, you will see the time of Jacob's trouble. That is what this is referring here. There shall be a time of trouble. When you go to Jeremiah 30, verse 7, it's there again, the time of Jacob's trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that time. And at that time, your people shall be delivered. Everyone who is found written in the book. It's interesting that it says, at that time, your people shall be delivered. Like he's not done with Israel. There are people out there who think that Israel is basically gone away and now the church is the new Israel. That is not true. We are very separate. We have the church and then we also have Israel, and we are both in play right now. But soon the church will be taken up. The whole point of the church was to provoke Israel to jealousy, because Israel had God over them the entire time, but they kept going away, further away. They kept rebelling, disobeying, all these things. And then it's almost like the last straw was that they missed the time of their visitation. And after they missed the time of their visitation, boom, in 70 AD, the temple fell, Jerusalem fell, and God just kind of like steps back a little bit, and then the church shows up. And now here you and I are, we're in a different category, where Israel's over here, the church is over here, and we are to provoke them to jealousy in a sense, but they are blind in part because they missed the time of their visitation. It's very interesting. But in Daniel 12, at the end of verse 1, it says, and at that time your people shall be delivered. It is talking towards the Jewish people. It's like their eyes will be opened. If you remember in the Romans, we covered this the other night, but in Romans, go to Romans 11:25. In Romans 11:25, this is a really good verse to remember, but in Romans 11:25, Paul is writing this, and it says this, for I do not desire, brethren, that you should be ignorant of this mystery, lest you should be wise in your own opinion, that blindness in part has happened to Israel. So blindness in part has happened to Israel until they will be blind until the fullness of the Gentiles. And that is interesting. So there's a difference. I talked about this before, but I'll say it again. There is something called the times of the Gentiles, which is from here to here, but the fullness of the Gentiles goes from here to here. And this is where the rapture happens. The fullness of the Gentiles goes up. That's when the church is taken up. But the times of the Gentiles continue on because there's still Gentiles still left on the earth. They just aren't Christians. They might come to know Christ during the tribulation, or they might not. It's going to be a case-by-case basis. But it's interesting that it says in Daniel 12, verse 1, it says, and at that time your people shall be delivered, because they are blind right now. It's important to understand that. The majority of the Jewish nation is blind in part to who Jesus is. They missed the time of their visitation, and so they are blind in part. But then once the church goes away, sometime after that, their eyes will be opened and they will mourn over him as they would over a lost son. And they will, they will say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. They're going to say all of these things. It's just a matter of time. And it's interesting that they're saying it, and this is happening to Daniel right here. And it says in Daniel 12, verse 1, at that time your people shall be delivered. Man, that's really neat. But it says everyone who is found and written in that book. In verse 2, though, moving on, it says, and many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, some to shame and everlasting contempt. This is interesting because it says, and many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake. It says many, not all. But this is referring to believers. Remember, every time it says sleep, every time a Christian is talked about who's dead, the Bible refers to them as sleeping. So if, Moses or, John or Paul or anything like that, when they die, they would be referred to as sleeping. If you die in your sins, meaning you never knew Jesus as your Savior, you are not referred to as sleeping. So there's two very different situations there. But it says, and many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. That is interesting, because if you were here during our study of the book of Revelation, it says, I forget, I want to say like Revelation, like 19, maybe 17. Anyways, towards the end, it talks about blessed is he who takes part in the first resurrection. So there are multiple resurrections, and it's important to understand that, because if you die and Jesus is your Savior, you have one resurrection. You get resurrected. However, if you die in your sins, then you will take part of the second resurrection. And that is absolutely terrifying. You don't want any part of that, because if you die right now, if you are lost, if you do not know Christ as your personal Savior and you die right now, you will go to a place called Hades. And Hades is a temporary waiting place, because you cannot be thrown into the lake of fire until everything is done, because your sins have not been done playing out. So, that Germany guy, the guy who did that terrible stuff to the Jewish people, when he died, he's still in Hades. He is not in the lake of fire because his sins are still playing out. Imagine throwing a rock into a still water, and those ripples just go all throughout time. That is, those sins are still going all throughout time. So whatever you did, if you did something to a child, or if you did this to somebody else or whatever, those sins are still unfolding, because that's how life is. So that is why they're in a place called Hades. And so the second resurrection here is when you die, you go here, but then you're resurrected from there to stand before the great white throne judgment, and then you're thrown into the lake of fire based upon the whatever the book of works. And that's a part that you do not want to, a resurrection you don't want to take part of. So it says, that's why it says, blessed is he who takes part in the first resurrection. So that's what that is talking about. But then we get to verse 3, and I think this verse is very interesting. It says, those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the firmament, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. This is interesting because it says those who are wise shall shine. And the reason why is because it says because those who turn many to righteousness. So in a sense, again, remember, this is from this is written in Hebrew. This is geared towards the Jews. So this verse could be looked at as basically guided towards the 144,000. Because remember, during the 144,000, during the tribulation, there's going to be 144,000 Jewish guys who get the seal of God on their forehead, and they're going to be running around witnessing to everybody. And here it says, so keep the 144,000 in mind and just see how it fits for your opinion, because it says, those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the firmament, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. So those who turn many to righteousness. So that's interesting. First off, I love it because as a personal application, those who turn many to righteousness. Like, I don't know, have you ever led anybody to the Lord? Have you ever helped somebody come to the Lord in a roundabout way? Like, I hope you have, because those who turn many to righteousness, you can see how those 144,000, because when you know that the 144,000 are going to be running up to people and be like, can I tell you about Jesus? Can I tell you about Jesus? Thanks, Bridget. Can I tell you about Jesus? That's what they're going to be doing. They're going to be turning many to righteousness. So this could be applicable to the 144,000, because when you keep in mind the Hebrew lens and you look at it with that kind of perspective, you can see how it could apply to the 144,000. However, I think it's really neat to think about those who turn many to righteousness. I want to be one of those guys. I hope I'm helping you guys out and turning anybody who's lost in here to righteousness, because that's the whole point. So basically, witness to people. But I find that interesting. But we'll move on. In Daniel 12, verse 4, it says, but you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. This verse you guys might have heard before. A lot of people think, and I, I'm not saying that they're incorrect, but that this is just strictly referring to the internet, because, if you want to type something in, you want to know something, you can find it in like 2 seconds. Whereas if you remember like a couple of decades ago, if you had a question, you'd just be like, oh, okay, I have a question. And you're like, I guess I'm not going to know. And you just keep on going about your life. And you're like, I'm never going to know. Like, how many miles is it to the sun? Like that kind of stuff. But now we have the internet. We can just type things in and we get an answer, whether it's right or wrong, who knows? But it's also applicable to the Bible. And so when you look at this verse, and it says, many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. I'm telling you what, the veil, in a sense, has become so thin because of how many prophecies everybody is waking up to, right? Like there's going to be a time to where everybody can just see the Bible coming to life, like in our world right now, perhaps, to where everybody is seeing the Bible and they're like, wait a second, this happened. And it's almost not even faith anymore, because you're seeing it come to life in front of your eyes. And so before that occurs, I believe the church is going to get taken up, because it's the veil. Like, I want you to imagine I have a bag here and I just like get the air in there and I put my hand through it. And like if I'm not pushing on the plastic, you can't see my hand. But the more I push on the plastic, then the further it gets, that plastic gets real thin. Now you're seeing my hand real clear, because you can see it's almost coming all the way through. So that's the idea here, where the Bible is, there's so much information that you and I have that many people never knew before. They couldn't figure it out, because it took, like, if you went to your pastor 3 decades ago and you asked them a question, they would take 2 weeks to really chase down that thread. But now there's people who have already done all that work. We can go in, type the answer in, look for it, see if it fits, and be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And you just took 20 minutes of your day and you found your answer. And that didn't used to happen. So now we're able to see things that other people didn't have before. So I find that very interesting. When he was talking about the unsaved waiting, is there a Catholic purgatory? No, there's no purgatory. Hades and purgatory are two very, very different things. Purgatory is not in the Bible anywhere. Hades is mentioned in the New Testament. It's called Sheol in the Old Testament, but they're the same place, just different names. But if you go in the book of Matthew, there is a story about a guy named Lazarus, and a guy named, or a rich man. So you have a rich man and Lazarus. They both die, but the picture is that Lazarus goes to Abraham's bosom. The rich man goes to a place called Hades, but they can see each other. He cries out. The rich man is in pain and he cries out and he says, Father Abraham, can you put a drop of water on my tongue? And he says, I can't, even if I wanted to. There's this great divide between you and I. So you have this visual of them looking at each other. One is in torment, the other one is in paradise. And this tormented guy is still in torment right now. That story that story in Matthew that I just told you about, that guy is still waiting to stand before the great white throne. And then when everything is all said and done, he'll be judged according to his works. And that is terrifying. So you can look that up. That's in the book of Matthew. Very interesting. But anyways, in Daniel 12, verse 5, it says this, Then I, Daniel, looked, and there stood two others, one on this riverbank and the other on that riverbank. And one said to the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, How long shall the fulfillment of these wonders be? Now, first off, this is very interesting. So just to set the scene, there's Daniel. He looks, there's a river, first off. So imagine a river going out. On one side, there's an angel. On the other side, there's an angel. But then he says in verse 6, now get this, it's important. It says, And one said to the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river. Now that is interesting, because this is why, like, there's different thoughts on what's going on here. But for me specifically, I kind of lean more towards the idea that this is Jesus, because he's above the waters. Like, you have the angel standing on one riverbank, you have the other angel standing on the other riverbank, and then on the water, there's another one who's above the water. And every time, like, I mean, that just is so a picture of Jesus walking on the water. Now he's above the water, where it talks about linen. That's talking about, gives the idea of priestly garments. You can make your own case for it, and no reason to be too dogmatic about it, but I can kind of see Jesus here. But there are other people who think differently, and that's fine. But I think that's pretty neat. But then we're going to go on to verse 7, and it says this, Then I heard the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, when he held up his right hand and left hand to heaven, and swore by him who lives forever that it shall be for a time, times, and half a time. And when the power of the holy people has been completely shattered, all these things shall be finished. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff here in verse 7. Obviously, again, Daniel mentions above the waters. I like thinking that this is Jesus. And this, if you went through the book of Revelation, this picture should kind of seem familiar to you, because in the book of Revelation, what chapter was it? It talks about how he swore, because he could swear by no one greater, he swore by himself. That's not in the book of Revelation, but that's the idea of what happens in the book of Revelation. He held up his hands and he swore. Man, what chapter is that in? That's going to drive me nuts. But anyways, this happened. Revelation 10. Hold on. Now, I just hold on. Let me check this. I think it's Revelation 10. If it is, I'll cool. If not, I won't look anymore. All right. Yeah. Okay. Revelation 12, Revelation 10. And it says, okay, Revelation 10 verse 5. It says, The angel whom I saw standing on the sea and on the land raised up his hand to heaven and swore by him who lives forever and ever, who created heaven and the things that are in it, the earth and the things that are in it, and the sea and the things that are in it, that there should be delay no longer. Okay, so you see the same picture here. You're seeing that in the book of Daniel. You're seeing it in the book of Revelation. You know already that the book of Daniel and Revelation are already connected like crazy, but now you're seeing this again and again. in the book of Revelation chapter 10, like there's different thoughts on who that angel was. Was it just another angel because the word other was allos or heteros? Like it was allos, another of the same kind. So that's why people say, no, it's not Jesus. It doesn't matter. It's just interesting to see the comparison there. So anyways, back in Daniel 12, verse 7, it says, there it shall be for a time, times, and half a time. If you were here for the book of Revelation, that should be very familiar by now. But all throughout the prophetic world, there are different words that are used to explain different groupings of time, and it's all talking about the exact amount of time. So you could say, it's all talking about 3.5 years. You could say time, times, and half a time. That's 3.5 years. You can say 42 months. That's 3.5 years. Or you could say 1,260 days, because that is also 3.5 years. So they're all a different way of saying 3.5 years. So he's saying at the end of 3.5 years, it shall be finished. But then we get into verse 8. And now we're going to get in some interesting thought process here, and let's go. So in Daniel 12, verse 8, it says this: although I heard, I did not understand. Then I said, my Lord, what shall be the end of these things? So, okay. So it's very interesting because in Daniel chapter 1, verse 17, Daniel is given skill and wisdom in all literature, right? And understanding, but he's also giving wisdom and being able to interpret dreams and visions and whatnot. So he's given that. And then in Daniel 9, Gabriel shows up and he says, I have come to give you skill to understand. So he gave him more skill to understand because there is nothing about Daniel 9 that he didn't really understand. So again, remember who Daniel is and what we've learned before, because Daniel is a type of superhero in a sense because of his big brain. Like picture Megamind, like just walking around with a big old blue head. But this guy, Daniel, has crazy wisdom and understanding. And now he's getting to a part in verse 8 where it says, although I heard, I did not understand. That's interesting. So if you think that this angel that is above the waters is Jesus, let's just say for argument's sake that it is, Daniel says to Jesus in verse 8, he says, then I said, my Lord, Jesus, he said, Jesus, what shall be the end of these things? In verse 9, it said, and he said, go your way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed till the end of till the time of the end. And so that's interesting. So perspective here. Daniel, about 300 years before Jesus was born. Okay, so that's where he's at. This is about 300 years roughly before Jesus was born. Sealed these up. So this was not stuff that people knew. Seal for the time of the end. But now, I need you to understand, now you and I can look at the book of Daniel and understand this stuff. Like what? We have the ability to look back. We have the ability to look back. If you remember Daniel chapter 7, you had those three beasts. What was it? The lion, the bear, and the leopard. But if you go into Revelation, it was the bear, the leopard, and the lion. It was back. It was reversed. And people like to theorize because in Daniel, he saw it one way, but in John, he saw it the other way. But they're the animals, they're just in reverse order. It's because John was looking back into time, whereas Daniel was looking forward into time. And so that's why they think that they're switched. And it's very interesting. So what he's saying here, he's like, these things are closed up, sealed for the time of the end. You and I are getting insight to these things that people never have seen before. And I find that very interesting because in the book of Revelation, he says, do not seal up these words. And that's very, very cool. Because Daniel was alive before Jesus was, and then after Jesus came onto the ground and then ascended up into heaven, John is told, do not seal up these things. So it's interesting to see the different dynamics. Put yourself in Daniel's shoes Be like, okay, I guess we're not going to understand. And then put yourselves in John's shoes and be like, okay, I'm not sealing this up. Like, this is stuff that you and I can understand. And it's just really neat. We're not going to be able to understand, to really wrap our minds around it, because we're talking about stuff that we haven't experienced yet, but we can get the idea. Whereas they couldn't, because I mean, try to wrap your mind, I bring this up all the time, but try to wrap your mind around, something like that fourth beast that Daniel brought in. He's like, I had questions about the fourth beast because it was great and terrifying and dreadful. You and I can wrap our minds around it because we've been there, done that. We understand it. If Daniel was here in our world today, if he teleported to our time right now compared to where he was before, he would be friggin' out. Like, he'd be like, oh my goodness, what is that? Is that McDonald's? I want some. No, okay, but you understand what I'm saying. Anyways, moving on in Daniel 12, verse 10. Now we're getting into some very interesting. Daniel 12, verse 10, it says this: many shall be purified, made white, and refined, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand. This could be referring to the people who are coming out of the tribulation. Many shall be purified. Now, so we're going to read it again, view it from the perspective of people coming out of the tribulation. So we're going to read it again with that lens on. Many shall be purified, made white and refined, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand. So I hope you guys can see it. That's possibly what it's referring to. You know, don't be super dogmatic about that kind of stuff, but that's kind of what I see there, and many others do as well. But then we get to verse 11, and now we are going to get our minds blown because we're going to see something that we haven't really seen before. And so this is interesting. So in verse 11, it says, and from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination of desolation is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Okay, so this is really interesting, because if you remember what I just said when we were in verse 7, where it says time, times, and half a time, this is really interesting, because in verse 7, you have time times half a time. You have 1,260 days, and then you also have 42 months. Those are all exactly 3.5 years. Those are all about the number 3.5. So 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. They're all 3.5. But then you get to verse 11, and it says 1,290 days. So you have 1,260, and now you have 1,290. So there's an extra 30 days added to this number over here for some interesting reason. What's going on? So this is the only place where we see this that I am aware of, but it's 1,290 days. Why is it different? What is going on here? Okay, so this is one of the ideas on what it's saying. So let's read verse 11 again. It says, and from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination is set up, abomination of desolation is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Okay, so let's go through the order of events again. I'm a pre-trib rapture kind of guy, so that I'm going to give you this viewpoint. The rapture occurs, the church is gone. Sometime shortly after, within a month or two, people speculate, there's no certain amount of time, but probably shortly after the rapture, the tribulation will begin, which is talked about in Daniel 9:27. Tribulation begins, it's 7 years. So you're 3.5 years into the tribulation, and then the Antichrist goes into the temple and says, I am God. That is the abomination of desolation. 3.5 years into the tribulation. Okay, so now we are 3.5 years into the tribulation. So now that 3.5 years of the tribulation have already passed, now we're going to go 3.5 years into the future. But instead of going 3.5 years into the future, let's go 1,290 days into the future. Okay, so we are here at the abomination of desolation, where he goes in, says he is God. That is the abomination. That's where it's set up. But now let's go into the future. Instead of going 1,260 days into the future, which would be 3.5 years, let's go 1,290 days in the future. What is happening? So if you were there for the book of Revelation, you understand that at the end of the 7-year tribulation, Jesus comes back, Battle of Armageddon, boom, speaks word, blood all the way up to the horses' bridles, all of these things, right? But then after that, what happens? What happens after the Battle of Armageddon? The millennial kingdom is set up. So this is kind of where people, the 1,290 days, it's a difference of 30 days. This could possibly be where he separates the sheep and the goats, okay? Because understand that after the Battle of Armageddon, it's not the whole world doesn't just die at the Battle of Armageddon. It's just all the people who go there, that the nations, all the nations that go, those guys get wiped out. But what about all the other people on the sides of the earth or whatever, all those other people over there? What about those guys? Well, there's going to be a mixture of people, and they're going to be in two different classes. There's going to be the sheep, the good guys, the guys who get saved during the tribulation. But then there's going to be the goats. So the sheep will go into the millennial kingdom. But what about the goats? So maybe so it's theorized. Now, obviously, we haven't been there. We don't exactly know, but this could be the reason why it's 1,290 days could be the time where they're separating the sheep and the goats. Okay. So that is a thought process. I'm not going to die on that hill. I'll find out when I get there, but that's the idea. And it is very interesting to think about it. But you're introduced to 1,290 days. So you're used to 1,260 days, or at least I hope you are, but now you're brought into a new number, 1,290. Well, it gets worse. Now let's go on to verse 12. In verse 12, it says, "Blessed is he who waits and comes to 1,335 days." Oh, come on. I'm just like, what is happening right here? Okay, so this is very interesting. So you have 1,260 days. Now we just talked about 1,290 days of possibility. So what is going on? It says, "Blessed is he who waits and comes to 1,335 days." I mean, what is this about? Okay. Again, this is conjecture because nobody knows for sure. I'm going to give you an idea and you can take it or you can throw it out and just get your own or whatever. But this is another thought so you have, okay, remember, abomination of desolation. Guy, he goes in temple. He's like, I'm God. So 1,260 days into the future, the Battle of Armageddon. 1,290 days into the future, another 30 days there, the separation of the sheep and goats. But now we go, what is that, 45 more days into the future after the separation of the sheep and goats? What happens within those 45 days after the separation of the sheep and goats, assuming that's what happens? This could be where they possibly set up the millennial kingdom. And I don't know, maybe he's doing all kinds of stuff in front of us. He's like, you over here, you over here, you over here. I don't know. But that is it could possibly be the setting up of the millennial kingdom. And maybe that's what that's referring to. There's other ideas out there. And it's fine to talk about those other ideas as well. That's just kind of where I have landed, but I find it very interesting. Because it's going to be neat and it's going to be amazing and I cannot wait. And I want you guys to be there, in the air with me. But it's really cool and it's thought provoking. And again, I want you to understand a God, when you stumble upon things like this, like what's going on or what, I can't wrap my mind around it. Or when you're trying to figure out the Trinity and you're like, I can't really fully grasp this kind of concept or what is this or what is a God worth understanding. I always go back to this. A God worth understanding is not a God worth worshiping. He gave us this amazing book and it's so neat. It stood the test of time. And here we are diving into it in a world today where I'm talking to a little phone, and you guys are looking at me, and I don't know you, you don't know me, and we're talking to each other. You're not talking, I'm talking. And it's unbelievable. We're living in a world that is unimaginable. It kind of makes it, it's like, you know, how Jesus said, you will do greater things than these things that I do. It's like, what was he talking about? It's like, we're doing things, we're reaching people, and it's unbelievable. So this could possibly be what he was talking about then. But anyways, very interesting to ponder there. But in verse 13, wrapping up, it says, but you go your way till the end, for you shall rest and will arise to your inheritance at the end of the days. And that is an amazing promise. Like, what an absolute promise. Can you imagine, assuming that angel that Daniel was talking to, assuming that's Jesus? Now, mind you, Daniel never, like, this was before Jesus was incarnate, right? This was before that. But imagine that angel is Jesus that was hovering above the waters, who is currently talking to Daniel. Imagine that's Jesus saying, but you go your way till the end, for you shall rest and will arise to your inheritance at the end of the days. Oh, I mean, can you just, yeah. Thank you. What an absolute thought. So, I mean, can you imagine being Daniel coming to the end of his days where he's just like, you know what? I'm ready. Take me. What an absolute promise. His experience. And so just as a quick recap, going from Daniel chapter 1 to Daniel chapter 13, Daniel was a child going into Babylon. He rises through the ranks and he finds favor in the sight of King Nebuchadnezzar. He makes an amazing relationship with him. Thanks, Jenny. And then that kingdom falls. But then Persia comes up and Daniel is right there being the right-hand man again. And he's there and he has all this experience. He's thrown into the lion's den. He sees the angel while he's in the lion's den. He pulled out, like he sees Gabriel. Gabriel gives him this vision. He sees all these things. He's given wisdom to understand. You have to imagine, what was Daniel doing while he was not like outside of what we see here? He was talking to people. You have to know, like, everybody knew about Daniel. They hated him. There's 120 guys who made it their mission to go after him. So what about all the other people outside of the 120? Daniel was going there. He was living righteously and people hated him for it. And that is a testament of your relationship with Christ. If there are people, they hated me first, they will hate you also. That kind of stuff. Like, Daniel had to have been a light every single room he walked into. And it's so cool to see. And that's what we should be doing. But at the end, to see it from Daniel 1 all the way to Daniel 12, verse 13, for him to finally get the words from that lifelong journey, because we see him around 12 to 14 years old to however old he is at this in chapter 12. Says, but go your way till the end, for you shall rest, and you will arise to your inheritance. I mean, isn't that like one of the coolest endings to a book? I mean, I don't know. I think it's really neat, but so thanks, Bridget. I appreciate it. I hope you guys like that. So what books? Loved it. Thanks, guys. Good. I mean, I'm glad you guys didn't leave me during Daniel 11 because I was in physical pain. Hi. Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Alina. Thank you. Katarina, yeah, thanks, guys. Lot there. There's a lot more than You can study the Daniel at Jehovah'sWitness.org. I am not a Jehovah's Witness. I love your teaching. Thanks. Hi, sister. I appreciate that. Loved it. Keo, thanks. Thank you. Showing off that bicep. Nope. Biceps so subtly. Not at all. I am a shadow of what I once was. Good teaching. Thanks. Yeah. Interesting things though. The church will be above angels. Yeah. Jenny, we will, judge angels. You can type that in and you can find it. But yeah, we will judge angels. First time listener definitely will be the last. All right. Well, thanks for being here. That's hilarious. Can you please tell me who John was? That's an interesting. He's what happened in Daniel 11? What happened in Daniel 11? It was a very rough chapter to go through. Oh, am I frozen? Won't be the last. Oh, I thought I was like, hey, you know what? If you're gonna throw some shade, at least you're doing it in a funny kind of way, because that was hilarious. First time listening and definitely the last. It'll be the last. Shelba, thanks for hanging out, Shelba. You have been here. There's a lot of you guys who have been here for the whole time, and good for you guys. Hopefully you guys are getting a ton out of this, because there's so much here. And there's so much more than what I could ever tell you, but you dive in, you'll find stuff for yourself, and it's really, really neat. Hello. Sorry I'm late. It's okay, Denise. Thanks for being here. No, the only channel, I guess, is that I just upload these to YouTube. So if you're interested, you can go back to them. I don't edit them or anything like that. That would take all day because these are really long. But yeah, I'll put these up on YouTube, and you can go to the YouTube. There's a YouTube link in my TikTok profile. Just click on my little picture here, and then underneath that, my profile picture, there will be a little YouTube link if you're interested. You did great. Thanks. I just hope I don't have to do it again. This Daniel 11 was the reason why I didn't want to go through the book of Daniel, because of how difficult that is. Jessica, hopefully I answered your question, what your YouTube is. It's in my TikTok profile. Just click on that. Good job. Thanks. Thanks, Audrey. I appreciate it. You're one. Thanks, John. I'm glad you went through it. Yeah, it was a rough one. Melly, thanks for being here. You're up late. Thanks, cowgirl. Yeah, I don't, just woke up. Thorough job. Thanks, Jason. Yeah, what book next? I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know. Doing a poll. Any idea on what's next? Kellogg, hi. You teach the Trinity? Yeah, I believe in the Trinity. Absolutely. Awesome live tonight. Thanks, Shystone. Yeah, I don't know. Start at the beginning. Oh, Ruth and Boaz. Zaina. That's funny you said that. That was actually one of the ones I was considering. There is story. Have you guys ever studied the story of Ruth and Boaz? Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Ooh, Ezekiel. And Angela, did you know that there are other chapters in Ezekiel other than 38 and 39? I'm just kidding. What do you guys think about that? Ruth would be so much. I think you guys would get a ton out of that. 1 Corinthians 6:3. Okay, judging angels is in 1 Corinthians 6:3. Thanks, Amber. Yeah, it's a good study. Oh man, no, not yet. Come back to life tomorrow, please. I can't do that. It'll probably be a couple days. Isaiah or Jeremiah, that would be an insane study right there. Holy smokes. What, 66 books in Jeremiah? Or I'm sorry, Isaiah. Okie dokie. Found your YouTube. Nice. Cool. But if you guys ever have any questions before we dive into anything else, yes, do it. What, Stacy? Which one? Ruth and Boaz? James. Ooh, James would be really neat too. Acts, man, yeah. Esther. I mean, they're all Ruth. I kind of want to do Ephesians. I mean, Romans is really good too. Romans would be Proverbs. Do you have two different accounts other than this, like Whirlpool? What's Whirlpool? Poll time. Light in the darkness. Yeah, try to be Job. Man, they're all good books. James is my favorite. One of the first books I resonated with. Yeah, just do all of them. I feel like that might happen. Oh man. Yeah, we can take a poll. Who's here right now, mod wise? Is that Chosen? Chosen, are you here? Yes, do all of them. Can you do, all right, Chosen, can you do a poll of, let's do Ruth, do a poll of Ruth, which book next? Ruth, James, what was it? Romans. Are those like the top ones? Ruth. Yeah, let's do I Give Up. What do you give up with, Wendy? I have a question. Can someone lose their salvation? I don't believe you can. Two options only. You can do Ruth, James, or Romans. I think Romans. Yeah, I'll throw Romans in there because Romans would be good because we talk about Romans all the time. John. John. I talk about John all the time too. Do those if you can. I do not believe you can lose your salvation. I am a firm believer that you cannot lose your salvation. And then the way I look at it, there's people who believe you can, and there's people who believe you can't. I believe if you are saved, then you are always saved. I do not believe you can lose your salvation. In John 1, it talks about how he gives you and I the right to become sons of God. So if you become a son of God, then something inside of you changes. Can you only do two? Oh, you can only do two options. Okay, you can only do two options? I didn't know that. What if you start sinning every day? Well, you're going to sin every single day, no matter what you do. But, no, I believe that once you're saved, if you are saved, then you are always saved. I mean, look at the prodigal son. I use him just for easy visual reasons. When the prodigal son left, he was still the son of the father. When the son was in the mud puddle doing all the things that he shouldn't have been doing, he was still the son of the father. When he came back to his father ran to him and accepted him. He was still the son of his father. I mean, it's the picture. Just because, like right now, if you have a child, if your child goes off and starts doing all kinds of crazy stuff, you're never going to be like, you are not my son anymore. You might say that, but it doesn't change anything. But like from a heavenly father point of view, when you become a son of God, like inside you, he is literally indwelling in you. Like think about your body right now. This is what the Old Testament people couldn't really wrap their minds around because it was a mystery. Like the church was a mystery. They couldn't wrap their minds around the Holy Spirit indwelling somebody because they had to go to the temple in order to do that. They had to go to the temple and talk to the high priest, and the high priest did all the things for them. But you and I, we don't need any of that. There is no temple. So the major dilemma, thanks, Tiffany, the major dilemma of the Jewish people is that they have no remedy for sin because they decide to put themselves under the law. You and I are under grace. The Jewish people are under the law. And so that is their major dilemma right now. They need what are we going to do for our sin? So I don't believe you can lose your salvation. I believe if you are saved, then you are always saved. Is there a poll going? Hope you're right. Yeah, no, but think about it. If you are born again and the Holy Spirit is within you, then when you do sin, even if you don't know the Bible, let's take somebody off the road. You just start talking to them. They've never read the Bible before, but you lead them to the Lord and they're like, wow, I never knew any of that. And they give their life to Christ. They never knew any of this kind of stuff. Now, they're not going to know this stuff by osmosis because it takes time. You study, you build upon your foundation. However, if the Holy Spirit is within that person, now when that person leaves and goes about his normal day to day, when he starts doing things, he's going to start feeling differently about what he's doing because he's like, wait a second, why am I feeling... I'm feeling messed up doing this stuff now. I never used to feel this way. Like, what's going on? Well, what is going on is internally. And that's the Holy Spirit working on him. Like, he doesn't know. He's like, what's going on? He's like, I can sin, but it's like, oh, I feel gross doing it now. It's like, what is going on? Like, well, that's the Holy Spirit. It's like, if you imagine your body as a house, remember what happened when Jesus chased out those people from the temple? He chased them out because that was his Father's house. It's the same thing that's going on in our body, is that when you bring sin into your temple, he's running in and he's trying to get it out. Now you can quench the Holy Spirit, but it doesn't change anything. I voted. Hi, Blondie. Yeah, conviction. Absolutely. Touch the poll. I don't know how to. Okay. What? Oh. Okay, so you can only do 2 oh man, that's a bummer. Okay. There's got to be a way to add more options. Do you guys know if you can? Okay, poll is 2 rectangles at the bottom. So you can only do 2? Is that what you're saying, Chosen? You can only add 2 books? Because if you can only do 2 books, then we should, what was it? Ruth and James. I think Ruth and James. I think that might be fun. Maybe redo it and do Ruth and James, and then because I think those were the ones that I think would be kind of cool. And then another poll. I don't know. Gospels can't go wrong with John. I mean, they're all good. Habakkuk. I think I saw you say that earlier, Jensen. Habakkuk. We could do that. Yeah. What is the bet? No, I don't know what that is. I love learning. Doesn't matter. Sames. Yeah. I think John would help the lost. Yeah. Okay. So the majority would prefer John over Ruth. Okay. So now take John and do another one and do John and James, and we'll see. We'll just run it through the gauntlet since you can only do 2. That's unfortunate. Ephesians. Amber wants Ephesians. Oh man, I'm just pumped that you guys are wanting to do this at all. Like, I mean, I think it's so neat that there are so many people who are interested in this kind of stuff right now. And, you know, it's really cool that we have the ability to connect on this kind of level. I was, yes, no kidding. Oh, Stacy also wants Ephesians. Oh, there's 2 Ephesians. At least, I was thinking, I was thinking about, I'm still throwing the idea around about, thanks Lydia, about, Discord, just so in case everybody wanted to keep in touch, it would be a way that we all could join in a group and talk to each other about throughout the day and be in a different kind of context. So I'm kind of working on that. Is there a poll going? Did you do another poll? Oh, okay, there is. Yeah. John and James. Okay. Oh, wow. We're still sticking with John. Okay. Looks like it's probably going to be John. Oof. Look, another Ephesians. Romans road study would be so helpful. Yeah, Romans would be really good. How about going with the Bible? What do you mean, Jason? I have Discord. Yeah. Let's talk about Paul because I have so many questions about him. I mean, I voted a second time. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Ruth, Tiffy. I know, right? Like, I was kind of excited to go through Ruth, but it didn't seem like too many people were interested. But that's unfortunate. Guys, there's so many cool things about Ruth. I honestly just want to be like, we're doing Ruth because there's so many things that are neat. It wouldn't take too long. Women need to know about Ruth. I wanted Ruth. Do Ruth. Yes, Ruth. I love Ruth. Okay. All right. Ruth and John. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll do Ruth. I'm sorry. We did a vote. It's the whole thing. I'm a dictator all of a sudden. It's terrible. But I think Ruth would be very, very edifying, and it would clear up because it connects to these books. It connects to Revelation. And so I don't hate me. But I think you guys will see Revelation chapter 5 in a complete new light. We should do a poll on how many people have been here for the book of Revelation and Daniel. Interesting. John 1. Okay. Dang. Okay, we'll do Ruth. We'll do Ruth and then we'll do John. Is that okay? Does that work? First. Oh, I hate that. Recount the votes. They stole the election. Yuppie. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can do that. That's great. Squirrel. He's right here. John. All right, cool. Well, that's cool. Women first. Yeah. Gucci. I mean, John is so good. I mean, Ruth and John. I mean, you guys are going to get, have you guys, I know you guys have probably read Ruth, but have you ever studied Ruth? Ooh, John's still leading. Interesting. I mean, I love that because John is so cool. Yeah, we'll do John. Okay, Ruth. Hopefully you guys can. Okay, we'll do Ruth, then John. Don't let me get distracted because I'm probably going to ask what we're doing after Ruth. But Ruth is so stinking neat. Never studied Ruth. All right. Well, you're in for a treat. It is going to be really neat. When are you live next? I don't know. It's going to be a couple days. Should Ryan start in Genesis? Chosen. Stop it. We're going. Can't wait for Ruth. No kidding. The kinsman redeemer. I mean, there's so many cool visuals in the book of Ruth. And I just want to just tell them to you. Yes. This is killing me. You guys are cracking me up. Yeah, LOL. I've read through Ruth several times. All right. Well, hopefully if you hang out, you'll let's hear it. Oh, okay. Well, it's all about the build up. You got to walk them through it and then you got to tell them and dissect it. First off, guys, I don't know what kind of church you guys are going to. But I really, really think it's important to find a church that goes through the Bible, expositionally. And what that means is exactly what we're doing here. We're going through it verse by verse. It's not just like taking one verse and making a 2-month segment on it. Like, okay, we're going to really dive into Daniel 12:1, and we're going to unpack it on every single level. And, like, that's not, no, you need to dive in, because that's how you learn, and it forces you to learn. Like, if you go, let's start with Ruth tonight. All right, let's do it. Yes, that's what our pastor is doing. Great, teacher. Good. That's really good. I'm scared to go to church. They're all misleading. Yeah, you got to find a good one, Stacy. It's very tough, and you have to know your stuff in order to really find a good one, because if you don't know your stuff, you might just go into a church that has a good name on it and be like, oh, this is, my dad used to go to a Baptist church. There are some really weird Baptist churches out there, just so you know. Like, holy cow. I went to one time. I was like, oh, a Baptist church. And I was like, what the heck did I just get myself into? Your church is, yeah, plenty. Good night, Vera. Thanks for being here. I go to Crossroads Church. Yeah, I know a couple of Crossroadians. I appreciated Wednesday night Bible study when I was in Maine. Yeah, I was raised Pentecostal. Okay. Yeah, be careful. I'm going to a church that teaches from the Bible. Interesting, Jason. There aren't too many of those out there. No, I'm just kidding. Good for you. Give us an intro into how Ruth ties into Revelation. An intro. It ties into Revelation because of the kinsman redeemer in Revelation chapter 5. You need to know how to look at it in order to see it. And so it's kind of an introduction. I'll just tell you that Ruth ties in with Revelation chapter 5. So if you want to read Revelation chapter 5 and then try to see how it could, maybe you'll be able to see it. I talked about it when we went through the book of Revelation, and it tied in really, really beautifully. It's about the picture. It's all about the picture. Whenever you guys are when you're reading the Bible for yourself, understand that you're trying to see the picture. Like, just ask yourself as you're reading, you're like, what am I trying to see here? What is the picture? And then that might help you kind of zoom back a little bit, and then you can kind of look at it again. You need new eyes, or see Ryan's YouTube chapter 5. There you go. Revelation chapter 5. Let us know when you're going live again. Love hearing the book of the Bible. Thanks. What I've been doing, I've recently found out how to add a story on TikTok. So I know how to do that now. But what I've been doing is I take a picture of my Bible and I just upload it to my story. So that's my way of letting people know that I'm going to go live that day or that night. So that's what I'll be doing. I don't know how to do it any other way. I think there's probably other ways, but that's the only thing that I've known how to do. But that was one of the reasons why I was thinking about setting up a Discord. I don't know if there's a couple of people of you guys who know what Discord is, but it's a Discord. It's just an app where everybody can join. It's free. And it's just, imagine all of us in here just in another room, and we're all just talking to each other, like hanging out. And it would open up a new line of communication, and it would allow everybody to talk to one another and grow together and fellowship and whatnot. And I've been thinking about putting that. It's hard to navigate at first. Yeah. The only thing you really need to know is how to get into the general chat kind of room. Okay. Should Brian? Clearly, that was all capital letters for the word yes. Chosen wants to go through the book of Genesis. That's very biased. You're on Instagram? No. I don't have anything else aside from TikTok. That would be good, Felina. Yeah, I still think I might do that. It's an app. Yeah, it's rather simple. Why be careful about Pentecostal? I wouldn't want to go to a church that didn't allow the Holy Spirit too. Steph, no, I'm not saying that, obviously. I'm just saying that there's a lot of, I said this earlier, but I think a lot of people are looking for like there's a lot of people out there who are just convulsing on the ground and slaying people. And that is very dangerous territories, just because, people get so caught up in what they can do. And I think it's taking away from the picture of Jesus. And that's like, if you hang out with me, like, you'll know that I try to get us all back to Jesus and focus on him and just pay attention to him. Like, yeah, Paul, he's cool. Yeah, all these guys, they did these things. And like, when you dive in there and you understand what was actually going on, it changes your perspective in a sense. But when you like, if you literally focus on Jesus, if you just do a study of him, then you'll be like, you know what? This is how Jesus walked. This is how Jesus talked. This is how he handled this. He was loving. He was kind. He prayed simply. He didn't do these things to blow the socks off of everybody out there. So it's just my stance on it. And that's as close as I ever want to stay. You know, a lot of everybody else likes to really dive into Acts chapter 2, verse 18 or 38. I can't remember, but they get kind of lost in the idea. So I try to stay on Jesus. I get that they do get caught up in a way, some do, but also his place and strengths and such. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I'm not taking away from what they're doing. Are you a pastor? No, I am not. Ginger wife tales. I am a pastor's kid. Snake handling. Yeah, I am a PK. Yeah, 100%. You're a teacher. Yeah. Yeah, you should be one. No. Thanks, though. Man. No. I mean, here, you know, maybe this could be it, Blondie. This could be it. What do you think about the baptism? What about it, Denise? Paul, grace, say we saved by grace, not by works, but James say faith without deeds is dead. Yeah. Truth, love. Yeah, what baptism? You're teaching now? Yeah. It's funny. Guys, I just want to let you guys know how this is just killing me. It's cracking me up because I started this TikTok page like 2.5, 3 months ago now. And I only did it because I just started seeing everybody else. Like, I would be swiping and I would stumble upon somebody who would be yelling at me. And I'm like, what are you doing? And then another guy, he's sweating his face off. And then another guy's like doing all this weird stuff. And like, and I'm just like, what is happening on the TikToks? And so I'm just like, I can't. Yeah. So here I am. Yeah. Elades, hello. Yeah, thanks, Audrey. Thanks, John. Being real, you believe what you're selling and people can see it. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. Thoughts on the rapture? Ooh, thoughts on the rapture. Chance, let's go through the book of Revelation again. No, I'm pre-trib rapture though, Chance. Thanks, Kat. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing, right? And so hopefully I can encourage you and push you guys out there, and hopefully you guys are getting pumped up, because I get pumped up about this stuff. I read it and I'm like, you know, just like I get pumped up. Like, what? Are you kidding me? We get to read the Bible? I mean, people don't even understand like what you have. You literally have a gold mine like right on your lap. If your Bible is hanging out right in front of you, this is everything. Like, if you can black out everything else in the world and just have this, you win. We gotta stop looking at people who have all these other fancy shiny things and be like, they missed the point. Oh man, yeah, no problem, Chosen. I'm glad you're here, dude. Don't ever feel obligated to stay up, man. But I appreciate the time that you spend here. Give me something on Israel and what's going on now. This is very demanding. Sheesh. Give me something on Israel and what's going on now. TikTok name to catch your recorded stuff. Linda, if you just click on my little profile picture right here, you can see the YouTube video or the YouTube link right under my profile picture. There's a link there. You can go there and see that stuff. I have many questions. First one, where did Abraham go after he died, like his resting place? I don't know. That's a great question. Yeah, Amber, it is really neat to see how it just, I was pumped when I had like 20 people. I was like, hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for being here. Yeah, Shelba, shout out to Chosen because he is doing a solid job. Your son is over there? Okay. Where did you guys just study? We just finished the book of Daniel, Chance. We finished the book of Revelation. Now we finished the book of Daniel, and we were just debating about what book we were going to dive into next. And we all decided on Leviticus. So Leviticus is, just kidding. We're going Daniel 12. Leviticus is where I'm reading now. Well, you can come on up here, man. That's an interesting book. That is a bloody book. Daniel 12:13. Think he's one of two witnesses, right? No. Oh, one of the two witnesses in the book of Revelation. No, I don't. So when you read Revelation 11, that's where you're introduced to the two witnesses, and when you look at the signs and miracles that they're able to do, they are very emblematic, or they parallel the things that Moses and Elijah did. So if I had to bet, I would say that they're Moses and Elijah, but I also could be wrong, and that's fine. There's going to be two guys one way or the other, but the reason why we think it's Moses and Elijah is because of the signs and wonders that they're able to do, and also they were with Jesus on the Mount of Transfiguration. So they're very clearly two key players. Why in the world would Jesus go and talk to Moses and Elijah out of everybody? Why those two guys? So it's interesting. So that's I thought you said Ruth. I know I did say Ruth. I was kidding, Stacy. I am a child. You're gonna, if you're new here, we're not going through Leviticus. No, we're gonna go through the book of Ruth. I was totally kidding. I am a child. You'll learn that. And that's because, like, if you, like, I kept bringing this guy. Like, if this doesn't tell you everything you need to know, then I don't know what will. That John came as Elijah. I see what you're saying. I was like, yeah, no worries, Shelva Fox with the squirrel emo. That is in your recent emojis, and it's going to be there for a little bit. That's funny. But yeah, the squirrel idol. Oh, man. Yeah, no, we're going through the book of Ruth. Through the book of Ruth for sure. But yeah, I'm probably going to start wrapping up here. But if you guys have any questions, just in general, if you ever go through your day-to-day, whatever you're diving into on your own, if you have a question, shoot me a message on here. Hit me up. I would love to talk to you. I don't ever want you to think that you're bugging me, because you're not. I talk to people, they ask, message me all the time about this or that or prayer. And that's really cool. And I really am encouraged by those questions. If you ask me a question, I'm encouraged because you're looking into it for yourself. So you're looking and now you're like, wait a second. And so now you have a question and now you're looking, and that's what you should be doing. You should be doing that. I do the same thing. I call my dad up when I drive. I'm like, hey, what do you think about this? And like, we just have a conversation. We'll talk for an hour or two just on some stuff. And next thing you know, we've just gone through every book of the Bible and we're all over the place trying to figure things out. There's so many things. Good night, Kellogg. You have a pastor's Harry. That is amazing. Yeah, it's really neat. But that's what, like, my point is to ask questions. And if you don't ask them to me, ask them to somebody else. But thank you, Ryan. When might you be on next for Ruth? It's probably going to be 4 days or so. But I'll put a story. I'll take a picture of and put it as the TikTok story. So, just look for that, I suppose. I don't know. How does that work for you guys? If I post a story, does it show up and say, "Hey, Ryan posted a story"? Do you teach like your dad? No. I am much more childish. Yeah. Can you read John? I can. Yeah, we'll do John after Ruth. Leave us a story letting us know. Yeah, I will. I'll text him middle of the week. Hey, Ryan, what are you studying tonight? Yeah. Jenny asked me what was I studying the other night. And I was like, I'm going through Matthew 24, Mark 13, and Luke 21. And she's like, okay. And then she read those chapters too. And she's like, cool chapters. Ryan is hilarious compared to his dad. Yeah. Where to text you at? What app? You can just message me on here because you can send messages if you click on there and you just hit send a message. If you post it right before you go live, okay, so it shows up that way. All right, that's good to know. I wasn't sure if it was reaching anybody or not. No, just okay. A video will show you're live and maybe on the. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Who's your dad? My dad is Billy Graham. No, I'm just kidding. My dad is he's my dad. He's not like a renowned pastor or anything like that. We go to the church I go to is like 40, 50 people in it. It's a very, very small church. It's a very, very small church. Just hopped on and heard you say Ruth. I've been studying Ruth and am deeply encouraged by it. Let's go, Allie. Yeah, it is an amazing book. The story helps for sure. Okay, cool, Shelba. That's encouraging. Where are you from? I'm currently in Ohio. I'm in Ohio. Melly. Where you live? Ohio. Let's hear the Ruth. The Ruth. I went to the Walmarts. Ruth is my favorite book of the Bible. Okay, Michelle, well, you got to come hang out because we're going to unpack it. It is a very cool book. 50 people are better than the mega churches. Yeah, I'm not a fan of mega churches. I went to a church that had like 200 people, and I know that that's not mega church, but I was like, where's my car? Like, I don't even, where did I park? The Ruth, the Ruth is on fire. Are you Amish? Nope. This is just how I look. I know. I'm embarrassed too. Is your dad Amish? No. I'm sorry, guys. This is just how I look. That is too funny. Small church is where it's at. Yeah, I think so too. Yep, she is on fire. This girl is on fire. It was a typo, ran with it. I get it. How did you gain so much knowledge? Did you go to a Bible college or something? No. So yeah, that's it. I'm embarrassed too. Oh. All right. That's okay. But yeah, no, I gained so much knowledge. I don't look, just so you know, I do not look at myself like I have so much knowledge, just to be clear. So there's that. But thank you. Because I am a 100% and always will be a student, and I love learning. And so I don't know. I ask a ton of questions. That's what I say. I ask a lot of questions, and so I like to understand things, and I like to what is this? Like, why is this here? Why did they say that? Thanks, Allie. I ask questions, and so when I ask questions, I remember. Sometimes it takes a long time for me to understand things. I actually had this conversation tonight or the other night. I can't remember, but I was like, you know what? It takes me a long time to really understand something, but when I do understand it, I retain that information, and then I know how to throw it onto somebody else so that they can understand it in a simpler way. And thanks, Bridget. And that's kind of where I'm at. So I ask a lot of questions. I learn from asking. And that's why I tell you guys, I'm like, if you have a question, ask. Because if you don't ask, me too, right? Yeah, I need you to talk to me like I am a little 2-year-old. I ask more than tons, more. Yeah, say it good. Oh my goodness. Thanks. Thanks. We're really going to have to enforce this whole gift thing. You guys are only allowed to give a gift if you tell somebody about Jesus. You preach solid doctrine. Thanks, Jenny. Okay. Hey. It's my Amish buggy right there. Thanks. Okay. All right. Yeah, I should get off of here before you guys keep doing that. Thanks, Sandy. You know, do you think we'll have to go through the whole 7-year trib before K9? No. Absolutely not. I believe I'm a pre-trib rapture guy, and I unpacked that tonight. Using Daniel 7:21, because we went from Daniel 7:21 to Matthew 16:18, and the two differences there are amazing. And when you go to Revelation chapter 4 and 5, you study who the 24 elders are, and you see who the kings and priests are, and you do that. It's just this whole thread, but you have to chase it. And once you find it, man, it's amazing. So no, all that to say, I believe we will be gone before the tribulation begins. What about the wheat and tares illustration? What about it, Angela? God is saving us from his wrath. Yeah, I think so. Love your sense of humor. Amish buggy. Oh, man. Yeah. Smaller bites. Yeah, Amber, I get that. I get that. They will rule over the earth. Who, the Amish? I don't know. I'm stuck on the Amish thing right now. That's probably not what you were talking about. Back to bed for me, just popped. Good night. Have a good night, Melly. Thanks for being here. Hi, Starlight. Hello. Welcome. Starlight, so bright. Wow. When are you posting this video? Probably, maybe tomorrow or Sunday. 144,000 priests. No, 144,000 Jewish. The 144,000 will be Jewish people on the earth. I lost my brother last year to addiction, and ever since I kind of strayed away, just angry, I guess. Dude, Chance, yeah, I highly relatable. I went through the hardest thing ever myself a couple of years back, and that's why I think it's so important to build on your foundation, because when you fall, when you go through hard times, you're going to fall down sooner or later. It's going to happen. So the question is, what are you going to fall on? And so if Christ is not rock solid in your world, then you're going to fall down on other things that the world has to offer. And he's going to force you. He's like, hey, look, come over here, fall on these things, right? He's going to give you all these other things to fall on. Satan, that is, Lucifer. But if Christ is your foundation, then you can have perspective through it, because you're like, you know what? This isn't all there is. We're here for a short time. What are you doing with the time that you're given? Your life is a vapor. And every time, it's so interesting to think about that kind of stuff, because it's so sobering when I think about it, because I was in a, still am into some, but I was for like almost half my life, I've been around an environment with a lot of death and a lot of killing and stuff. Like, it's been around, so it's not like new. Like, I've seen bodies just, and if it's easy to get lost in that kind of stuff. So when I came back from Baghdad, for example, we lost some of our buddies there, and a couple of my friends that I came back with, they came back with big time PTSD. And my dad and I had a conversation, and I'll always remember it because I never thought of it before. He asked me, he's like, do you struggle with any of that stuff? And I was like, no, I don't. Like, there's never a night where I wake up sweating or whatever. And he's like, okay, that's really cool. I didn't think you did. He's like, I wonder if it's because of your relationship with Jesus. And that's all I said. And I was like, you know what? I bet that's what it is. So, I think when you have the ability to, zoom out and see that you're not here for you, you're not here for me. Like, if my family passes away tomorrow, everybody I love dies, like the whole story of Job unfolds in front of my eyes. Though he slay me, yet I will trust him. Yeah, Blondie. So you can understand there. Have you ever had sleep paralysis? Because I haven't. I've heard of people having that before. Yeah, Kimchi. Yeah. Very cool, Oscar, right? And I only tell you that because I believe it's true. I believe, I could be wrong, but that's what I give the credit to. I believe it's because of my relationship with Christ. And like, that's what's so important. Like, if you build it up, like, think about you're standing there as you're just there. And then all of a sudden you're enforcing yourself. You're building, you're strengthening here. You're adding to your armor all over the place. You're putting on, you're like getting ready for war, and you got your sword, and you're just like you can start to see things differently. So, oh yeah, Blondie. Nope, I was not saying it for that, but thanks. Rick D. Phony. Okay. I'm gonna pronounce that funny. Thank you. I agree. I work as a therapist with trauma and a Christian. I can attest. Yeah, okay, Jessica gets it. Oh gosh. See, child. Funny. Have you been religious? Religious is a dangerous word. You are so funny. Yes, child. Exactly. You understand. See, Shelba gets it. She gets it. That's me right there. That little baby face. It's also really interesting how the apostles are the foundation of the church and Christ is the chief cornerstone. Yeah. I feel like Job, I'm a believer, but last 4 or 5 years, I'm totally damaged from trauma. Yeah. And that's the thing, is that we all have our different lives that we're living, our own paths. We're all here doing what we have, like, whatever hand we're dealt, we are dealing with. And it is, it's interesting because some people have a really good life. Some people have it super easy. And then there's people across the world who are literally underground trying to worship God. And it's just really interesting seeing, because then we're over here and we're like, oh, look at me, woe is me. But when you compare it to people over there, it's like, wow, I really have it so good. And we really do here in America. We really, really, truly do. But then there are other people in America who have a really, really terrible time, really, really hard life. And the deck is stacked against them from childhood, whether they're born in an abusive family or my dad this or my mom this or left or drugs, alcohol, whatever it might be. It's all difficult, and we all have our own struggles, and we need to remember that whenever we're handling somebody. Like if somebody's in front of you at the gas station just having all kinds of attitude, or somebody's cutting you off, like, they're in a different world. You don't know what they're going through. Like, it's important to understand that, remember that kind of stuff. And it's difficult too, because you don't go about your life, I need to think about that person or this person. Like, we don't do that. You need to train yourself to kind of think that way. And everything is about train, prepare. Thanks, Sean. China Underground. Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Yeah. I'm pretty sure God is going to humble America real soon. I can see that being a possibility. And if you are not deeply rooted in him, then you could get lost. It is hard to not get angry sometimes. Absolutely, John. No kidding. Explain to me what's offensive. Call me a child, but I'm genuinely trying to understand. What do you mean, Amber? What's offensive? I don't know. Good morning, Austin. Hey, welcome back, man. Here we are, and here you are again. Hopefully you got some sleep. Sometimes when you have to wake up real early, you don't sleep because you're worried about waking up early. So hopefully you actually get some good sleep. But welcome back. Sadly true. Yeah, Blondie, absolutely. I ask God questions all day, every day, and I never get answers. Can you explain? Yeah, that's an interesting question there. Sanchez. I ask God questions all day, every day, and I never get answers. Can you explain? Yeah, it's. I would say that you do get answers. You're just not getting the one that you wanted. So like imagine like when you're a child, you pray that God helps you pass the test, or you pray that you get the girlfriend that you wanted, or you pray that you get a grade, or it's all pray. But there's prayers that go like even so. It's interesting just thinking about the book of John real fast, because I think it's very insightful. But Jesus, just think about Jesus for a second. When Jesus was in the garden, you know how he went and he prayed, and then he came back to his disciples and they were asleep, and then he woke them up, and then he went back and he prayed, and then he came back to the disciples were asleep, and then that happened 3 different times. But what's interesting about that entire picture is unbelievable, is that Jesus was praying. In a sense, if you look at it, you can see that he was praying that the cup was able to pass from him. He's like, if you are willing, let this cup pass from me. Like Jesus was human. He was everything you and I are. And he was going through such physical pain before the crucifixion process even began. And he was like praying, if possible, let this cup pass from me. And it's unbelievable when you start to look at it, because where is that? I want to say like 17. No, not that prayer. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but well, I don't want to. Anyways, you guys know what I'm talking about, but I can't. It drives me nuts when I can't remember where something is found. Anyways, you guys know what I'm talking about, but it's an interesting prayer. So you're asking like God doesn't answer my prayers. Like it's also really interesting that Jesus had that kind of conversation. It's almost like he did it for the benefit of you and I, because it was recorded clearly. It's not just here by accident in the Bible. It was given to us. It was a conversation between him and God the Father, and it's just really, really neat to see that kind of stuff. Yeah. 17:26, is that what it is? Notice how many people join alive about God. Yes, I do notice that. He was in the garden. Can you answer anything without the book? No offense. Can I answer any question without the Bible? Yeah. I'm sure there's something I can answer. But I try to stick as close to this book as I possibly can. The Bible is fictional. Okay. Matthew 26, is that where it is? 39? Okay. But yeah, guys, I am, okay, thank you guys. Look at you. I thought, wait, what? I swear it was in the John 26, 39. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, man. I was way off. Okay. But yeah, that's the story. Like, there it is in Matthew 26, verse 39 and down and onward. He went a little further and fell on his face and prayed, saying, "Oh, my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me." I need you to understand the idea here is because Jesus, first off, he's praying. That's interesting. Jesus, God of the everything, is praying to God the Father. Wrap your mind around that, because that you can't do. You can't do it. You can't. It's like, okay, there are three persons, but one being. You can't understand it. You can't do it. But anyways, he prayed. Then he came to his disciples, found them sleeping. He's like, "What? You couldn't watch 1 hour with me?" Then he goes back. He prays again. "Father, if the cup cannot pass away from me unless I drink it, your will be done." So he was basically, if you know, you can interpret it for your own self, but the way you see it here seems to be very clear that he is. It's important, and because there's other people, and I need, like, this is everything. This is the Lord's heart on his sleeve right in front of you to see for yourself. And I need you to see that he says in verse 39, "Oh, my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as you will." He was asking if there was any other way. If God the Father up in heaven if they're having this two-way communication conversation going on, and it's recorded as it is, God the Father, if he's looking out for God the Son, if there was any other way, he would have done it. He could have said, "Yep, you know what? Baptism is good enough. Just tell them to get baptized. Don't get crucified." He could have done that. But he didn't. And so it's almost for our own edification, obviously, that we have this record of Jesus praying to God the Father, and it's an absolutely mind-blowing situation. He was still willing to die for all of us. Absolutely. Wrap your mind around that and just dive into Jesus. I mean, can you get any? It's so cool. But you're not answering the question. Sorry, I didn't see it. Got distracted. There's literally a squirrel right next to me. What was your question? Did you ask another one? Squirrel. Shelpa. How do you remember scriptures? Just repetition, memory. You repeat it time and time again. Do you think baptism is necessary in order to be saved? That's a good question. Ginger, no, I don't. And that picture that we were just reading in Matthew 26, it was 100% necessary for Jesus to die, and baptism is not mentioned anywhere here. It was all about Jesus and what he went through. And whenever you're going through the Bible, whenever you're reading your devotions or whatever you're doing, if you get stuck and like you're like, I don't know what this means, or I'm having a hard time, if you just zoom back and you throw Jesus right in the middle of whatever, 10 verses or 5 verses or whatever, and you just throw Jesus right there, and then you read it again and you just keep him in mind, you're going to see it differently. And because the whole picture is from Genesis to Revelation it's about Jesus. Like, so if you know that that's the theme, if you know the Old Testament is about Israel coming through, and it's like all their wanderings and whatnot, and they paved the way in the temples, and it's all about Israel, Israel, Israel. And then we go into the New Testament, and then Jesus shows up. It's like, it's always been about Jesus to begin with. All of the Old Testament was prophecy about Jesus and how he would be born and how he would die. So anyways, it's just a nice tool to have. Sanchez, if you said something, I didn't see it. I know you asked. Didn't Jesus baptize? No. Ama, yes. Why won't you answer me if you guys say he talks to you? I didn't see your question, Sanchez, so I don't know. I'm doing that, though. Sometimes it's, set you apart. Appreciate you. Hey, Tara. Congratulations. Thank you. The thief on the cross wasn't baptized. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bible suggests earth is flat. Do you agree? I don't get lost in that. There's a huge conversation out there about, hey, the earth is flat. No, it's spherical. Like, for me personally, like, I could care less. I don't see how it really matters, honestly. I think it's just sheesh, I've been trying to get you to read. Shoot, sorry, I'm missing some stuff. Why won't he answer me? I mean, I've been looking for your question here. I just keep seeing you say, why won't he answer me? So I don't know if you're a bot. Are you a real person? Yes, of course. I see you commenting to Angel right there. Bridget, I do believe in the firmament, but who knows what we live on? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Hello, Shalom. What's up, Rancho Man? It doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't matter. But I am asking, why won't God answer my questions? Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I see there, Miss Sanchez. But I answered it that one time, and you said, can I answer it not using the Bible? But I'm only here to answer from the Bible, really. I mean, I think it's important. Like, so whenever you're struggling or going through something, it's good to know the Bible, because that's what you fall on. Whenever you're going through whatever, I don't know you, you don't know me, whatever you're going through, like, it's you, and whatever I'm going through is me. But when I go through something, I go back to the Bible as my compass, because it's everything. Like it like, okay, I need to go this way. Like, but like when I go over this way and my compass is telling me to go this way, well, now there is a big problem. So that's why I stay as close to the Bible as I possibly can. So that's why I answer from the Bible as best as I possibly can. I don't know everything. I'm never going to know everything. I don't know all the answers. There's a lot of people out there that are smarter than me. But as far as why he won't answer your question, he is answering. Just might not be the way you want him to.
Hello.
Hi, Amber. John 7.
Oh, I have it way low. Sorry. I'm good. I wanted to tell you some quick things. So when you were in between chapters, you had said something about how this world is going to fade away. Remember that? And nothing matters. You were talking about like how we hold on to stuff here. I can barely hear you. It's super low. But let me lower this volume. I have like scripture playing all night long for my kids. But my 5-year-old, I was trying to explain that to her. And I saw her eyes get a little teary because she was like, oh, my things are going away. So what I did, I don't know if anybody has kids on here, but what I told her was, lion, when you go to the zoo, what happens if you fall into the zoo? Like, and where the lions are? She goes, they're going to eat me. I go, well, guess what? So I made it seem super cool. I said, that's what's going to happen. And we're going to walk on gold. And it's going to be like this. And so I have to tell you about her heart. That I wanted to mention that. I thought about it. Her heart, she got saved. I think I told you that a while ago. And ever since she said those prayers, she wants to tell everybody about Jesus. What was it? Was it last week, a couple of days ago? She goes, Mommy, not everybody's a Christian. And I said, I know. She goes, we need to tell them about Jesus. And I said, I know. She goes, how do I do that? I'm just a little girl. Seriously, her heart is so amazing. And I was like, well, Timothy was young too. And I mentioned a little bit about Timothy. He was young and he did a lot. She goes, but how do I do it? So then I started telling her, ask them, have they ever lied? Have they ever taken something from their mommy or their sister? And then explain to them what that is. And then tell them about the holidays and the real reasons why we celebrate them. Oh my gosh, I want all three of my kids to have her. Her heart. She's so amazing. She's so amazing. Her friends come over and she's like, come here, let me read you my favorite story. And it's the crucifixion story and the resurrection story. And she's so cute. Anyway, that's all I wanted to share because it's super cute.
That is so cool. Good for her. Keep gassing her up. I mean, keep it going. I mean, you got to fan that flame. So that is very cool. Give her a track. Do you have tracks?
A track?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. So there are these things out there that are these.
Uh-huh.
It's a track. It's a little book, and so when you open it up, it's like these little pictures that have like the story, and it breaks it down to like you see what's going on, and it breaks it down in a childlike kind of way, and it gives the all the way through. You get to see the story.
Oh, I saw that on Jesus Revolution.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
It was a movie. A movie. Yeah.
Okay.
They're so cute. She has Bibles galore. She's the one I just bought Bible tabs for. I wish I could had the light on because they're so cute. Like the Genesis one has a little dove with the branch, right? They're so cute. One of these days I'll just like show them to you. They're so cute. But y'all have a great night because I need to get up early to spend my time before the sun comes up. I like my outside Jesus time. So good night.
Coming up. See ya. Yeah. John 17:26. Lydia, I got it. And I have declared to them your name and will declare it that the love with which you loved me may be in them and I in them. Yeah. Yeah, I'll bring up D. Wilcox. Just a couple minutes, though, Mr. Wilcox. What's up, man? How are you? Right. Is he vacuuming? Hello, Scarlett.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you?
Pretty good. Hey, I had a question. I forgot what it was already because it was like a while ago. Um, Shoot, I can't remember what it was, but I guess can you read that little book, the cartoon one? Yeah, I was wondering if you could read that out loud. Like, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you okay, yeah. So It says a little girl talking to a little boy. It says, "How are your ants today, Charlie?" And he says, "Busy as ever." He says, "I love watching them. They are my little friends." And then this little bully comes up. He says, "Did you hear next month this land will be flooded and become a lake?" Then Charlie says, "Oh no, my ants." He says, "I gotta warn them." So he starts going after the ants. He says, "Listen to me, little friends. You're in big trouble. You gotta move to higher ground." And he starts pounding on the ground. He says, "I'm trying to save you. How can I make you see you're all gonna die?" Then the girl goes up to Charlie and says, "Charlie, can I use your ants to show you something really important?" He says, "I guess so." She says, "They can't understand you. The only way you could warn them is to become an ant. Would you be willing to give up everything you have for them and be hatched, grow 6 legs, and live under the dirt? You'd really have to love your ants to do that, Charlie." He says, "Yuck." Let's say you tried to warn them and they didn't believe you. Then they'd be mad at you for telling them they were doomed. They would probably kill you. And then it goes on like that. But
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's kind of like it's not really the Bible. It's just kind of like stories about the Bible in a different way.
yeah, it's for a child. It breaks it down so that everybody, adults. I mean, they're good for adults. It gets the picture across, and it gets you to see things. And
What
yeah.
what type of Christian are you? Like what type of what type of what church do you belong to?
I'm a Baptist, an independent Baptist church goer.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. What does that mean? Like, what do you guys do differently?
Differently than what?
Are you what is the difference between Southern Baptist and Baptist?
Oh man,
Is there a difference?
I'm sure there is. I'm not really up to speed on all the differences of all the the nuances and whatnot. I can tell you what we are though, but we believe the Bible is the inerrant word of God, and we believe the gospel, which is found in 1 Corinthians 15. We believe that there's only one way to salvation, and that's by Christ and Christ alone, and that is where we center everything that we do around that. That is everything right there. So,
Okay. Are you married?
yeah.
Okay. What do you like, can you talk about like marriage and dating and stuff like that? Like what does like the Bible say about that?
Are these your questions, or are you reading them off of something, or are you genuinely interested?
I'm just interested.
Because you're going from here to here to here, and I'm just trying to figure.
Oh, I just have like ADHD brain or like autistic or something. That's just how I think. I don't have I'm generally curious. I'm generally curious. That's why I'm not reading them off anything.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the Bible talks about being equally yoked. So when you start dating, as far as dating, I'm trying to come up with something as far as dating. I can't really think of.
What does the Bible say in general about like partnership and stuff?
Partnership?
Or I don't know, like how is it defined in there? I don't know, like what are like, I guess you know what I'm talking about, right?
Well, when you get married, it is good to be equally yoked, and what that means is basically you want to have the same faith-based foundation, because life is going to get tough. You guys are not going to get along at certain times, but if you both put your faith in Jesus Christ, then you're going to react accordingly, because you both should be chasing after him. And if you both are chasing after him, then your relationship will most likely flourish, because you're both pursuing him. If you put him first, everything else will come and fall into place. If you put him last, then everything will obviously most likely fall apart relationship wise. So I guess I don't really, does that help in any kind of way?
Yeah, yeah, I've heard that before. I sort of forgot that, but I've heard that before. And yeah, I have other questions, but I might come back on later. I have other questions about stuff, but I want to I had some okay, so I don't know, is this like an open thing? I don't know if like I guess I could ask him. So when I was like reading the Bible a while ago, a couple years ago, I read like a lot of times like guys who are like Pentecostal or I'm not sure what the different things are. They'll say that like women have to be submissive to men, and like I read and I like translated some of the I don't remember because like but I translated some of that, and it like seems like the word that was like the definition of the word is used differently than what people, I don't know, the actual Hebrew was different than, I was wondering, do you know about that, what I'm talking about? Because I can't remember because I like have memory issues, but like do you know what I'm talking about at all?
Like talking about like in Ephesians, like or First Corinthians, or like where you
In
at?
Genesis, where I think it was in Genesis, like in the beginning, and then also, yeah, and later on, there's like a part where it says like a man like or a woman must like submit to her husband or something. Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know, probably Corinthians or something. But the actual word, when you look up that word in Hebrew, it is actually says like help or support or like or it's like more of like I think of it like as in an administrative like hey like you know like help and then but sometimes men will take that and like be like you have to be submissive instead of being like
Yeah, so I think I might understand where you're trying to go with it, but like so again, it's about the picture, and that's what you should like. I don't know what your stance is on it or whatever, but it's about the picture. So what is the picture? Well, the picture is, again, it's all about Jesus. Okay, so who is Jesus? Well, Jesus, you obviously, I assume you know who he is. Who is the church? The church is the bride. The Bible says that Jesus is the head of the church. So that means he is the head of the bride because the church is the bride. So Jesus is the head of that. So it's a picture. Just he laid his life down for the church, but the husband is over the woman. But we are given the command to love our wives, right? And it gives the idea for the women to, the word submit there. But it's all about the picture because it should be if one person is doing everything, then the relationship doesn't work. And so it's about that picture. So you have to have both people working together in order to complete the picture. If there's just one husband who is loving his wife, but the wife is not submissive, then what's that picture about? What kind of visual are you getting there? But if you understand that Jesus is the head of, and the church is his wife, or will be in the future his wife, then you should handle yourself accordingly. So you and I am the bride. Like, that's weird for me to call myself the bride. But if I understand what the bride is supposed to be in the relationship, like there's no more intimate details you can really get when it comes down to, like, I think it's really neat how Jesus decided to use that imagery, that visual, because there's nothing more intimate than a husband and wife kind of relationship. And it's really cool because that's the relationship he wants with you and I. And if I am not conducting myself accordingly, then I should really be mindful of that and try to work back towards where I need to be. I mean, there's Israel was, in the story, the book of Hosea, you see Hosea married this harlot, and it was basically like, hey, God saying, hey, this is how I feel, like Israel's been cheating on me. Like it's the whole picture. We need to be working together I don't know if that answers your question in any kind of way, but I don't want you to ever think that if you, like, let's say you and I get married or something like that, I would never be like, you're going to submit to me and it's going to be this guy. Like, it's not. That's not the whole, that's not the picture. The picture is I should be so focused, me as the man, I should be so focused after chasing after Christ, and I should be handling everything else in my world based upon him. And then you come up, it's like the man is the head and the woman is the neck that turns the head, is kind of the image that a lot of people like to use. And I think it's a good picture, but it's a team.
Where does all that stuff get rid? What chapters or what verses is that talked about?
Which part?
What you just talked about.
Well, we were in a Hosea there for a minute. I don't know Hosea chapter 1 and Hosea chapter 2. You can see that picture there, but it's also in 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, there's some really interesting wording there. There's, it talks about marriage in 1 Corinthians chapter 7. And other places, I want to say Ephesians as well. But is this part of your mind, like in your mind for a specific reason, or?
Specific reason? I don't know, just because I get a lot of, if I've had conversations with men, in the past, I don't talk to them anymore, but I've had a lot of like men be like, you have to be submissive, or not in a like a kind way or anything, but I don't know how to explain.
Ephesians chapter 5 verse 22 and to the end of the chapter is where it talks about, but it says, wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord. And so it's an interesting dynamic because, first off, if you are a Christian, it's like I think there's a lot of women out there who think they need to submit only if they are being treated respectfully. But it's interesting because I get where they're coming from. I get where those people are coming from. But remember, we need to remember, like myself included, even if I love my wife and she's not giving me that respect or submitting to me or anything like that, I still need to be what I need to be, not for her, but I need to be what I need to be for him. And so a lot of women are like, no, you only do that if he's treating you right? Like you gotta, no, it's you need to do what you need to do regardless of what you're going through. Like I need to tell people about Christ regardless of if my life is good. Like if my world falls apart, does that mean I'm going to stop telling people about Christ? Absolutely not. If my world falls apart, I'm still going to tell people about Christ. Same thing within a marriage, within like if my wife and I, if she just wakes up tomorrow and is like, I'm going to, and goes crazy on me, I'm still going to do what I need to do because I don't report to anybody else or stand before anybody else except God. So I want to do what's right by him. And if you keep that in mind as the picture, then you will do well.
So you're saying women, or a wife needs to submit to, needs to submit to her husband to be able to connect with God, but men need to connect with God. Is that what you're saying? That's what you were saying. You were saying that if a woman is being disrespectful, men need to connect with God, but what about women connecting with God?
I guess I don't understand the connecting with God because we all have our own relationship with Christ. So I guess I don't know what you mean by connecting.
Okay. I guess I so there's a piece that I didn't really quite understand, but yeah, I think that's all the questions I had. I don't have any more questions. I was just curious about just a lot of that. I've had a lot of people message me stuff like that, and I feel like they're wording it kind of, and I'm sorry, there's something I don't have it in front of me, so I have to that like what you said, relationship with Christ, or like for me it's like connecting with God, but when I guess I do want to understand that. So you say that like if a so what if a husband is treating a woman poorly, she's still supposed to submit to him to like for that relationship with Christ to happen? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, for that relationship with Christ to happen. No,
Oh,
I
sorry.
mean,
No, not to happen. Sorry. What there was something that you were saying that didn't make sense to me. So she's still supposed to submit to her husband, even if her husband is um not kind to her. Is that correct?
um, I mean, so what is it in First Peter? So there's a lot of different. Um, hold on. So you're getting into like a whole bunch of like what ifs. Like, okay, let's say the husband comes home and just starts beating on his wife and stuff like that. What do? Do you stay there? And I'm not saying that at all, because that is not good at all. But where is it? I want to say it's in First Peter. Maybe it's in chapter 2. Hold on. 3. First Peter chapter 2. First Peter chapter 3 says, "Wives, likewise be submissive to your own husbands, that even if some do not obey the word, they, without a word, may be won by the conduct of their wives." So there's a lot to be said for a woman in a relationship. Like again, let's say you and I are married. Now let's say I am not saved, but let's say you are, and I just go about my day doing my own thing, and I don't want to hear about God. I don't want to hear about it. But you, this verse, 1 Peter chapter 3, it says that you should be basically living the Christian life, but not telling me about it, because now I'm going to be won by your example. And then you can compare that to Matthew, where it says, "Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who's in heaven." Like, those verses kind of can go hand in hand in a sense if you're looking at them in the right angle. But it says in 1 Peter chapter 3, it says basically live without a word so that they may be won by the conduct of their wives. So, you can take that and
Okay. So it's like telling men to like be a good example.
the woman, if the guy is off the rails, the woman can be that example, and maybe he will be won for Christ. Because remember, it's all like the whole point of you and I even being here, if you are a Christian, is to tell other and win other people to Christ. That's it. That's your whole mission once you're here on the earth. It's not about how much money or your career or your degrees. It's not about that. It's about winning souls for Christ. That's the
Okay,
game.
what about someone that says that they're Christian and like drinks a lot or has like a lot of, I don't know, just like says they're Christian, like reads the Bible, but still like is it like Christian to like drink a lot and to have, is that something that's very Christian?
Is that very Christian?
Yeah.
I would say no, that's not very Christian if you're an alcoholic or anything like that. But there are people who forget that they were once redeemed, and I also think that that's in First Peter, and I can't find it right now as I'm skimming through. But it says that there are people out there who are actually Christians, but they have forgotten that they were once redeemed. And that's interesting because, who knows? It's between them and the Lord. There are Christians out there who label themselves as Christians, but they are not. They're Christian in name only. And then there are people out there who are Christians, but they've forgotten. And so, it's between them and the Lord. But the only thing that we can do is really just try to encourage everybody and love everybody and meet them where they are at. Because, I'm no better than you and you're no better than me. We are all just trying to navigate this dark world as best we can. Man, I feel like it's in First Peter. Maybe it's in Second Peter. I don't know if that answers that question.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks. I'm gonna hop off now. So thank you. Bye.
I just got thrown through the ringer. Was not expecting that. I am. Oh, Amber wants to come up. Bye, Amma. See ya. Hi.
Hi, I'm so sorry. We missed a question. I'm so sorry. I was going to sleep, and then JoJo came in and she said she got saved when she was 16, but now she's 47 and she feels lost and she had a question about salvation, and then she went to sleep during this exchange that you had. And so I mean, I can't tell my, I mean, I could tell my testimony, but I cry. Um, but if you could, I know you're putting this on YouTube, if you can like say something about that, I can refer her to my little thing. That's fine. But
Say something about what?
about how she said that she feels so lost. We needed more information, but she left because I guess she might have felt maybe tired because it's late. But she said that she was 16. I wish she was still here, and that she was 47 years old now, and she feels so lost, and she wants to know about salvation. And I mean, I don't know. I know what I did. I didn't do anything. God got me depressed. His Holy Spirit was too grieved inside of me, and just wasn't. That was the end call for me. I only know my own personal experience. But do you know any experiences about people who have truly been saved? And are lost now that want to come back to the Lord, besides the usual communications that you get close to somebody, read the Bible and pray. I'm sorry. I don't know if you have any ideas for that.
Was your question, do I know anybody who...
No, my question is, do you have any advice for this person if she were to get on your YouTube and hear? Is there any advice? We don't have enough information, and she didn't come up on the panel because you were busy. But it was such an important question. I can't find her. She's JoJo. I don't know if when you read through your comment, if you could find her and friend her. I wanted to friend her too, or something, because I feel like it's so important.
Okay.
That's all. That's all. Her name's JoJo, and I can't find her anymore, and she needs help. So. And I'm crying, and I'm so stupid, but I'm gonna let you go.
If you find her, let me know. Yeah, she was trying to trap my guy. That's gonna drive me nuts. Forgetting that they were redeemed. It's tough being up here sometimes, because you get rapid fire questions, and I can only do the best that I can and just try to answer it delicately and lovingly, because I don't know that one lady that came up here. I don't know where she's at. I don't know what she's dealing with. I don't know if somebody's in the background or what's going on. I don't understand. So trying to understand people's intent is difficult sometimes. I don't think she had anything ill intent, but there are people who try to get you. I've been banned one time already, so I try to be careful, but on certain issues. But man, that verse. So I'll find it. Yes, I get. Okay. The best you can do is offer information. It's up to the individual to seek. You did fine. Thanks. Thank you, Ginger. Hi there from Sacramento. Hello. Is obvious. Hello. Take great. No ill intent. 2 Peter 1:9. Oh, is it 2 Peter? I've been all up and down. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh yeah, yes. Thank you. Who said that? My guy. Thanks, Astico. That was perfect. Yeah. So 2 Peter 1:9. It's really interesting because in 2 Peter 1:9, thank you so much. It says, for anybody who is interested, this was the verse I was looking for. It says, if you read all the way up, the verses above it, you'll get a better picture. But it says, for he who lacks these things is short-sighted even to blindness, and has forgotten that he was cleansed from his old sins. So there are people out there who forget where they came from. And that doesn't mean that they lost their salvation, but they forgot that they once were saved. And there are people out there like that. And, there are people out there who think they are saved and have never been. And those people are the ones that I'm worried about. So Tracy is my name. Okay, thank you so much, Tracy. But that is a good one to remember. I was wondering for some really good advice. But yeah, anyways, guys, I'm going to get on out of here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message on TikTok. I would love to talk to you. But before I go, I want you to know, more importantly, that the only reason I'm here is to tell people the gospel. That's it. And that gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and the first 4 verses there. But it is the only way to heaven is by Jesus Christ, believing that he is God's son, that he died on the cross for your sins, and that he rose again on the 3rd day. That's it. It's nothing you can do. You cannot earn it. You will never deserve it. Like, it's not, we don't deserve this. Like, this was complete mercy, it was complete grace. Ephesians 2:8-9, for by grace are you saved through faith. It doesn't say for by deserving or for you deserved this salvation. No, it doesn't say that. It says for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It's all about what he did on the cross. That's it. That's what I want you to know beyond a shadow of a doubt. We can disagree on some other things, and that's fine. But make sure, if you do disagree with somebody else in your world, to maintain the loving aspect. Don't burn any bridges. We're supposed to be in this together, and Satan wants to divide and conquer. So feel free to hit me a message or shoot me a message or anything like that, and I would love to talk to you. But you guys have what was the 1 Corinthians 15? 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. But you guys have a good night, and I will post on my story next time I go live. And next time we go live, it's going to be the book of Ruth. Looking forward to it. All right, see you guys.